hunt for India's next big superstar in the realm of BGMI continues, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who's going to rise up to the challenge as I welcome you to BGIS 2023. My name is Salty and I'm going to be your host for the day. Joining alongside is going to be Johnny. Johnny, we had a fabulous day one, but today's day two, I'm expecting a little more heat.
I mean, as we have been expecting, teams are going to take lessons from the mistake made by the groups that went before them. And today, I think we're going to see what happens differently. Because talking about yesterday, as you said, the day was super exciting, but we did see a lot of teams just steamroll over the competition in the very end as well. And today, I expect the competition, the matches to be even tougher.
Exactly. And that is the trend which we've seen from the grind itself, right? As the days went by, the underdogs transitioned to becoming the undergods. And that is the theme, of course. That is the superstar that we are waiting to find in this tournament itself, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, there's a lot of big bucks for on behalf of it. You become the superstar, you're going to be cash rich, ladies and gentlemen. The prize pool for this tournament is a massive 2 crore rupees, Johnny.
It was something that was unheard of before BGIS rolled around. But now we have a 2 crore on the line. The winner walking away with 75 lakhs in their bag. Second position, you're going to finish off with 37 lakh 50,000 rupees. For third, you get 25 lakhs. But among these prize money that's being distributed between these teams, there's going to be individual prizes being handed out as well. Focusing on the MVP of the BGIS, an individual who will get 4 lakh rupees. The rising star walking away with 2 lakhs. MVP of the finals getting 2 lakhs. And of course, the best idea, we're going to give him something as well. And that is 2 lakh rupees.
Exactly, and this is the beauty of the game itself, right? Even if you can't actually be at the tippity top of the ladder, if your individual prowess actually showcases and outshines the competition, you are gonna get rewarded. But coming back to the conversation of day two, I'm expecting a lot more competition. I'm expecting the underdog teams to kind of step up a little bit more, because we saw yesterday that the experienced teams showed that they're the ones who are sort of ruling the charts.
For now, they are ruling the chart, but the entire concept of BGIS to find the next gods of BGMI, right? And as we were talking about yesterday, and as we move on to the format of BGIS, things are going to get intense because the format is extremely cutthroat. We start off round one with 2,048 teams that made their way through the in-game qualifiers. Now, that itself is a massive number. But you see that before round one, there's the grind. Well, 256 were invited to the grind, out of which 64 have made it to the BGIS. You add that to the mix as well, it gets even more difficult to push through to the next stages. And here is the eligibility criteria that was there for the teams and the players to register. You have to have an account that is minimum level 25 and platinum 5 in rank.
Exactly. To be honest, it's not that difficult, but at least for us, I think I've had to grind a little more to maybe reach this criteria. Maybe next time in the BGIs, I'm also going to participate. But ladies and gentlemen, continuing forward, like you said, 256 teams were invited and only 64 qualified. But the top 32 teams qualified for round 3, the bottom 32 qualified for round 2.
Exactly. Now, teams that made it to round 2 are going to have a much tougher time. They have extra matches to play. Teams that made it to round 3, they're going to be waiting to see who gets close to them. But before all of that, before round 3, round 2, we are going to focus on round 1, where we have 2,048 teams that made it through the in-game qualifiers. They played 15 matches, out of which the performances in the top 10 games was counted. And in these, from these 2,048 teams, only 384 get to directly move to round 2. Top 96 ranked teams, they're going to have to wait for their matches to end, and then they're going to look at the overall ranking, see where they are. So, to put it bluntly, I think it's going to be the 4th team in the rankings.
To be honest, I think it is going to be the 4th team in the rankings, but not every single group will have the opportunity.
Exactly.
Because, to simplify things down, there are 128 groups. And imagine this, only 96 teams are qualifying to the next round, which means you might be the 4th place team in your group, but your points are going to matter. And there might be a situation, Johnny, where both the 4th and the 5th place team also qualify.
Exactly. If the groups are extremely competitive, if the difference in the rankings, in the points is not that much, then there's going to be a higher probability that a 5th place team in a certain group is going to rank higher than the 4th place team in another group. So it's better to secure as many points as possible while you have the games. And of course, the best case scenario, you finish in the top 3, direct entry into round 2.
Exactly. Of course, it becomes extremely difficult. Just like you said, top three is like a safe bet. You
Yeah.
don't have to worry about points. But like we've seen, the first place team, they always have that buffer. And after that, the competition riles up quite a lot. I'm expecting a lot of tiebreakers as well, Johnny, to be honest.
That is a situation that is completely unavoidable. It's inevitable, as Thanos said. But again, I mean, the competition is cutthroat. We know it's going to get tougher and tougher as we move from round 1, round 2 to round 3 to round 4. We have the losers bracket as well. Of course, there's the grand finals, semi-finals, and the grand finals after that. But how do the teams move forward? How do you secure your ranks? Well, you get points for your performance in every single game. Points are handed out based on your placement in the match, and of course, 1 point per fin.
Exactly. We all know, ladies and gentlemen, at the core of it all, BGMI is a game of survival. The team who gets the winner chicken dinner goes out with 15 points in total. Second place team get 12 points, third place team get 10, and it dwindles down to 0 points where you finish at the 13th or the 16th spot. But talking about today itself, the first group, they're going to play 3 games. In fact, every single group is going to play 3 games. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. Basic maps. Sanhok, I believe, is where the twist lies, Johnny.
Exactly. Sanhok is going to be extremely intense because that is the last map every single group is supposed to play. And as we know, Sanhok is one of the most aggressive maps in the game. It's a small, compact area that you have to drop upon first, figure out where you're going to find some loot, and then think about taking on the other teams. And of course, we have talked about the hot drop situations on Sanhok. There's the Camp Alpha, Boot Camp, Paradise Resort, Painan, Ruins. There are multitudes of hot drops available to these teams. And of course, we mentioned it yesterday, we talked about this earlier as well. No one knows each other. No one knows anything about each other. They don't know where the other team is going to go. And that is what makes these matches extremely fun to watch.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that we have never seen these teams play,
Yeah.
we have never seen their gameplay, makes it extremely exciting because where are they going to drop? Are we going to find a drop collision? Are the rotations going to be cut? Nothing is certain. But one thing for sure is going to be certain, ladies and gentlemen. If you are the one who is playing in this tournament or watching back from home, if your gameplay is right, if your gameplay is strong, you will move through.
For sure, but we do have the matchup on our screens now, and here are the 16 teams that will be dropping into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the biggest name in the lobby has to be Team X-Park. We all know the lads need no introduction, but we have other 15 teams as well to talk about. I love the logo for wrong word. It's just 2 W's.
You know what? Team Stunner Gang is an extremely exciting name. I'm pretty excited about this team,
Oh, yeah.
to be honest. I'm kind of waiting for them to kind of stun us in ways. There is, of course, a stun grenade, but we don't
Yeah.
see it quite a lot.
Hey, what if that's the secret behind their performance and how they've made it so far, right? Stun grenades, extremely a utility that's underutilized in the game. You are not going to see a lot of people with stuns in their loadouts, in their kits while they are playing their matchup. But it is something that can actually help you execute certain plays. Because in the recent days, especially in the pro circuits, there's a new combo in terms of utility that's come out. It's a stun molly combo, stun nade
100%.
combo, where you don't really see the second follow-up just because, well, you're blinded for a few seconds after the stun pops.
Exactly, and it's also fun to watch because the players are like, I can't see anything, and then all of a sudden there's just bullets firing at you. And you remember the play yesterday which Daljit pulled off with the smoke pin being pulled out.
Yes.
And that was sort of a bait. So these nice little combinations is something which we want to see more in the pro play.
Exactly, but here's the thing. All of these innovative plays, majority of those you see them develop from the grassroots of the scene. And so in round 1, we're going to see a lot of exciting moments like the stuff that we are talking about, be it the nade pull fake from Daljit like yesterday, or those stun molly combos that we've been talking about. But again, I mean, these teams, they have to stay as adaptive and fluid as possible, because as we talked about this, like, we are just in round 1. Yeah, it's a tough qualification criteria to finish in the top 3 in just 3 matches, but things will get more and more difficult as you move forward, right? Round 2, you're going to be facing off against like a total of 512 teams are going to be there, including the 32 teams that have qualified from BGIS the grind, and over there only the top 7 will make it through to round 3. And over there, since there are going to be a little bit few more matches being played, it's going to be even tougher. You're going to be required to be more consistent. Consistency will only be achieved once you know what the opposition is doing. So after round 1, I think the demos are going to be available to everyone. They can go back, watch what has happened, watch the mistakes that were made, watch the rest of the competition, figure out what they have to do.
You kind of missed out on one point, to be honest, because not
What?
every single group's matches are being telecasted
Yes!
live. So there are going to be dark horses, Johnny. There will be
Yes.
dark horses who will coming in, and round 2 might actually be theirs. They'll have that secret aura around them. But the fact that we've seen one day's gameplay, and we've sort of figured out that having your fundamental set is probably the key. Just focus on your basics, have your
Yeah.
rotations right. Do not actually enter into bad fights. Try and get those placement points ensured. Try and get a couple of finish points as well. And an average of 10 points per game should be good to go.
I mean, it should be, but we did see certain groups like they were pushing that 34, 35 point marker, so it's going to be extremely critical to see what goes on. I think just a good rule of thumb would be just to win one game out of the 3 matches that you have. That should give you enough points to try and push for the qualification no matter what. Even if you blunder one game, we saw this from Enigma Gaming yesterday.
Yep.
Their first game wasn't well. They won the map on Miramar, and that sort of allowed them to have a decent run on Sanhok and make it through. So stuff like that, it is bound to happen, but it's important for the teams to actually be careful and play their matches to the best of their ability. Stick to the fundamentals, see what happens.
Exactly. Now, in BGIS The Grind, we were always talking about the top 8 teams, and that sort of allowed them to have consistency as a ballpark to just qualify for the next round itself. But when top 3 comes into the picture, ladies and gentlemen, you ought to get a chicken dinner for yourself because there's no other option. The competition is cutthroat, and the format does not show any sort of mercy, does it, Johnny?
Well, the format is not going to show you mercy, but I hope you are ready to show no mercy to the competition as well, because game number 1 of today is about to begin, and it is going to be super exciting to witness, especially since we have this behemoth of a name from the BGMI scene amongst us. And guess what? They also had to make their way here through the in-game qualifiers.
It's extremely exciting that so many underdog teams have participated from all corners of the country, and the biggest name of them all have also done the same thing. They're also grinding alongside the way. But ladies and gentlemen, the flight path is in front of our screen. It starts off from Georgopol and ends towards Lipovka. Now this is what actually makes it so interesting, because Georgopol and the hospital region, we've seen multiple teams drop.
Yeah, look at the Georgopol situation right now already. Team X-Park, we see them heading towards that northern Georgopol city, but already 3 teams have dropped towards the Georgia city and the hospital area. And that means this early cluster, it's not going to be easy to survive over there. And of course, we see 2 teams, and I think I should say 3 already, because there's like 3 different colors gliding towards Severny. Severny is a city enough for 1 team, 1 squad, 4 people. That's it. 8 people, it's too crowded now.
It's too crowded, of course, and there are high chances of those early skirmishes. But ladies and gentlemen, the fact that the flight path is towards the northern fringes might actually make life difficult. But with that being said, the circle did pop up in front of our screens right now. A right-hand-side circle on the map, rather basic. I'm expecting it to end towards Mansion, but as soon as I say that, it seems like there has been some sort of an early skirmish. Is none of these players from Team Wave Esports, they don't have any weaponry. Shots were fired, but they were missed.
Well, the name says Snowflakes, but I believe the players are going to be anything but. And against the players of Wave Gaming, we'll have to see how this fight is going to turn around. As one of the players from the side of Wave, Answer, has been dropped low in terms of HP. And look at this, Aaron. He's not going to be allowed to turn into a Titan. He's going to be knocked out. And I believe now Team Snowflakes, they are going to wait to secure the finish. Or maybe they are looking to flush out the other players from the side of Wave.
I love this, right? The use of smokes. Right, and does not really have a lot of weaponry on him. He just has a close-range shotgun to work with, S12K on his hands, but the nade popped it beautiful, and 2 players were knocked down. It's so unfortunate for Wave. They can see their dreams shatter in front of their eyes, but at least there's still that glimmer of hope, and one guy is still surviving. But will he survive for long is going to be the question. Team Snowflakes, so they couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah, I mean, these Snowflakes are deadly, man. Because that was a brilliant play, by the way. They blocked the vision with the smokes, allowing Rhydon to actually close in the distance, listen to the sound cues, and then lob the nade exactly where it needed to be, knocking down 2 individuals from the opposing team. And with that being said, Wave Esports, well, this is not a pretty big wave. We were expecting a tsunami, but it's just a small little puddle.
Well, maybe there is some sort of a wave which is coming up, hopefully in the next game. But at least for now, though, Gen will be looking to trying and surviving as long as possible, at least get those placement points on
Yeah.
himself. But apart from that, it seems like the rest of the map is relatively peaceful.
I mean, that's how it is always in the first game, right? Teams are still trying to understand each other. They're trying to figure out what the other squads are going to be up to. And of course, after this first fight, I think at this point, apart from X-Park, most of the teams are going to be panicking a little bit because this amount of aggression,
Yep.
I don't think no one expected this to happen this early in this game. We talked about yesterday's matches, right? First 10 minutes, there was nothing.
Yeah.
And then slowly and steadily, just because of the blue zone, which shrinks and forces the players into the safer area, forces them to be close to each other, the players were forced to fight it out. Now, things are looking extremely different. Look at this INT. It looks like there's a push coming upon the players of MOB.
INT Rajput just try to scout out that location, try to use his vehicle to gather information, and it seems like that U-turn was extremely important because he was a solo man. And the entirety of Team MOB, they were in position to take him out, but it seems like there is another fight going on. Hydrogen, his life is dwindling down in front of his eyes. He gets one knock for himself, but Team Snowflake, they will try and capture a sliver of HP on this man, but the shotgun is still there. One credit being connected, and that is it. Lights out for Team Wave Gaming.
They have the M249 already. I mean, talk about suppressing fire. The opposition from the other side wasn't even allowed to move a foot towards the left or the right. Straight back to the lobby he goes. And along with that, first squad wipe, as you mentioned, of this game, Salty. Wave Esports being eliminated. What felt like the first 3 minutes of the game?
First 3 minutes of the game, and it definitely is going to hurt them quite a lot because we know, as a matter of fact, every single game, Johnny, cost you a lot. And now they only have got 2 opportunities to make it count, possibly progress forward. But apart from the Milda Power region, look at this, the amount of space that there is on the map, it's massive. There are a lot of teams on the western shoreline though, and it seems like there is going to be multiple long rotations inside the circle. I'm excited who actually gets those pieces of real estate.
So one of the reasons why this is happening right now, again, sort of comes back to the lack of information teams have about each other. In a normal game of BGMI, you're going to see Pochinki turn into a hot drop. There are going to be a lot of bodies in military base. Georgiopol is a very, very populated location. Normally, Yasnaya Poliana, we see a lot of big names play from that city. But in a situation where you are in a competitive environment, every single point matters. You will try to protect yourself and go for an off drop. Go for a position where you know for a fact that not a lot of teams play from, just because of the disadvantage you will have to deal with if the zone is too far away from you. And that is why the western cluster, western edge of the map was preferred by a lot of these teams. Milta Power is again a position where not a lot of teams go. Milta City, on the other hand, is extremely populated usually. But this time around, it's different. Milta Power, there's 2 teams there.
There are 2 teams, INT X Furious, and it seems like Team MOB is also in the mix of things. Now, it'll be interesting to find out if Team INT X Furious stay in this location for a longer period. They can quite easily gatekeep the lads from Team MOB. Now, if that happens, I'm pretty excited because INT X Furious, it seems like I've heard this name before. I've seen them play. And they've been knocking on the doors of the BGIS for quite a long time, so it seems like they've got some game under their skin.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, where have I heard this name before? I mean, don't really remember that, but for a fact, we have seen these lads before. Maybe a different lineup altogether, but this name, this tag was there.
Yeah.
And I think if it's the same INT Furious that we are thinking about, we now have a lot of expectations from them because they do have that almost tier 1 experience under their belt, so situation should not be too dire for them, but they're not they're not pushing for this early fight, and that has gotten me extremely curious about what is about to go down in this Milta power plant.
Rajput is hesitating at this point, I feel like. He is almost at the edge of this particular cliff, and as soon as he crosses that periphery, I think like he's going to have that vantage point over Tharmesh, if I'm not mistaken, the name is. Team MOB, Bhupesh rather, it's almost similar. Tharmesh, Bhupesh.
It's not even close.
I think it's close, man, but at least he's pretty close to Rajput. He's running, he has no information.
Oh yeah, and this might be a trap. Bhupesh needs to be careful. He's focused on the back, he's covering his rear. But dude, my lad, what about the man in the front? Luckily for Bhupesh, he prones instantly and is able to protect himself. But now Rajput might have given away his position, and this plan of his is going to backfire. Runs out of ammunition, switches over to the DBS, but the distance between the two players is a little too much for the shotgun to actually connect. My goodness, has to use the smoke just to be able to reload and fall back.
The tension in the air certainly is rising because you don't expect these players to pop out of nowhere. Bhupesh had no information, and all of a sudden Rajput was like, well, here we go, and here comes Team IND. Oh my god, Bhupesh, he just got run over, and there is nothing that he could potentially do. Reinforcements did not come in time, and therefore Team KOB, they are a man down. Advantage for Team IND Furious.
And this was just perfect. I mean, early mistakes apart, I mean, because both the lads had overextended, and no matter who went down first, their team would have the edge. Luckily for Rajput, he played it perfectly. Lobbed the smoke, denied the vision, fell back, communicated to his teammates, I believe a minute ago, the comms would have gone out like, alright, I'm being pushed upon, you guys need to get here, and INT Furious, without any delay, look at this, knock out 2 more players from the side of MOB. Now just 1 lad left standing between a few points and, well, 0 points, because this is going to be the second team to get eliminated from the game.
Well, let's find out. There's still 1 man left. And of course, there will be a lot of hopes, but Team INTX Furious, they are certainly experienced. Sion, Rajput, Jat, extremely well-known players in the sub-tier 1 category, and I'm expecting this team to sort of pop out this game.
Today feels extremely different from yesterday, right? The amount of aggression from these teams had just spiked through the roof.
Exactly, and they're not hesitating, right? There are teams who know that, all right, this is our fight to win, and there are no second guesses. They just completely ram it like we saw INTX Furious. The calls were straight. As soon as they got the first knock, the entire cavalry pushed forward, and they knew that those were their 4 finish points in their bag. That was it. Lights out for Team MOB, but 2 squads eliminated so early. This is going to create that vacuum inside the circle, isn't it?
Hopefully. I mean, because every time there's a vacuum, you see teams employ different strategies, and I believe that is what we want to witness, at least in this round 1. Yeah, playing for placements is going to be fun. It will push you through, but again, let's not forget about that top 96 also move through, and anything can happen in that overall leaderboard. So go for as many points as possible, but at least for now... Oh, are we going to see another squad wipe? It is Yasna afterwards.
Yeah. Quite spread out, a city, one of the biggest cities on the map of Erangel itself. And it seems like Invader Esports, they've got the vantage point, they have got the high ground, and certainly shots were being taken. No connection so far, so early contact has not been established. But elsewhere, it's Frequency Esports. And Kakarot Noob is just trying to get information on Kratos and his positioning. Now, 2 teams on Shelter, I feel like this is one of the most trickiest spots inside of this whole game, because you've got teams up top, they get footsteps from teams who are underneath, and that's just extremely confusing.
I mean, Steve, this is the mid game, so right now it's fine, but end game situation, if the zone right now takes a hard shift, end game in Shelter is just too difficult to deal with, man. It's so, as you mentioned, I mean, just trying to analyze where the footsteps are coming from and prepping up your attack based off of that information is something that I admire about a lot of these IGLs, that in fact do go for that shelter control super early in the game. But as you mentioned, 2 teams in this position, that means it is going to be an inevitable fight for both these 2 squads. We see Kratos take a few shots on his body, but luckily for him, cover was right there in front of him. The shelter entry, he did go behind the wall to protect himself. Looking at the snowflakes again, the first squad wipe was because of them. They were responsible for wiping out Wave Gaming, and now I think they're looking for more points.
They certainly are looking for more points. Their movements, they have their destination set. I just want to see if they actually get a few finishes in the mid game, because that is going to boost their confidence even up higher. The first fight, of course, they had the added advantage of dropping in early, getting their weaponry before Wave Gaming could even pick up any sort of retaliation from them. But so far, it seems like there has been a shift right now, and the entire cavalry is trying to scramble for those little pieces of real estate that there is inside the circuit.
Well, they are going to have to scramble for it, but do it quickly as possible, because in a few short moments, there's going to be a lot of pressure out in the open. Look at that, TD Naruto 07 is going to be the first man to drop from his team. We saw them a few moments ago, and I want to talk about them because they are still in the blue zone. we have transitioned into stage 3 of this game. We're going to move forward with stage 4. The damage, Blue Zone dishes out. It is going to be quite immense right now. Blue Zone, with every single stage, the damage goes up. It is damage per second. So you can't really survive over there for long. In stage 4, I think you're going to be there for a good 7-8 seconds and then done.
Yep, exactly right. And you don't want to tank that extra damage, because that not just puts you in a precarious position, but also eats up on your healing resources.
Yeah.
You want to save that for the end game, because there are going to be multiple fights, multiple knocks, left, right, center. And look at this, Team X-Spark. They're starting to put up their foot strong. They've got this nice little ridge to actually play across.
Yeah.
And they might be able to desettle a lot of these teams rotating midway. I'm expecting these teams to blow up a couple of vehicles in the vicinity, to be honest.
I mean, for sure. Whenever you see vehicles roaming around out in the open, out and about, your priority will be to take out the player, but if not the player, you're going to go for those tires.
Yep.
Put them out of commission. If the player can't move around, it will be very easy for you to take them out. Look at what's happening with Kratos from the side of WW. Wrong word. Well, it says wrong word, but that might have been a wrong play from their side, because now Team Spark, they have the perfect opportunity to finish that man.
Or probably a wrong place to actually get caught off guard.
Yeah.
But Kratos will have to find out if he actually manages to survive. And to be honest, it seems like Team X-Spark, they are on the offense. They've started to rack up those finish points, and I'm excited if they are going to be starting to run that bulldozer over the other teams, much like Team Insane did yesterday.
They can, but let's see. For now, things are still quiet from the side of X-Spark. And I think X-Spark is one of those teams that does bring in the aggression during the mid to late game stages. Early game is not really their thing. So I think we're gonna be we will have to be patient if we want to see them in action. But for now, Kratos out in the open field. Yeah, it was just a matter of time before he was finished. And the finish has been secured by Team Spark. And look at that. It feels like TD Naruto still out in the blue. Not really looking good. This is Team Destroy, ladies and gentlemen. And the blue zone, it feels like it's just enough to destroy them.
Sure.
Boys. Oh yeah, he has also abandoned him, and he's not going to survive.
He's not going to survive.
3,
There's a lot
2,
more distance to cover.
1. Bye-bye.
And this is probably the worst way to die inside the game, to be honest.
Not really.
A pan?
No. Getting shot by someone with a VSS wearing a ghillie suit on Sanhok, that's the worst way to go.
Hopefully. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this on YouTube, give us your rankings, the worst way to die inside of chat. But for all the new viewers who are joining us through Geo Cinema, why not pick up your phone and actually play the game for yourself? It's a whole new world to explore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole new world, but this is a whole new battle. And in this one, we have Generation X on the verge of exit. Ideal is going to be knocked out. Flick is indoors. Foster in the backlines has the opportunity to provide some suppressing fire. They have to deal with just one player, Generation X, right now. And that one player is proving to be such a menace. But finally, he has been put down. And the Stunner Gang is down to their last surviving player, who, by the way, is out in the open.
Oh.
Another worst possible situation to be in. He's not going anywhere. The shots connect. HP is low. Bye-bye, buddy. See you in the next game.
It was a leap of faith from that man. He wanted to take that 1v1 against Foster. But, of course, he had no way to retaliate. He was driving his vehicle. And we know you can't do two things at once, can you, Johnny?
Yeah. I mean, certain things yes, certain things no. But that's a whole different conversation. Although Gen X, I mean, as we were talking about them, the amount of commotion they've made in that particular compound is a little too much to be happy about. And we did see a few moments ago there was another team quite close to them. So I am expecting a third party to happen. But hey, Team Snowflakes, it looks like they are also in a world of hurt. Inferno is knocked out. 3 players still left standing. They have utility upon them, but they haven't really secured any knocks with those nades that they've lobbed inside the compound.
Yeah. The last guy, he's still surviving, at least holding on to his dear life. But how will he actually hold on when there are so many hungry players from Team Snowflakes trying to take him? Team X-Spark, it seems like one of their players has been knocked down. And they are in the midst of a battle against Team DAWS.
Well, Pukat, the IGL himself, was put to his knees. And X-Spark, they are making sure to maintain the vision. I think they realize that they have the edge now in this fight. As DAWS, they have lost a few of their own. And X-Park, they have the opportunity, but the problem is they are out in the open on top of this hill. That means the moment they come down from that hill, they're going to be overexposed. Teams are going to start taking their shots at them. Team MD now in a very awkward situation.
They certainly are in an awkward situation.
Ooh.
But look at this Dragon. Beautiful shot being connected with that AKM. One player knocked out, spots out the other one as well. He's not looking in the right direction, and the second knock. Beautiful. And I believe it's just one player who still survives. Dragon dropped down, but it's his teammates who actually do the cleaning up job. And Team MD, they are through. They get another squad by for themselves.
Yeah, MD getting taken out early. Jaws as well, but look at this. Snowflakes, they finally have had enough of that last lad from Wrongwood. They're like, alright, we have other things to do now. The next zone is away from us. They push forward for the first floor, finish him off. And now the 4 players from the side of Team Snowflakes, we will have to see what they are going to accomplish at the end of this match. Man, Team Xbox, so this is, again, another learning lesson from this team with a lot of experience. They are getting knocked out constantly. One of their individuals is getting taken out, but they're not letting the opposition secure the finish. They managed to protect their numbers, and they're moving forward while protecting their numbers, and they still have 4 eliminations already.
Exactly, and this is one of the reasons because they've got the ridge for themselves. It's a little bubble which they find, which is sort of ideal, right? You're sort of surrounded from every single direction. As soon as you get knocked in, you come down and you get yourself that permanent piece of cover. But now that the circle has shifted away from them, they'll have to make that rotation. They'll have to make that gamble. And of course, we do have the map feed, and there is no compound inside it, John. It's completely out in the open. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
I mean, with the way this game started, I think we're in for an action-packed ending. But this angle that Dragon was holding over there was actually quite brilliant from him. And MD, they did a phenomenal job, but what's happening over here? Gen X, they are running, literally running over the competition as Invader Esports. Their position now is being invaded. Snax is going to be forced to rotate along with the blue zone, taking that extra bit of damage that we were talking about. And Sahil Gaming over here, he's trying to deal with the pressure being put upon him by the players of Gen X. Utility being exchanged from either side, smokes in the middle, separating the two teams apart. But here comes the third party. INT is here, and it's Radiator along with the rest of his teammates. Oh no, this was a blunder. Cyan, what?
Cyan just wanted to be inside of that particular fight, but he just overextended to a point where he lost his own life. INTX furious. They're going to pay the price. They wanted to be the third party, but instead they're the ones who are being shot. From the backlines, it's Team X-Spark as well, and they've got a nice little view onto this particular team. But I am curious, what is happening with Team Generation X? How are they still surviving?
Well, Gen X, I mean, that's all thanks to the lads from INT, by the way. They gave them the extra point, plus pretty sure Cyan did bring a lot of utility with him. So, I mean, it was an Amazon delivery being handed out. Let's see what Generation X will make do with this one. They are down in numbers, though, because Lee was finished off a few moments ago.
Another
but look at this. Sahil Gaming, he goes all in, all committing towards that fight. Flick is going to punish him for that, but he might have just given his squad the opening that they needed. But no! Beast, he fails to capitalize in Generation X. They're going to make sure that the opposition pays for it as Invader Esports are wiped out from this game. We are down to the top 6 team, 21 players still surviving. And guess what? X-Park, they are still in it.
They certainly are still in it. No surprises there. But Generation X, it seems like a whole Diwali sale is going for because the entirety of squads are trying to push up to them, just giving away their free finishes. 7 finishes on that team so far. But another one is being prepared, and it's going to be Team WD versus Team Frequency Esports, and Frequency Esports knocking on the doors of this particular compound. They know that this might be the secret key to the winner chicken dinner in this game, almost at the smack center of this whole circle itself. But no shots being taken, no grenades being lobbed in, and it seems like they've spotted a player from the edges, and that's Ultron OG.
I've just recovered from the confusion that was there because of how Cyan just charged forward. But now I'm actually confused what Ultron is actually going to do. He's the last player surviving for his team. He knows there are a lot of players keeping vision of his position, but we'll talk about that a little bit later as Generation X just move forward. They're pushing for a fight with the players of Furious Esports, but before they can do anything, They have lost 2 players. Foster is going to be finished off as well. And we have Frequency Esports. Well, the frequencies seem to be in sync. And look at this, Aditya. Not even giving the opposition a chance to react. Just sprays him down. 1 clip, 1 finish, done and dusted. And top 4 we go. All 4 teams, by the way, with 4 players alive.
Yeah. And this is going to be extremely crazy, Johnny. I'm pretty sure this piece of real estate that is there, it's going to have multiple buyers. The prices are going to soar, and there are going to be so many potential opportunities for WD to get their finishes.
I mean, it's going to be fun. I do agree with you, but you know what's going to be even more fun? If the zone just shifts to that slope between X-Park and Frequency Esports, where those 2 vehicles were parked. That's going to be actual fun to watch. But hey, utility from Dreams, nades connect, and they might have actually found the opening against the players of Wild Official, but can they make this push? That lad on the flank, York69, he can actually stop the lads from X-Park like a Molotov and a smoke just to block their way, and his teammates will have the opportunity to secure the revive.
How funny is it that in spite of so much battle that is going on, an airdrop just slightly falls right between all of this?
It's not just an airdrop, that's an added piece of cover
that
the teams can utilize now. So, most strategic option. Wait, what? Did the nades actually clash?
I think so. It is, like I said, it's Diwali, even before Diwali season begins, ladies and gentlemen. But X-Park, it seems like they are on the aggressive front. Spartan has been taken down, and now there's a man advantage. Spots down another player, sprays down the buggy itself, and that explodes.
Yeah. Frequency. Down to the last 2, and this is a mistake! Taking a fight against Puka like that. Puka was just the bait over there. Sarang was the real threat. And Frequency Esports, well, they failed to realize what they were actually being pulled into. But top 3 teams of this matchup, where we have Team MD, we have Team X-Park, and of course, along with them, Wild Officials are also here. And it is a 4v4v4 situation.
Yeah.
MD, they are pushing for the compound that's in control of the players of Wild Official. So Wild Official, there is a possibility they might get sandwiched, but with X-Park taking the flank, MD, they have to be extremely careful. Look at this. Vodka, he's knocked out right now in this game, but MD, even though they have the opening in the other fight, they have to react and stop X-Park from pushing on their position now.
Crazy situation. The top 3 extremely stacked. All of them. They've got multiple finishes under their bank, and they're looking to close it with the big winner chicken dinner. But who's going to find it? That's the question. But Dragon, midway gets taken down by Wrong, and that is absolutely beautiful. Wild Officials, they get that advantage.
Yeah, wanted to show us a hero moment, but it did not really work out for Dragon. As in the US, he was able to cross over to safety. Luffy was quite close to him, so he does get a revive and he's back in the game. But X-Park still focused on all those smokes in front of them. Zeno, this nade looks quite decent, but all the players from the side of MD are in the corner of the room. Now, there's a lot of chaos between these 3 teams. You know why? I'll give you another reason. It's just stage 7 of this game.
There is no space at all inside the circle. It's almost a dot. Look at this. Garb finds Sarang. And this means that Team MD, they can actually press forward. And this is their only opportunity. Experienced teams won't really make a lot of mistakes. But now, maybe Team MD can actually capitalize. Utilities start getting flooded in. And this time, it seems like Team TX, they are being stopped in their tracks. And as soon as I say that, retaliation comes through.
Well, X-Park, no matter how bad the situation, we know they have the ability to find the opening to turn it around. But now, Luffy, again, being rescued. This time, Grab was the man who was able to grab him and give him the revive. Right, they are going to run out of those nades soon. Pukar is down to just 1. What about the other players?
Oh, they have their banks, the crates and everything.
Oh, yeah.
I hope that there are a lot more in store, but look at this. Another one with the Uzi. Beautiful stuff right there, but it seems like Wild Officials, they have been invaded. But of course, Muzo is there to spray down every single one. It's a 1v2 for this man right now, and he has an entire army against him.
Well, he has an army against him, but he has brought the numbers down to the final two. And no matter what happens in this fight, that Molotov was absolutely brilliant, allowing the finish or the knock on towards Reflex. Grab, he's still there. It's a 3v2 situation, and will X-Mark walk away with the first winner chicken dinner of this game? Or are they going to be destroyed by the lads of MD Esports? What's going to happen? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find that out.
We are certainly about to find it out. Hopes and dreams, and every single team out here, they're only here to win. High ground advantage for Team MD, numbers advantage for Team Xbox, and smokes all around. They just want to deny vision, deny all of that information, and Reflex, it seems like he wants to play off of that little pocket of space that he finds on that terrace. But from the backline, it seems like Garb has been taken down, and Team Xbox, they did not waste any time getting that winner chance, shot connected at the right moment, and of course, experience once again paid off.
Exactly, I mean, it paid off and they made it look easy as well. They were extremely patient on that slope of the ridge. They waited for the other two teams to settle their differences, and then they were ready to deal with whoever remained in the very end. Absolutely brilliant, phenomenal, minimal effort, maximum results.
Maximum results for sure, but I'm pretty sure there are multiple teams who had a lot of finishes in their bang. These underdog teams for sure are going to be moving forward. I hope so, because I've got my favorites as well. Team MD, as a matter of fact, they were brilliant. For sure, they were taken down by the brilliance of Team Xbox, but 9 finishes and second position, not too shabby.
See, if you're being fair, MD did not really have a lot of options in the very end in that 3v2 situation. Reflex tried his level best to drop from the backside of that building, but we know blue zone damage, stage 8, it's going to destroy you, not even in seconds, in half a second. For the other lad, the last surviving player, he literally dove face first in the side from where Team Xbox were able to take him out quite easily. He lost 90% of his HP before his feet touched the ground. So it was kind of a lose-lose situation for MD Esports in the end, but as you mentioned, they do have those finishes.
They do have those finishes, and just like you also pointed out, the circle sort of dished them in the fag end, ladies and gentlemen. But hopefully, their points are going to be their points. We're going to find that out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Get a sip of coffee for yourself. We're going to take a very short break. We'll come back very soon.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो शक्ति
खत्म कर दो.
Make way for the Indian Guardians. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an Indian faction which is getting added to RTV, which is pretty exciting. So go down there and check out this game, of course. But with me right now, there's a little change in panel as Mr. Songley has joined the desk.
Oh, wow. Just called me by my surname. But yeah, feels a little weird, but thank you so much for that warm welcome. You know what? X-Park been able to win that game. Fantastic start for them. As usual, known teams are dominating the competition. Nothing out of the box.
Nothing out of the box, but the fact that there are so many underdog teams who managed to get those finishes, managed to find those squad wipes, it is extremely positive. I feel like the environment right now is all about these underdogs really shining bright. For sure, X-Park, they've had the experience. They know how to react to every single situation. But the fact that the underdog teams are performing much better than yesterday, it's a positive start.
That's what exactly is going to happen, right? I mentioned this yesterday as well. As the days are going to keep on passing by, teams are, of course, going to keep on improving because they're going to, of course, go back and look at all the broadcasts that are happening, know exactly how things are being played by these underdog teams, and then maybe try and implement things a little bit more better in their game style. Speaking about the entire highlight that's happening in front of us, I mean, this is how things really kicked off in that previous game of Erangel, considering it was the first game of the day. I expected a bit of an unorthodox approach, but still things were quite settled down.
They kind of settled down, but the early game was extremely aggressive. There were teams who were not shying away from every single fight. Look at this, right? Generation X. This is one of the teams who could not actually try and put themselves inside the podium finish, but the fact that they had more than 8 finishes, it's absolutely crazy.
Exactly, and not just that. I mean, Generation X in general, even in the late game scenarios, they were doing a fantastic job in out surviving a lot of the competition as well. I'm not going to lie, this is one of those teams that I'm going to be having a lot of expectations from. Especially under Gods, Generation X is one of those teams that should be able to perform even better in the upcoming map of Miramar. That's going to be happening right next to this. But in general, the highlights of the previous game, it was insane. Even the final circle, it was one of the most unique circles that I've seen.
It was one of the most exciting circles. I mean, look at this piece of real estate. There were so many contenders for it. You've got Team Xbox, you've got Team Frequency Esports, you've got a Team MD as well, of course, inside it. And there was Team Wolf Official, Wild Officials as well, and of course multiple other teams. It's very rare that you find a circle, the final circle, where so many teams with 4 players still remain.
Exactly, and not just that. I mean, Team X-Park in general, I like that late rotation coming in from their side. They knew that the compound is, of course, going to be like the prime position. At this point in time, taking a hold of that compound would be stupidity. So it's just better to play around it. That's what they did. They had a really nice bridge to play with as well. And then later on, Team X-Park, they started taking a fight against the players of Frequency. As soon as they took down Frequency, X-Park knew now they've got the most amount of control as well inside the circle. All they can try to do is just push on up a little bit more or let these two teams duke it out against each other and then try and take the most amount of advantage inside the final few moments of the game.
It's more like Team X-Park, they wanted to hand on the appetizers before they actually went for the main course. They just waited for that whole thing to the whole battle to actually crop out, and then they were about to push, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
But the fact that Team Xbox, they've certainly got the chicken. They will be establishing that lead up top in terms of the overall standings.
Yeah.
But we know that only top 3 are going to make their way forward, and competition is so complex at this point.
Exactly. Only top 3, and not just that, even in the overall standings of the Stage 1, top 96 will be moving forward. And you also need to understand, guys, 2,048 teams. Out of 2,048 teams, only top 96. That sounds a little unfair, but hey, it is what it is.
Absolutely. And to be honest, once we get to see the overall standings, I think we'll figure out if this is going to be one of the groups from which the 4th place team will also qualify, because it seems like it's been a very high scoring game. Teams a lot of them were eliminated early on in the game itself, and the teams who actually stayed on till the fag end, they racked up a lot of finishes. If the same trend continues, I feel like there is going to be that buffer between the top place teams and the bottom place teams. Maybe we are going to see some high numbers today.
Hey, look, man, WD, I feel like they're off to a great start. They had that prime positioning inside the circle. If they just keep on moving with that consistency, no issues whatsoever. But I still feel like somewhere down line, even a little bit of luck was favoring them. Let's be honest. Circle forming on top of them in that prime compound as well. All WD needed to do was just take a couple of pop shots against the opponents that are trying to close in. That's what they did. They did that perfectly as well. They were able to hold down that spot inside the compound. In general, they had the most prime positioning, but I got to give it to Team X-Spark. The way they rotated inside the circle, that late game rotation, it worked out phenomenally well.
It worked out phenomenally well, and the fact that Team X-Pac did not distract themselves during the mid-game stages. They kept themselves alive. All of their 4 players could survive up until the late game, which is extremely important. These are fundamentals, ladies and gentlemen, which will always help you in trying to garner those more points. And I feel like this is one of the reasons why Wild officials could not convert this game. They only had 2 players to work with.
Exactly. Only having 2 players to work with. At the same time, we know how much important it is to have the man advantage on your belt, especially when you know a team like an X-Spark is still alive in the final few moments. It's better if you're going to be fighting them with a full force. And that too, Team X-Spark in the 4-on-4 fights, they were doing a fantastic job. One guy was snatching all the attention, and the second guy was grabbing all the elimination points. It was done phenomenally.
Exactly. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, there is one player who played phenomenally, and that, once again, is going to be from Team Xbox, Sarang, with 6 finishes. What do you have to say about him?
Sarang, of course, a known guy. What do I even say about this guy anymore?
Number 7.
I feel like over here, the main focus has to be on the undergods. Yeah, Team X-Spark dominated. Nothing out of the box. Yesterday as well, Enigma Gaming was dominating. Then right before that, Team Insane was just going on an absolute spree. So I feel like over here, the main focus has to be on the undergods. Speak about Empty as well. Even they were doing kind of a phenomenal job too. Look at Luffy. 5 finishes been accumulated from this guy. But as I said, even WD in that prime spot inside the late game situation. And we know one thing, that is positioning points are prioritized more compared to the finish points.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the scorecard from this game itself. And look at that. It seems like Team MD, they've got 23 points for themselves. Xbox up top with 30 points, dropping a 30 bomb right up from the first game itself. Frequency and Wild Officials, 13, 12, and the Generation X with 11 points. Now, these are the teams that I'm actually eyeing forward, because look at the finish numbers. They are quite decent.
Indeed they are, and Wild Official getting that 3rd spot in the previous game, that's going to give them 10 placement points in total. Now that's not a lot, but still I would say that's a consistent start. If you're going to manage to keep yourself with that similar consistency even in the upcoming game of Miramar, imagine 10 more points added on, and then in the game of Sanhok as well, 10 more points to the tally, you should be somewhere in the top 3 easily.
I mean, that's difficult, to be honest. We already discussed the cutoff, ladies and gentlemen. Might just be pretty high, because the top 3 right now, they are extremely stacked, and one good game, this might rise up to quite a bit. But of course, with so many teams, one thing which is very common amongst these underdog teams is that their fighting prowess is absolutely to the max. They know how to take these fights. It's just the communication in the fag end of the game where I feel like they are lacking a little bit.
Look, communication is, of course, going to be a problem. We're still the undergods, right? We're at a territory that's not been explored before. These guys are quite new to the pro scene as well. Now, we're, of course, watching these T1 teams. We're watching these known teams for a while now. It's been years we've been casting them. But these known guys are, of course, good because they have been there for years and years. These new guys, though, they're, of course, going to be struggling when it comes to the communication problem, because it will be there. It's going to be quite a common one. But as we do have the matchup in front of us, once again, these teams will be duking it out inside the games. Team DOS as well. I'm not going to lie, I looked at their name. I was like, okay, these guys, the name sounds pretty good. So for this upcoming game, I'm going to be rooting for Team DOS.
To be honest, there is one team that actually caught my eye pretty early on in the game, and that's going to be Team Snowflakes. The way they went on with their aggression, we haven't really seen an underdog team being so confident. I mean, imagine this, right, from their perspective. They are an underdog team dropping into an official tournament where Tier 1 teams like Xbox is playing, but they're not afraid to take fights. Right from the first stage of the game, they're going in aggressive. They're trying to get those finishes on board. And I think they racked up about 6 or 7 finishes throughout the game itself. So Team Snowflakes certainly have that aggressive nature in them. And I personally am a guy who loves that aggressive nature, you know.
Aggressive nature is good as long as you're going to have that communication flowing fluidly. But as I mentioned, known teams, they're going to have that good communication. Unknown teams, the underdog teams who were just formed before this entire tournament, there's going to be a little bit of communication barrier. And as long as Snowflakes is going to have that fluid communication, I'm completely fine with them going aggressive. But all the other teams that are in the lobby, just try to make a difference between the good fights and the bad fights. Know what a good fight is, know what a bad fight is. Do not just try to aggress straight on because you've only got 2 more games.
Yeah, exactly. Opportunities are limited and a lot more points to be acquired. I mean, just like I said, right, it seems like this is going to be one of those groups where the cutoff is going to be really high. Make sure that you get the most out of every single match which is going to be played. And next up, of course, it's going to be the map of the deserts. What do you have to think about it? Do you think like there is going to be a team like Team Insane who's going to run road rollers over every single other team like we saw yesterday?
I don't even think so. That's the question. Team X Park is going to pretty much try to do that because they've already had a massive kickstart, a fiery start to this entire tournament. Now they've still got 2 more games to go. Inside one game, they've secured pretty much 30 points. They're already having a big head start compared to all the other teams, so they know that they're going to be inside the top 3 whatsoever. All they need to do is put up consistently a little bit more points in the upcoming game of Miramar, which shouldn't be that tough at all.
It might actually be Team MD as well because they racked up 23 points, which is not too shabby, to be honest. A lot of finishes to work with. I believe they got somewhere about 11 finishes to work with, which is absolutely crazy. So if this team decides to actually switch gears, if they have a gear which is actually beyond what we saw in Erangel, maybe a 6th gear, then something might be interesting. But on Miramar, we always know that positional play is going to be important. So the teams who prioritize the good positions inside of the circle might actually come out on top.
Hey, not just that, I feel like we need to focus on another team. It has to be Frequency Esports. Even they were doing a phenomenal job when it comes to the rotation. I like the way they were holding that ridge right underneath the compound. Yeah, we know it was a massive elevation, but still Frequency Esports, they did a great job. There was another team before Team X Park that tried to pounce on top of them and eliminate them out of the game. But no, Frequency dealt with that situation pretty nicely.
They certainly did, right? Of course, they were taken down by the brilliance of Team X-Pac. And we know, right, experience is extremely important. But this is where the undergods are going to gain experience and turn into future superstars. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, right at the start of the broadcast, the hunt for the next big face of the game is on. And I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of these players from these underdog teams, they are really contending for it.
Indeed they are, man. Look, as soon as the show started, I mentioned this yesterday as well. A lot of the known teams were not even able to qualify from the in-game qualifiers itself. And that in itself should be a massive statement, a stark statement to all the T1 teams, to all the known teams, that even the undergods are here to take their prize pool. They're here to take that championship in their hand. So these known teams should not get too complacent inside the lobbies.
Exactly, and the level of the gameplay you see these teams play, you did not find that there is any lack of skill or there is any sort of skill disparity. They are extremely good in striking the heads. You give them a pixel and they will absolutely shatter your skull, no matter you have a level 3 helmet.
That is a really good point. When it comes to the mechanical skill, I feel like every single team is matched to perfection.
Absolutely.
The only time when we're seeing a little bit of problem, that has to be the communication and the team synergy aspect of the game. But in general, when it comes to the skill level, when it comes to the mechanics, every single team is doing a great job. Look at their movement. They're moving pretty nicely inside the entire game. Look at their aim. Even they've got fantastic aim in the games whatsoever. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second game of the day is on the way. The map of Miramar is on the loading as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Los Higos towards La Copraria.
It's a rather vertical flight path, and to be honest, it cuts right across the center of the map. Should not really be a problem for majority of the teams to travel to their drop locations. But so far, none of them have actually ejected. Now we see it's going to be exciting if there are going to be certain teams towards that prison island. I'm going to be watching out for them.
Exactly. I mean, I'm going to be watching out for them as well. But you know what? Considering the plane flat path started all the way from down south, this also gives a couple of teams that opportunity that they really do need. For example, if they do want to drop all the way down south towards the prison island, yeah, it's going to be a little bit far away from the main island itself. Maybe if the circle's going to be forming up north, that can be a big issue. But as I always like to say, Salty, it's tough to navigate. It's tough to sustain, but easy to navigate.
It's tough to sustain for sure. It is going to be tough to sustain for all these underdog teams. But so far, are you eyeing any sort of drop collisions right now? It seems like Chumacera might be a hot drop. It certainly is a hot drop in those classic games that we play. But so far, it seems like two teams gliding right across. Maybe the fact that Team DOS is taking their drops towards Chumacera might actually deny Wild officials their territory. They might actually glide towards La Drillera as well.
Speak of that, and the circle forms up too. Pretty much a standard circle. Los Leones can be in contention too, but I highly doubt it's going to be an urban circle. But if it is, though, then it's going to be a delight to watch.
It certainly will be, right? But majority of the time, these circles actually tend to draw towards the southern shoreline. But look at this. It seems like Team Xbox, they have gotten ahead right up start, and Sarang replies back.
Exactly. Sarang doing a great job inside this fight. As one of the players have already been taken down, Team Xbox, they're off to a really good start inside the game and inside the fight too. They've managed to get a hands on one of the elimination points. It's also going to be eliminating a little bit more confidence. And here we go, Dreams has only got a Winchester in his hands, and he actually managed to find the second knockout as well. Team Xbox, they're doing a phenomenal job inside this fight, already wiping out the entire competition that stood against them inside that area of San Martin. And I told you, Team Xbox is of course going to be another team just like Team Insane that will be rolling through the competition. They've got nothing to lose anyway.
Nothing to lose for sure, but Godza, they've lost 3 players in the process, and it's going to hurt them quite a lot. It's not just Xbox in the midst of things. There is another team in close proximity, and this might be another battle. It seems like Team Spark and Team Xbox have dropped together. What a coincidence.
I mean, let's see if that battle's going to be happening whatsoever, considering both those teams definitely do have a big spark. But Godza, though, had a lot of expectations inside the fight, but they just got extinguished, just like a birthday candle. But let's hope that maybe in the future game of Sanhok, they're able to have like a nuclear game and maybe just bounce back inside the overall standing once again. That's too much to ask. Just one game, everything just relying on that. Godza will definitely crack under the pressure, considering it's one of the underdog teams. They haven't really faced a pressure like this before.
Exactly right. And the fact that so much was on the line in this game. Similar stuff was faced by Wave Esports as well in the first game. They just got completely wiped off right off the bat. But this is what happens when you face Team Xbox right from the get-go itself. Team Spark, though, they just don't really want to engage early on. They just want to hold themselves back at least for a couple of more seconds before engaging against this team. They've created the distance between them. At least for now, they have that exit strategy in mind. Possibly get themselves some piece of vehicle so that they can, go out of the situation, maybe survive a little bit longer, get themselves more utility to work with.
Yeah, speak about the utility. Invader Esports. Speak of them, and this is one of those teams that was actually there too in the final few moments of the game in the previous one. And I would say, when it comes to their name, you can just one thing, and that is they definitely do like to invade a little bit of privacy of the other teams, but if they're able to do that successfully or not, that's a big question too. Sometimes they can be successful, sometimes they won't be. And that's how shaky it looked like in the previous game of Erangel. But you never know. Maybe things can be changing in Miramar.
It's a do-or-die strategy, right? To try and slam it. But look at that drive by beautiful Team MD. They for sure know how to drive their vehicles around, do they?
Oh yeah, you got to know that. Because I've had a lot of friends who do not even know how to drive. And whenever they want to just engage inside a fight.
I'm not expecting personal targets here, Necro.
Hey, Salty, look, man. I've played with you. And whenever you play, whenever I say, okay, there's a little bit of firefight going on in the front, you just straight up ram the vehicle on their vehicles, and then you just get all of us eliminated.
Yeah, because you guys don't match my firepower.
Oh, wow.
I am an absolute beast when it comes to
Okay.
using those 7.62 weapons.
Oh, wow. All right. Well,
Pretty sarcastic in that regard.
You know what? I'm going to let the audience decide on that one. I'm not really going to be speaking a lot. But you know what? Focusing on the game once again, considering we've got the map feed in front of us, Los Leones, of course, being the hotspot makes a lot of sense. We have got MD over there, and they've got the big city all to themselves. MD is going to be stacked up on the loot after this entire stage 1.
All for themselves, you see, but it seems like Generation X is also in the periphery of it. Now, of course, the circle being on top of this whole region might just mean that they are not going to be aggressing forward. They don't really have that extra bit of motivation. But look at this, right at the periphery. And of course, if Team DOS do want to take an exit from the city, maybe a few shots might just be fired.
Not just that, Generation X, another name that was doing a great job in the previous game. But speak of this one, there might be a little bit of problems as they move on forward. As you mentioned, they're quite close to the players of MD, and they're still in the outskirts. Generation 8, speaking about this team, I like the way they think. I like how they want to rotate inside the circle as well in the previous one. But while doing so, they made a couple of mistakes here and there. As you mentioned, team communication being a prime aspect in that, a prime suspect. And I would say all these under-God teams makes a lot of sense. Of course, they're going to be having a little bit of communication error, a little bit of communication gap. You also need to understand these guys do not really have proper team coaches, proper team analysts who's going to be analyzing the game for them. So, in general, these type of little gaps are expected. But still, there are a couple of under-God teams who outwork and outshine the known teams as well.
Exactly, like they put in the work themselves. They try and identify those mistakes and try and rectify them. Majority of the times, the only difference that we've seen is in terms of team formation, right? How the entirety of the squad is going to move in tandem when they want to move from point A to point B. What is the role of every single player in that rotation? That is something where we have found these undergods lack a little bit, but that is all about experience, ladies and gentlemen. And seems like BGIS has given them the platform to gain that experience, if not qualify for further rounds. If their dreams get shattered, at least they learn and come back stronger next season.
True that. Speaking about learning and coming back stronger, I mean, the stage 1-2 now starting to close in. In 1 minute, 18 seconds exactly, the stage 1 will be ending. And then the stage 2 begins. We do see one team that is still all the way out in the blue. Yeah, the damage is not really going to be that much considering it's just the stage 1, so they should be safe for now. But hopefully they've got a decent amount of meds packed up onto themselves too. And as I mentioned, considering the plane flat pat started all the way from down south towards Los Higos, there could be a potential chance for a team to start things off a little bit safe. And that's where one team took an advantage of that.
Wave Gaming, right? This team looks a little sketchy, as in their performance has not been confident enough. They've been trying to just survive by the edges of the circle, taking blue zone damage, but they haven't really faced any team head on, and every time that they've done that, they've been extinguished in a flash.
And speak about a flash, I get reminded of Spark.
Or Stunner Gang. And the stun grenade topic which we pulled up, me and Johnny.
Stun grenades, man. They're one of those utilities that are being used pretty rarely inside the game, but once you face against them, it's pretty annoying. And I've had a couple of enemies just straight up surprising me with a stun grenade to my face, just blowing up out of nowhere, and I can't see anything, and then I just get eliminated. Or maybe sometimes it's my own teammates ulting.
I take that personally, Necro. I'm pretty sure you're pretty angry with me considering the last match that we've played, but we can actually talk that off broadcast, at least not now. A lot of people will target me.
Friendly fire, huh? So
Friendly
like
fire.
Guy. Does that a lot. Speak about fire, though. We've got a fight erupting, maybe potentially in front of us. It's going to be the players of Wild Official. They had quite a wild start at the start, but now looking to convert another start into a wild one. Let's see if they do get it done.
Shots being fired, but no damage being dealt as of yet. But there are multiple teams who have been caught mid-rotation. It seems like Team Wave Esports, they're finally pulling their triggers. They've got that good vantage point. And on team number 9, they've got a lot of information as well. Team number 9, the wrong word. They've been split out right now. Raj is on top of the cliff. Meanwhile, his teammate is nowhere close. This gives Wave Gaming that opportunity to maybe get the last person off the bat itself, but so far it seems like even they decide to disengage. Play at the edges of the blue zone is what they're looking at right now.
Not just that, I mean, Wave Gaming trying to move in. All the players, they're going to be quite safe and sound, no problems whatsoever. On the edge that they're playing, there's no one around them, but as soon as they start moving up a little bit further inside the safe zone, that's where the problems might just start hitting the board. And speak about problems hitting the board, already a knockout in front of us. Invaders found themselves on the receiving line, but now they're still trying their best to fight back in this situation. It's Team X-Spark.
Mini-14 with that 8x, an absolute brilliant piece of weaponry to try and use in the map of Miramar. Long-range supremacy might just be established, and Snacks almost did that. Sarang was almost knocked on, but it seems like Team Invaders Esports, they've lost that lead in terms of the mental edge. Smokes being deployed to deny the lines of sight, but Team Xbox, they fight back in every single situation, and it seems like they are falling back right now.
Indeed they are. Invaders looking to invade the territory of Team X-Park. And Team X-Park, on the other hand, all they're doing is just able to find that damage. Even in the previous game, I still remember X-Park was taking a lot of hits, but they were still standing with a 4-man squad, and that's something that gave them so much advantage in the late game scenario. And I like the fact that X-Park are always in each other's reach. They're not extending too much.
Exactly, this is what happens, right, when you have that experience. Every single person has a role, and every single position is already predetermined. And of course, look at this Team Snowflakes right now on our screens. They've got that nice little high ground advantage on outside of Los Leones, and they've spotted Team Generation X. It means that Generation X, their exit strategies have been completely locked out.
Speaking about the exit strats and Snowflakes, on the high ground, they've got so much intel. They know exactly where the teams are positioned too. If someone tries to push up against them, it's going to be quite a tough terrain to climb. And that's one of the advantages of having the high ground, right? Just to let the new viewers know. When you're going to be having the high ground, you will have a lot of information, a lot of vital information, knowing exactly where the enemies, where the foes are positioned. But at the same time, when you're at the high ground, your position will be compromised quite easily because everyone knows there's someone on the top. And you can easily see anyone who's on the higher elevation.
For sure, right? Of course, you have that edge to actually work with. You have that permanent piece of cover. But just like you mentioned, it's a do-or-die strat, and especially with the circle, almost ditching the high grounds every single time. The teams will have to rotate pretty quickly. And it seems like Team X-Park is doing that, always prioritizing the zone before anything else. They were in the midst of battle, just like you mentioned. They were taking hits, but it seems like they decided that our first priority is going to be finding that nice little piece of real estate, and then of course we will get those finishes as a byproduct of it.
The next circle shift comes into play. Every single team in a massive state of discomfort. Everyone just rushing inside the circle. Look at that wave of vehicles just moving in. Team X-Park 2 is going to be the one to breach in from the northern side, but right behind them, there's a couple of foes closing in too. The last man from the side of Godza, Ultron OG. This guy is still underneath the entire high ground, just hoping, just crossing his finger that no one's going to be hearing him approach. But as soon as he moves even a single muscle, the enemies, the foes that are right above him will probably hear him.
The team up top is Team Spark, and they probably have no idea. It is one of the places where I feel you can stay hidden for a pretty long time, but of course he needs to prioritize the zone itself, but elsewhere it seems like wrong word. They are in the midst of battle, Necro.
Finally, we're seeing some TMR action on our screens. SKS being utilized. It's been a while I've seen this weapon in action, but it's great to see it back on the hands of these players. Invader Esports quite close to the players of Spark. It's going to be a tough battle to execute, but Team Spark, even they're in a big state of discomfort. They need to move inside the circle, inside the safe zone whatsoever. Team X-Spark pushing up in the front lines, and the enemies do a great job dealing with that threat. Threat neutralized, but still Aditya in the back line is putting in a lot of lead.
They know now that this is Team X-Park. They have got information, and they might just think that this is where the cavalry is going to come forward. Pokar, of course, charging in with the DBS. One knock confirmed, second knock confirmed. This is easy for this lad because he doesn't even break a sweat. Absolutely brutal. Aditya did not even have to disembark from his vehicle.
That's just classic DBS for you, Wave Gaming! This man to the clothesline, going for the shots with the UMP-45, missed out on quite a lot of those, but now it's closed up the distance. The man in the front, Sarangi's got his hands on the DBS. You better not overextend. If you do miss out on the shots, as well, you will be easily eliminated, but a really good pre-fire allows him to win that duel, but eventually Aditya, this man with a great cover fire, saves the day for Sarang.
Absolutely saved the day for this lad. Team X-Park. They've only lost dreams in the process, but what a fight it was, what an effort it was from the other team, Wave Gaming. But of course, Team X-Park and their brilliance has given them 7 finishes in the back. To be honest, you know, Aditya's position was perfect. We always knew that the M249 was going to reign supreme. He had 100 bullets on his magazine, so he was always going to connect. The pre-fires were there, but look at this circle itself. The hard shift might just cause a little bit of problems for this Team X-Park because a lot of movement is required from this team.
Not just that, the circle just completely juked everyone. Everyone inside the game thought that Circle is probably going to be finishing inside the Lost Neona City, but no, it takes a drastic shift away from the urban side and then out in the open. There are a couple of teams have already found themselves in the advantageous spot, for example, Invaders and even FE, but let's see how well they're able to convert that advantages, that prime spot, into a victory. I had a conversation about Frequency Esports as well, and now finally they've found themselves in that prime spot.
Prime spot for sure, but the center of the circle without any pieces of cover, that's definitely going to hurt them. Possibly might hurt them, hoping for the best. But the fact that Invader Esports have got the high ground advantage, they've got that cliff for themselves, that is going to work in their favor for sure. Look at this, we've got a trifecta happening. INTX Furious. Now this is one of the teams that me and Johnny were talking about, quite good in terms of taking those fights. They've been knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI for quite a lot, but so far we haven't seen signs of brilliance.
Yeah, Johnny from the back was saying I was not really speaking about this team anyway. But INTX Furious, I would like to say what they've got, right? I'm pretty sure if they're over here, if they're qualified from the open qualifiers itself, I would like to call it the depths of hell. And if you've managed to move up from the depths of hell and qualify inside the BGIS itself, then you definitely do pack a punch. But it all comes down to cracking under the pressure or not. Because of course, when you're going to be just going inside a known tournament, going inside such a big tournament called BGIS, you're always going to have that pressure surmounting on top of you.
Pressure for sure. Look at Team Destroy though. 3 players surviving, and they know as a matter of fact that they can't really rotate directly inside the circle. They have to take the longer route, maybe get a vehicle somewhere, because the northern part of the circle is completely uninhabited.
Indeed it is. And as I mentioned, Furious Esports, they're still there. Frequency 2 in the smack center. Not just that, Invaders, they're currently the one with the high ground inside the final moments. If they're able to convert that perfectly, things can be a bit better. But speaking about converting, that nade was definitely converted quite perfectly. Dots, they lost down one of the men. He's knocked out for now, and instantly that push comes into play too. A really good and well-coordinated push, but for how long this push is going to be sticking together, that's my question. One of the men gets knocked out in the front lines, but still, the rest of the players in the back, they're keeping on marching forward. But he does a great job with the DBS in the close, and even a third party comes into play. Team Dots, they're able to at least nullify the threat that was approaching them, but they've still got the back lines to take care of.
Team DOS, beautiful play in the front lines. Dice was such a good front liner over there, knocking down 2 players, and of course Drop was there to try and get the trade for himself. But just like you mentioned, a third party, that's definitely going to cause problems for them. But at least for them, the good thing is they are at the edge of the circle, and they will have the cover of the ridge. Smoke's being utilized to try and build that soft cover. Try and block the bullets at least for a little while longer. But it seems like Team WW, they're approaching in from the back lines.
Wrong word. They've lost out on 2 players a while ago. The last 2 glimmers of hope from them. Kratos and Ace in front of us. The God of War. Let's see what this man's going to be able to do. He should be a one-man army. At the end of the day, he's defeated a lot of gods too. But as the circle moves out in the open once again, Furious Esports, not exactly Furious, I'm saying Frequency Esports, have found themselves in the smack center, right? On the next of them, though, and the sideline's going to be Invaders, but for now, a fight going on. We've got WW engaging inside a fight against the players of Generation X.
Yeah, Ace, the last one who is still surviving, but of course the number is not in his favor. Deploy the smoke to try and possibly get his fallen comrade revived, but INTX Furious from the backlines might actually help his cause. Generation X, what do they do right now? They're stuck in that little bowel.
Yeah, you know how much I hate these battles, man. I do understand sometimes they can't give you an opportunity, an advantage inside the final moments, but at the same time, you're quite prone to getting just damaged by the utilities that are going to be tossed into you, because the battle at the end of the day will just attract all the utilities right in the smack center of that belt. But for now, Rajput spots out a couple of players from Generation X. A little bit of chip damage given out as well. One of the player moves out in the open. Rajput had an opportunity to take that player down. But they're doing quite a great job. INT Furious, he did find one knockout, but eventually that push comes into play. Generation X are doing a great job dodging all those vehicles around, but now the threat's going to be neutralized as well. And INTX Furious, they get eliminated. You blink it and you miss it. That was a quick wipeout. You said this team is good.
I said the team is possibly. I think I have to take that on myself. But Team INT X-Furious, they made a massive blunder over there to try and slam in. The vehicles were flying, and that certainly was not fighting situation for them. But look at this. This is such a good trade-off coming in from Invaders. They're still holding their ground with strength and determination. But it seems like Team Destroy, they've been attacked from the back lines. And Team X-Park, Bukar is going to eat him up alive, and Aditya will still survive.
Team X-Park just devouring the competition. Doing a really great job in holding down their spot too. And once again, just playing on the edges in the final moments. I like that approach. Slow and steady approach. Slow and steady once the race. That's what X-Park is trying to do. MD2 in the flight. They do a great job neutralizing that threat that was in the front.
X-Park, they've lost down on Aditya. They've also lost their man advantage as well and their height advantage. Invaders up top. Not really the ideal position for this team, of course. What can they potentially do out of this? Only one man surviving in the form of Bukar, and he's taking in shots.
Indeed he is. Team X-Park a bit there. He's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And now Bukar's going to go for the resurrection. The smoke's there in the front. It's only going to block the visual, but not the bullets. It's there to distort it for a while. Soon enough, even the smoke's going to be moving out. It's going to be faded away. So let's see how well Team X-Park's going to be able to reposition themselves. But the circle shift actually comes all the way down south. Once again, another hard shift comes into play. Just catching every single team off guard. That was positioned on another side. MD2 taking a fight against Invaders, but now Invaders, it's their time to invade the territory of MD. One of the men is actually caught in the close, but Luffy does a great job in the clotheslines, uses that DPP to his advantage, and now it's still got two more players approaching, patches himself up quickly, getting back ready inside the fight.
Beautiful shot right there. Another knockout.
Oh my
Almost
God.
getting a third. Softened up quite a bit, but Draconic is still surviving. But of course, trades are there, and Team MD, they reign supreme in this fight. Of course, they are the leaders of the northern edge of the circle, but will they make it inside is going to be the question right now.
Oh no. I think so he fat fingered stuff a little bit there. He wanted to patch himself up instantly, but he was not able to get the med out. And that's why a lot of time was wasted, and now he needs to move on forward because the Wall of Death is forcing him to do so. At this point in time, the blue zone's going to be dealing so much damage, it's inevitable. If you're going to find yourself outside the blue zone, you're not going to have a lot of meds to patch yourself up, then you are going to be devoured by it. Team X-Park Bukar taking a lot of shots. In the front lines, they're just raining down death and destruction, unloading magazines against the opponents.
Frequency Esports, they are attracting a lot of attention towards him at this point. At the center of the circle, at the smack center, and now they've lost two players in the process. Puka, of course, from the back lines, and Aditya from the front lines. Both of these players will try and get as many finishes as they possibly can. Dawes Esports still holding the periphery and Generation X. This is such high-tense situation right now because every single team is trying to get as many points from them. But Generation X, they've continued the momentum. 9 finishes for them and 4 players still surviving.
Exactly. Generation X having that high ground inside the game. Team X-Park 2. As I mentioned, it's quite tough to find yourself a way to take down a team that is on the top. If you're not going to have a clear line of sight out in the open, as a Dipdown actually turns around and slaps his competition down. Picard dudes in the back lines trying his best to give that cover fire to Dipdown, but eventually he was too exposed and he gets dealt with. Now Team X-Park, they've only got that one last man up and alive inside the game. Picard, he's also getting chipped out quite a lot by the blue zone. He needs to patch himself up quickly enough. Is he going to be running out of time? And he does.
That little pixel peak, that just took away that extra bit of time, the crucial time before which the first hit should have been applied. Pukar could not survive over there, and Team X-Park, they get eliminated with 9 finishes. But look at this, Generation X, they have such a beautiful vantage point, but the only problem is that the circle ditches them once again, but that's not going to help because they are getting finishes left, right, and center. The number 9 that we were talking about has actually risen to 11, and they are only waiting for more prey.
It's crazy. We had a conversation about this team saying how good they were in their approach inside the previous game, but now they've patched out all the problems that were visible in the previous game, and they've done a great job ironing them out. But now, as Generation X, once again, they make the push happen against Dawes. They've only got one last man up and alive in the name of Drop, and he's actually one with the nature, hiding inside the bush. He's not going to move a single muscle. If he does, his position will be known and compromised, and he will be dealt with quite easily. Generation X, they know there's the one last threat only up and alive in the front lines. If they're able to get rid of Frequency Esports, the game is there. No one's going to stop them from winning and taking the frequency esports, they're doing a great job holding the players of Generation X off the bench.
The pushback is brilliant. Spartan just gets an instant knock for himself. But Generation X, they're also pretty good. The trade-off comes in, and now it's a 3v1. Drop is still surviving, healing, battling himself outside the zone itself, but so much responsibility on Spartan. I'm not sure if he will able to live up to the pressure.
Still, there's a man lying around in the back lines in the blue, and that is the player of DOS. He's going for the med strat, but at the same time, he's just going to be waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. It's going to be a little tough considering he's behind a ridge, but he's still inside that same bush. He's trying to be the one with the nature, trying to secure the second placement for his team, trying to get as many placement points as possible. It's going to be a little tough considering the last man from the side of Frequency Esports is doing a great job, just staying steady, making sure he's not going to be cracking under that pressure. Keep his position unknown too, but soon enough, even he is going to get evaded soon enough. Even he's going to get spotted by Generation X. And Generation X is actually taking quite a lot of time.
They certainly are taking a lot of time. They know exactly that the player is behind the buggy. Spartan still not taking any shots, but they're afraid to peek out. And as soon as they do, Spartan hits back. One man down, 3 more left to go. What will Spartan do? I hope he has enough utility to patch himself up. He needs to reset, but an entire army is approaching him, and they are going to engulf him. That is a winner-winner chicken dinner for Generation X. A momentum shift. This team had the momentum in the first game, continuing on the second game itself, absolutely running road rollers.
I gotta say one thing, Generation X's positioning game is on point. Nothing can be said about that. All the time they were holding that high ground. For a while I thought Invaders can actually be the winners too, considering they had the zone in their hands, and that was quite a late zone as well. But then even the zone was taking such hard shift, it was not a good friend to anyone.
Absolutely right. It is the case with the zone itself. The BGMI gods, of course, no matter how hard you pray, no matter how hard you try, it's always going to ditch you right at the fag end, and hardships, they certainly are the worst nightmares of every single player, of course. But what a game we have had. We expect a little action-packed Miramar, and we got it.
Exactly. We definitely got that action-packed Miramar. But you know what, Salty? For now, it's time for us to take a short break. All the viewers that are watching, though, you guys don't go anywhere, because we will be right back in a couple of more seconds.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
पीछे आ रहे, पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो चक दे खत्म कर दो
Welcome back after that short game, fellas. And you guys saw that beautiful video of Road to Valor. Just to let you guys know quickly that there's Indian faction being added inside Road to Valor. So I think so you guys should definitely go ahead and check that out. But once again, get them going back to that previous game. Generation X playing that phenomenally.
I mean, finally, they do have what they were looking forward to from game number one. Game number one, as you mentioned, Generation X, their positional play was brilliant. They did manage a top 5 finish on Erangel. And of course, the chicken dinner on Miramar, I believe it should be enough to push them through to the top 3 because they had 11 points on Erangel, by the way.
Without a doubt, Generation X, 11 finishes on the map of Erangel. And then to add a little bit more in the final circle because they were also able to eliminate the final team in the end. Team Dawes, though, that last man from the side of Team Dawes drop. He was actually going for a Met strat. I don't exactly know if he managed to secure the second spot for his team or not, but we'll be able to find that out once we take a look at the match rankings.
Exactly, but before the rankings, we're going to have the highlights of the previous game. And this was an intense start for Team X-Park. No one was expecting anyone to drop clash upon them, and well, we were talking about one drop clash, let alone 2 back-to-back.
Exactly. I mean, Team X Park 2, then later on just chiming inside a fight. Pukar doing such a fantastic job. And I like the fact that Pukar's actually stepped up massively. Being the IGL of the team is doing a great job also making the shot callings and then also doing a fantastic job inside the firefight itself.
Yeah, and the reason Team X-Park played like this because the reason for that was the fact that they had 30 points from Erangel. They weren't really worried about qualification in this game. They just needed a few little more points, like 5 or 6 more points, and they were done. And in this game, that amount of freedom sort of turned the tides for the other squad that X-Park was running towards, ruining their matches, ruining what they were looking forward to. And this level of aggression, it's not good for anyone. And in this scenario, it was the lads from INV.
I mean, Salty before the game asked me a question. Which team do you think is just going to be as aggressive a team as Sin? I said that's not the question. X-Park has to be the one. They already managed to kick things off on a fantastic note. What, 30 points chicken dinner? And then now inside the game of Miramar as well, they've had quite a solid start. They're already probably going to be inside the top 3. They've set the benchmark.
I'm actually quite impressed with this team as well on our screens. Team MD, they have managed to be consistent. Even in the last game, we saw them finish in the top 2. They had 11 eliminations from that previous game. In this game as well, even though they might not have survived till the very end, they did rack up those elimination numbers, and I think that should be enough to push them through the borderline. But in the morning, before Game 1 began, this was the conversation, right? What if there's that one group where the level of competition is extremely close? And it feels like this is that group.
Without a doubt, this is definitely that group, but still X-Park is able to outshine the rest of the competition, right? No team, they've also got good team coaches and all that stuff that goes on behind the scene. But in general, with Team Dawes been able to survive to the late game scenario, getting that 3rd spot, I saw that in the highlights, getting that 3rd spot secured for themselves with the Medstrat, Drop did a great job in that aspect too. As you mentioned, it's quite a close game. I'm expecting so much more thing in the game of Sanhok too.
I mean, especially from the teams that we have been talking about. We talked about MD, we talked about DOS, and of course, X-Park. That city, well, specifically, first of all, I want to know where they're going to drop, because usually Painan is somewhere they like to start the game from. But guess what? Everyone else knows this as well. It's public information at this point, and that can be utilized against them. So I expect them to go for an off drop in this game, but that would mean that a few other teams might try to take control of Painan in the early stages. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. But you know what? One thing I'd like to bring up over here. Salty said that INT Furious is one of those teams that he's going to be looking out for. He said that they're quite good when it comes to firefights too, right? And then as soon as I said that, right after that 5 minutes, the team gets eliminated inside a firefight, making a really bad push against the opponents.
That was one of the reasons why I also said, all right, this is not the INT Furious I was talking about specifically. Because back in the days, what me and Salty were talking about, I mean, we saw this team put up big numbers on the boards and they were known for their aggression. This time, they're trying to bring all of that back, but it's not really working out. Even game number 1 wasn't that great for them. They had those elimination numbers, but they were taken out very early in the matchup, securing only 2 placement points.
That's a really good point that you brought up, right? Maybe it can also be the desperation to be aggressive inside the game, desperation to get those points. But while you're desperate, you also start taking a little bit of measures that you should not be. Maybe you can't say those small mistakes can actually lead to your own destruction, and that's what exactly happened for INT Furious. They were quite desperate to get those points. They made that push happen against the opponents. They did get that one knockout initially, but still the rest of the 3 players in that battle, they did a phenomenal job dealing with the vehicles.
But Necro, you don't get points for knocks, right? You get points for finishes and placement, and that is the most important thing inside of the game. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the MVP of the previous match on our screens, and it's going to be Flick from the side of Generation X, flicking onto his opponents, making it extremely easy and securing 6 finishes for his team all alone.
Exactly, but then as we've got the top 5 rebels or the top 5 players from the previous game, it's going to be MD Luffy once again with 5 finishes. It's going to be Foster from the side of Generation X, another teammate from Generation X itself with 4 finishes. MD Grab with 3 finishes, and then DX Bukar has to be there with 3. You know what? MD Luffy, this guy is quite consistent. In the game of Erangel as well, 5 finishes. Now, even in the game of Miramar, 5 finishes.
And it's not just him. His entire team, their communication, coordination, everything looks extremely good and sort of tried and tested. It feels like they have been practicing, they have been preparing themselves for an opportunity like this, and now that it is finally here, they're not going to fail to hit the marker. But look at this, the rankings of the previous game, and Generation X, that is a brilliant performance, 29 points secured.
Exactly. Team MD right underneath them with 17 points. That consistency is definitely massive. Frequency Esports too with 15 points secured. Another team that is so consistent inside the overall table. And then, of course, Team X-Park has to be there as well with 15 points total. In general, X-Park, they've already qualified inside the top 3. Now, in the game of Sanhok, even if they're not really able to perform that well, it's going to be complete fine for them. Team Dogs on the 5th with 11 points. For Team Dogs, Invader Esports, while the official, the qualification's still on the line.
I mean, those 11 points, they don't look like much, especially if you think about the fact that they just have 1 finish in this game. And even game number 1 wasn't that great from their end. So they're going to have to step things up, specifically on the last map, which is going to be Sanhok. And if I talk about an aspect of the game that they're going to have to step up in, it has to be that aggression. They need to bring in those finishes.
Aggression, to get those finishes. And as we all know, you get 1 point per finish. So, in general, you need to get that aggression down the line as well, Johnny. But you know what? Moving forward, it's going to be the game of Sanhok. It's going to allow every single team to go aggressive in the games. Which team do you think might just come out on top?
X-Park, matlab, it has to be an interesting scenario because, as we talked about them, the freedom is there. They had a total of, well, they're sitting at 45 points right now. With the 15 from the previous game. So that is the qualification marker right there, but the marker is going to change for sure for the other team. And depending on X-Park's aggression, it might go up, it might drop as well. Gen X, they are there in the top 2 for sure, 11-29 from the second game. Apart from them, I think Frequency is the other team that's consistent. So either 3, out of these 3, 1 might just take the game.
MD as well. There's a chance for them, right?
True.
They're doing quite consistent. When I saw the first game's overall points, MD was still there somewhere in the top 3 if I'm not wrong.
Yes, so basically the competition is between these 4 teams. X-Park is there for sure, but then Team MD, Frequency, and Gen X. My goodness, this is going to be an intense game.
It's quite close. One single bad move inside the top 3, and the position will be instantly compromised and taken away by someone else. You also brought this point up. There's a chance we might see a little bit of targeting going on because these underdog teams that are not able to perform on the latter half of the board, they've got nothing to lose anyways.
See, right now we're just assuming that nothing is going to go wrong for these teams like Team MD, DAWs, and Frequency Esports. But what if it does? What if it does?
Maybe it will. You never know.
You
As
never
I
know.
mentioned, one bad step, one bad move inside the game, and if you get eliminated with no points in your hands, your position will be compromised inside the top 3. And the chance that you have to move on forward inside the round 2 can be stolen away by another team who's just waiting for that opportunity to bounce inside the top 3. So anything can happen.
And this is going to be an extremely close qualification call as well, because I'm still running the numbers in my head, and it feels like the differences between the third and the fourth position, it's not going to be that much. So all four of these teams that we have been talking about, and of course the teams below them as well on the fifth and the sixth position, they're going to have to step things up as well. I mean, placement points are going to be there, but the end game finishes, that is what it will come down to.
End-game finishes, you mentioned teams need to be aggressive to get a little bit more points, and Sanhok will definitely allow that. But you know what? It's been a while. I haven't really seen that top left talent circle, Johnny, and I really just want to take a look at that. That would be a perfect finish for this group, considering how close things are.
I mean, I would actually love to see a bootcamp zone, considering majority of the teams that we have been talking about up until now are all the teams that are focused on aggression. I mean, Frequency has been racking up those finish points. MD has been doing that in 2 games. Xpark is not looking to stop. Generation X, it feels like after this game of Miramar, they are also warmed up. So in Sanhok, Endgame and Bootcamp, all 4 of them surviving. Ooh, it's going to be exciting.
Look, Johnny, I got to say one thing. Today, the Zone has to be the MVP, without a doubt. The Zone's doing a phenomenal job. Even in the first game, we saw a unique circle right on top of that compound where the only possible safe place was to play around the compound on the elevation. But then, even on the game of Miramar, we saw hard shift after hard shifts after hard shift. Every single team was getting juked by the circle. And I think so in the game of Sanhok, too. We might just see something like that. If we see a standard circle, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed.
I have a question for you, though. We've been talking about Team Xpark quite a lot. What about Team Spark, though? Where are they?
Well, it's like Team Xpark stole all their spark, right? So Xpark is just able to get all the power. They're like energetic from the side of Team Spark, and somewhere down the line, Team Spark is just not even getting the limelight.
Yeah, I mean, they've been missing from the matchup this entire, and it's not just them. In game number 1, we saw Invader Esports also step things up. Snowflakes, the first quad wipe on Erangel was by their hands. On Miramar as well, they tried to step things up. But it feels like they can't really make it through the mid-game stages for some reason.
I've noticed one thing. Whichever team Salty's rooting for, they're just getting eliminated right after that. Like he said, Snowflakes is also going to be one of those teams that he will be going with, and then instantly Snowflakes not able to perform. But you know what? Now, as you went with Team Xpark, I would like to make my prediction once again over here, and even I'm going to go with Team Xpark.
Why are you copying me?
Listen, we're not copying. We're brothers.
All right.
Good friends, right?
I would like to change my prediction. Now it's MD.
Wow.
Team MD,
well, I guess he doesn't want to be my good friend. But anyways, I'm pretty sure the team
There has to be some competition, man. Friendly fire, right?
Listen, the competition's already enough that's going on inside the round. What, 2,048 teams, Johnny? How much more competition do you want? Already the format is so brutal.
But that's the best part, right? I mean, the more cutthroat the format becomes, the more entertaining it is going to be for us, for you guys, our viewers as well. And I think at the end of the day, once the teams actually do make it through to the next stages, things in terms of the amount of games that they're going to have to play, it's going to make things a little bit more easier for the consistent teams, the teams that can actually be consistent, as we talk about. Again, bring the conversation back to Team MD, Frequency, and Gen X. Teams like these 3 names are going to have the ability to move forward. But again, this is just round 1. You have to finish in the top 3, and we have been talking about 4 teams again.
Hey, not just that, even Wild Officials, right? They had quite a good start inside the game of Erangel, but then inside the game of Miramar, Wild Officials a little bit absent. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Wild Officials, so again, they had 2 finishes on Erangel. They had 10 placement points. That is, again, another team, just like we talked about DAWs in the previous game, a team that's relying completely on those placement points. And whenever you have a playstyle that relies on you to have those high placements, consistently making it to the top 3, the top 2, you will be playing for survival. Surviving on Sanhok can be a difficult task, but if you think about it, I mean, heal battle is always an option available to the lads.
Especially when you take that early hit in the game of Sanhok. It's really tough. I feel like Sanhok is one of those games it's really hard to pull off a 3v4 or even a 2v4. In general, you need every single player up and alive in the late game scenarios. You never know where a snake is lying around.
But the DBS has changed all of that. Now you can clutch out positions just if you have that one weapon in your hand. It can make you look like an absolute god inside this game. And these undergods, they're waiting for that opportunity right now to turn themselves into the gods of BGMI. But as we talked about the zone, we talked about the teams that we are expecting to perform in the next game. Which team has kind of sort of let you down? Like the performance from Erangel did not match what happened on Miramar.
Wild Officials, literally. That's why I just brought this team up, right? On the map of Miramar, I had a lot of expectations. I would also say MD. I mean, yeah, we did see them in the late game situations, but still I had much more expectations from MD2. Invader Esports as well, the same thing.
Yes.
Invader Esports had such a good positioning in the game of Miramar, but they still lost out on that. And I would blame the Circle completely, because for a while we thought Invader Esports, they have the prime spot. They also have the high ground to play with, but then the Circle takes a hard shift on the southern side, and Invader Esports, they get caught off guard.
I was just going to say Invader Esports because my expectations were also pumped up after their performance on Erangel and Miramar. Their positioning looked quite solid. I was expecting, all right, a little bit more aggression. Maybe they can take this game away, but it did not matter. Zone gave up on them. Not just gave up on them, just absolutely betrayed them completely. And they weren't really able to deal with the pressure of finding the entry inside of the zone. But it doesn't matter. Sanhok, they have another opportunity to secure the win for themselves. Will they actually be able to do that? Do you think if they win the next game, they can move into the top 3?
They can definitely go for the med strat, Johnny. They can go for the med strat. One of the players just stays all the way out in the blue. The rest 3 players, they go inside the circle, try and find some elimination points. Even if they do get like 6 or 7 elimination point with a second spot with the med strat, that's really good. I would say that's a consistent fit that every single team would like to eye out for. And I think so. Other teams like MD as well should try to do so.
I mean, MD can actually go for it, but I think after watching the first 2 games, I don't think going for a heal battle or playing for survival is in the books. That word is missing from their vocabulary. All they know is taking the fights and coming out on top in those situations. Even if it's an individual player like Luffy securing those eliminations, the team does benefit from him, and they figure out a way to play around him, protect him, because that is what happened in game number 1 as well. The reason the players went out early, they were trying to stop the force from, I think it was wrong word that was trying to push up on them, and they tried to protect their teammate from the assault headed in their direction, but they were unable to do so. Luffy went down and the entire team was wiped out. Even in this game, I mean, of course, the man is incredible. He has been performing consistently in both the maps, so why not just do that? It seems like an easier strat to play.
Not just that, even Wild officials, I would say, even for them, the qualifications on the line, they need to do anything possible to get the game of Sanhok in their hand. And speaking about Sanhok, once again, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last game for this group as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. Plane flat path starting all the way from Hatin towards Lakavi, and my co-pilot take it away.
Yeah, we're just dropping the players on this map now because this is the last game. And after this, we're going to move on to the next group, do the same thing with them. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, as Necro mentioned, Hatin to Lakavi, this flight path is leaning heavily towards the northern side of the map. But it is Sanhok. It is a very small map. Doesn't matter. Teams will be able to glide to the preferred spot without even breaking a sweat.
Speak about not breaking a sweat. Now, the southern sides are going to be uncontested, Johnny. Sami, Bantai, Camp Charlie. If the teams do want, they can try and go for the med strat.
I mean, they can, but in order to collect the amount of first aids that you need to go for a heal battle, you will definitely have to move around quite a lot. Look for those healing utils. But, ladies and gentlemen, drop clash in boot camp, and it is going to be Wave Gaming. They have been so unlucky in the first few matches. In this one, though, they're taking on Stunner Gang, and they are coming out on top.
Yeah, Wave Gaming doing a really good job against the players of Stunner Gang, so the Vectors in the close lines, they're just doing so much damage. Wave Gaming, they've got a massive advantage inside the fight whatsoever. And now Stunner Gang, they're on the verge of getting eliminated too. S12 get pulled out for the close, whips all the shot. The opponent does a fantastic job in capitalizing. Mamba 2 closes on up for the backlines. 2-on-3 scenario from which Mamba is trying his best to unload all the magazines. And this one guy from the side of Stunner Gang clutches it out, and the team will be surviving to see another day.
Wave Gaming, that was a massive, massive blunder from their side. I believe it was Shaban who just charged towards the lad without even realizing where he was, even though it was a point-blank collision, a point-blank fight between them. But Stunner Gang, Mamba, an incredible rescue from this man, makes sure that his team is going to be alive for the next few moments. And look at this. Stunner Gang, they were down in place. Ninja is there in the corner room. He was taken out as well. And just wait for it.
How do
this is the moment I was talking.
Lose a fight where you've got the most advantage in? That's what I don't understand. And then Mamba just comes in and closes on the distance and just gets both the players down. He only had 22 bullets in his magazine. And those 22 bullets were more than enough. It just feels like the players of Wave Gaming, they just did not really have a good surrounding awareness. And speak about having the surrounding awareness, we've got Sarang. Whoa, with the new set too. Man, I want this X-Suit.
Yeah, you've been talking about it.
Yeah.
Hopefully soon we get it. But one thing that I want to say is Look at where these two teams are. Xmark did not give up on Binam. They have chosen to go for their own drop. And this might be quite a detrimental result for Wild Official, losing out players this early in the game. Necro, we had massive expectations from this name, but it feels like Xmark is just going to shut them down early.
Yeah, they're just getting warmed up in the game of Sanhok in the rainforests. It's too cold out there. And that's why they're trying their best to get their hands a little bit bloody and also just get rid of the competition that's in the front. And we had a little bit of talks about this team too. That's currently in the front lines of Team Xmark. Already they're down to just a two-man squad. The firepower being cut off to 50%. It's going to be so tough to bounce back inside this fight, considering Aditya and Sarang are the one pushing in. Up close and personal, spot out the player that was in the front. Nicely done, dealt with that threat. Dreams does a great job. Aditya closing on up and also looking forward to take the last man down. TBS pulled up close and personal, and that's going to be it. WO, they get eliminated from the game.
They just ran over them. Team Xmark running over Wild Official like a lawnmower over grass. Vodka 69 hiding in the corner, wasn't really able to do anything. He went down first outside the compound, and then his teammate was gunned down indoors. The second exit of this game, ladies and gentlemen, right after Wave Gaming in the early stages. Stunner Gang, they're still there, and in boot camp, I believe there was another team on the periphery that can actually push forward and go for the finish on the players of Stunner Gang soon.
I highly doubt, though, they'll try to do so. If they've already made a safe drop not inside exactly one of the bigger cities, then their approach is going to be to play it out safe. And especially, they must have already read the names in the elimination feeds, right? They know it's Team Xmark. It's quite tough to go up against a team like that.
Well. MD on our screen, another big name, another name that we have been looking forward to. But it feels like they are quite far away from any sort of action all the way towards the southeastern edge of the map in the city of Kampong. So they don't really have a lot to do on our screens now. Frequency Esports have been quite consistent in the first two games. 13 from game 1, 15 from game 2. In this game, they're going to have to drop at least 20 points or secure at least 20 points for themselves if they want to move forward to the next stage.
Without a doubt, Frequency, MD, these guys have been one of the most consistent inside the game. But this is where everything will be tested.
Yeah.
Even for Generation X, they need to have a solid game inside Sanhok too. To just pin down that spot inside the top 3.
Kind of a slow start to Sanhok. Not really something that we expected, but two teams wiped out, and it was just the drop clashes in the early stages. I think Frequency might actually go for a hunt, because we do just have BT on our screens right now, but on the map, it felt like there was another squad that rotated quite close to them.
Yeah. Frequency for now, though. They're going to be in much more safer grounds. Snowflakes in front of us. One of those teams that Salty likes to root for. Last chance, last opportunity to pounce yourself, catapult yourself inside the top 3. It's next to impossible at this point in time.
Yeah. I mean, with the amount of points that have been secured by the top 4 in the overall, I think it is going to be a challenge for Team Snowflakes. But if they have a big game, imagine 20 eliminations plus the chicken dinner. Oof.
Okay, that's just a fantasy world. Relax.
Why?
Because this team's already not been doing great, and as analysts and as commentators, we need to stick to stats.
Yeah, but that is something that I think can change in an instant. See, even though as you said, I mean, it is a fantasy world, it's the BGIS. This is the place where dreams turn reality.
You've got a point. You've really got a good point. But you know what? Let's see if their fairy-tale run actually comes true or not.
Oh, yeah.
That's still a big question. Because as soon as they get eliminated, I'm going to say their fairy tale does not come true.
Are you going to be the fairy godmother, though?
No.
Why not?
I do not have any qualities of being that, Johnny. But you know what? We've got wrong word in front of us. I do not know how many wrong words they have. But let's see. It's enough for them to actually do good inside the game. And Ace in front of us. Spots out a team making that rotation, and they are actually going to get out of here harms free.
Well, Ace can be the ace that they need to secure the win of this game. But they're looking to back off. I believe they have an inkling that they might be getting surrounded right now. All 4 players were moving towards those shacks, and even though they have cover protection, the safety is always going to be of the utmost importance. All right, now X-Pac. I got worried for a second over there. X-Pac is a little bit further away from the squad inside those shacks. That is going to be Team Snowflakes. So the Snowflakes are going to be protected for a while, but X-Pac, they turn up the heat. Snow is going to melt.
I would like to see them turn up the heat. I want that spark turning into fire.
Ooh.
That's how things start. But speak of Team X-Spark, I mean, you know what? I'm not going to speak. They're already too much known inside the community whatsoever. Over here, the main focus has to be frequency, and
MD.
then also MD, and
Gen
also
X.
Wild Official and Gen X.
Gen X, yeah.
Wild Officials too, they've got a chance. If they really do get a magnificent game over here, then things can be back in their hands once again.
It is going to be an interesting position for Gen X to be in right now, because you see a few other squads in the distance, but look at this. I mean, as we were talking about X-Pac for so long, I think Snowflakes, they have had enough of it. They want to wipe out this team, and Sarang is going to be the first man to go down.
Yeah, but 2 players up close and personal from that team. Godza, they did not really have that good of a start in the game at Miramar, but they would not want the same thing repeating in Sanhok too. A threat is approached way too up close and personal. Ultron could be in the receiving lines too. But now he's done a great job just neutralizing that threat, or his teammates done a great job neutralizing that threat with the single utility that came into play. And every single player from the side of Godza, it just seems like they're ready to take a fight in the front.
Well, let's see though. They seem ready for now. Godza 17, they have the initial knock and the finish converted in their favor. Wrong word. Oh no, pixel shots and disconnect. It is going to be absolutely impressive, but yeah, the precision was a little bit off over there. Kind of lucky for the side of wrong word.
Yeah, the M4 and the 3X spray coming into play. It can be a little bit tough if you're not going to have the M4 completely kitted out. But for now, at least the players of Godza have found themselves in a big advantageous spot inside this entire fight. And wrong word, they're in a big receiving end. They should not be playing this fight entirely like this. 2 of the players in the front, such an unorthodox approach inside this fight has gave the players of Godza a big advantage now. And even another player from wrong word, he's chipped up a bit too low.
Extremely low. Just a few pixels left on that HP bar, and I think he might just be the last player, well, the second last player surviving for his team as well. It's going to be extremely difficult to make it through to the endgame stages, and he is the last man after all. And, well, there are no more men left from the side of wrong word. The team is out of the game.
Too wrong for them. 1 finish only accumulated from the wrong word. But that's a wrong number to me.
When everyone just keeps saying 2 wrongs don't make a right, apparently 4 also don't make a right.
Wow, Johnny. Good sense of humor, man. I mean, if you actually bring that sense of humor out on the show, I don't think so anyone would be watching the English stream anymore.
Wow. Really?
I'm
That's
just
what
kidding,
you're
man.
going with right now first?
I'm just kidding me.
All
I'm
right.
just kidding. Come on. You're always my good homie. I can make jokes like
Not
you
anymore.
want. Hey, yo. But anyways, I mean, we've got the replay in front of us, and
That nade was brutal.
yeah, it was. The way it just eliminated the enemy in the front. But now Dawes in front of us. At least Drop was doing quite a great job inside the heal battle. Now, I would like to see Drop once again going for that, because Dawes, I don't know if they've actually got a chance to be inside the top 3 or not, but they can at least try to secure some more consistent points.
Plus, I think if you go for a heal battle on Miramar, well, it wouldn't be as effective as it would be on Sanhok.
Yeah.
You can close in a lot of distance between the final zones and, well, secure a lot of points. We've seen teams basically make it to the top 2 just by going for those heal battle strats. And now, in this game, Dawn, we know Dawes, they need those points for themselves. Generation X, look at this. So this is what desperation will do to a team. They realize they're close to qualification, and now they're just completely taken their foot off the pedal. They're playing for those placements.
Speak about playing for the placements. Generation X, still in quite a good spot. I don't Other teams still just staying inside the entire vicinity of boot camp. They haven't left that spot yet, Johnny. They're just making that their home. And, well, I guess makes a lot of sense too. But at the same time, I would like them to close their distance on the center of the circle because so far the circle's been the MVP inside the game.
Well, Zone is moving and taking a central shift again and again. We do have the lads from the side of Mob Esports on our screens, having avoided any aggression with their drop in the triple warehouses just behind boot camp. They're now just waiting for the team inside to step out into the open. As you mentioned, though, the Zone might just move away from them in a few short moments. Frequency Esports on our screens this time. Another team that we have been talking about so much. Consistency was there in the first two maps. And this is what I've noticed so far in Sanhok. All the four teams that we were talking about, be it Xpark, MD, be it the lads from Gen X or Frequency Esports, the team on the verge of qualification, they have done the maths. They have crunched their numbers and they know they can't miss out on a single point in this game of Sanhok. They're playing with extreme caution, which is quite good, but that would also mean that the late game is going to be extremely chaotic. But look at this, Dawes is quite close to Frequency Esports now.
But Johnny, still there's 13 teams alive in total. It's tough to say anything for now. And Dawes is spot at that rotation from the side of Frequency Esports. All the shot miss. And that's why the players of Frequency Esports, they get another lifeline inside the game.
But how is he still alive? There was so much damage on that moving vehicle. But still, Frequency, they managed to make it through to the other side, protecting their numbers. But it might be a little too difficult to go anywhere else from here. Because look at how the players of Frequency are split. They are stuck between three teams. There's the lads from Invaders. Team Destroyers is going to be there. And of course, Jaws on the other side is waiting for them as well.
Too much threat. But still a couple of more teams need to move inside the safe zone. That has to be their priority. If you're not going for the med strat, then you better make it inside the safe zone as quick as possible. Frequency Esports, they actually breach outside of the blue. Interesting. Maybe they just want to accumulate a bit more meds. Maybe they want to take their revenge against the opponents too. Don't exactly know what the game plan's looking like for them. But one of the players from the side of Frequency Esports is actually all the way separated from the back. And now the push happens. But the players of IT Furious, they've done a great job keeping their position anonymous inside the compound. John, he tried to go for a 3K, but he gets dealt with in the end.
Oh, but this is going to be intense because now Lee is the last man surviving. He's down to 50% HP. All three of his teammates are knocked out. One more nade in the exact same spot. And Generation X, their game is going to be over. He gets pushed upon and Generation X are taken out of the game. And I think that might be qualification over as well for them.
Yeah, well, you never know though, Johnny. It was way too close to comfort. As you mentioned, that might just be it. But I still have a lot of question marks. And you know what? I would like to keep that suspense going still inside the game. Team Xpark 2 in the receiving lines. Not exactly Team Xpark, but yeah, still they're having a little bit of troubles inside this fight.
Frequency Esports. This is payback, I guess, but from the wrong team. Team Destroyer, they're trying to destroy the competition, but I think the best they can do is just gatekeep the players from Frequency Esports. They've already lost one player in an attempt to secure these points. And any more overcommitment in a situation like this can definitely backfire. Still the early stages. Moving towards the mid stage of the game, stage 3 is here.
Indeed it is. Still not going to deal enough damage on the players though, so they're going to be comfortable even if they are in the blue zone. And Frequency Esports is one of those, as you mentioned, Team Destroyers. Even they are quite out in the open. For Team Destroyer to make it in the safe zone, it can be a bit of a challenge because in the front lines is a big foe that is not letting them surpass whatsoever. Or maybe they will need to figure out a new rotation pathway if they've got their hands on the vehicles. But look at this positioning coming in from the side of Judd. He let those two players just breach inside the compound first, and then it was a massive surprise just revealed on their faces.
Well, it was an unpleasant surprise over there. Xpark still looking for more fights. You know they have the points in the bag already. But out in the open, not really a position you want to make a lot of noise from. As well, using that third-person perspective, free look. Smaller lie inside of the game.
Oh, wow.
And, you know,
Circle centers on up.
Query.
This is quite an interesting one, Johnny. if it does actually end in Quarry itself, in the lower grounds, it's going to be so interesting. Because that Battle of Quarry wouldn't be just like a normal battle. It will be a blood battle.
Well, then, at the end of it, I mean, there's going to be a lot of chaotic fights if the zone actually does move to that southern side. But let's see. Still a lot of time before we see the next shift, and Mob have decided they don't really want to be a part of this early game. Well, even the mid-game aggression, they instantly just back off, trying to move up the hill, but shots being fired on that UAZ.
Oh, wow.
And look at
this
that,
guy.
jumping from seat to seat to protect himself.
Well, that's one way to dodge the bullets, I guess.
Yeah.
And every single person that is looking to get inside BGMI, that is looking to learn the game, this is one of those tricks. If you're in the vehicle, in the passenger seat, and you're getting shot at, and if you've got some empty seats in your vehicle, just keep on switching the seats to make sure you're not going to get hit by the bullets easily. Just keep on spamming those. But MOB in front of us. Now, they do know exactly where the opponents are, too. And those team in the front, which is Stunner Gang, they did take a massive hit in the initial fight that they took against the players of Wave Gaming. But let's see how these two players are actually going to be able to deal with all the problems that will be put up against them.
There are going to be a lot more problems in the later stages of the game. They do see the opposition moving out in the open. Utkarsh is going to start the spray, but it does not connect. Instead, Utkarsh and Bhupesh have taken some damage upon them. Smokes being lobbed by the competition is going to deny them the opportunity to take a few more shots. And now, with the lads from the side of Stunner Gang moving forward, I think MOB, they're going to be forced to back off, run up the hill, try and protect themselves, protect their dogs. What is happening over here?
Yeah, Dawes, all the four players to try to make a well-coordinated push, but it's actually bouncing back on them. Molotov toss too inside the closet room, hoping that it will be flushing someone out of that room, and that's what it does. Dawes, they've done a great job executing this fight, but there was a potential chance of them getting third-party. They were getting shot at from the back line, Shawnee, but at least for now they're going to be safe because they get this compound control.
It's right on that southern edge as well. And if what you said, Necro, if we do end up getting that query position, I think Dawes, they have the perfect spot to secure a lot of finish points in those late game stages. But let's see what fate holds in store for us. We do have the last surviving player from the side of Stunner Gang. It is Mamba making a run for his life, while the players of MOB are just keeping an eye on him from the top of that hill over here. Team destroy.
Oh, no.
It's a northern shift, man.
Yeah, it's a northern shift. I wanted to see another southern shift, but hey, sometimes the BGMI gods do not really listen to us, and they actually wanted the circle to form out in the open. And that's what's going to happen. It's in the open. There are a couple of teams, only two teams actually, has found themselves in that circle. I would say INT, Furious, they're one of those teams that are in the best spots. But Spark, too, they're not doing that bad. But considering Spark had lost their Spark, it seems like now Spark has got the Spark back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. But X-Spark, they might have lost Sarang, but I think that X factor of theirs is still going to come in handy. Let's see. On our screens now, looking to move up the hill. It's not going to be easy now. We have transitioned into the late game stages of this match. And now the finish feed, it's going to go at it. We see the players of Dawes getting eliminated by the players of MD in the distance, while Puka still searches for the competition around him. I think Dawes is going to present himself.
Yeah.
He has the 6x. I mean, Dusk is clearly visible right there.
Indeed he is. But still not opting out to shoot against that player. Maybe he wants to keep his position unknown because he knows there's a team right underneath him. And he first wants to get rid of that team. Get a passive advantage, finds a man out in the open, went for the shots, but he missed a couple of them. And that man was quite softened up too, but was not able to get the knockout successfully. So Team X-Spark, valiant effort, but still quite unfortunate in getting that execution done. There's a team right underneath them too. Maybe it's the team of Spark too. Let's see how Spark is going to be able to deal with the players of X-Spark.
Let's see, it's a 2v4 situation at least for now, with Dream in the distance dealing with a threat of his own. And Pukar has been dropped extremely low. It is going to be an intense fight. Snowflakes, they're looking to climb up this hill. Pukar heals up. He has 3 nades upon him. And if he low tosses a single nade upon the players of Snowflake, that maybe he's going to burn them alive. Aditya is there for the backup as well. It looks quite good. This nade utility is on point, but it was prepped for the players of DOS. It doesn't matter. Inferno is going to be burned alive with the help of Molotov, and DOS, they lose out on one of their players as well. Puka is still standing tall and strong, ready for his team, but will it be enough to get them the points that they need?
Yeah, elimination feed finally starting to pop up once again. We see those 3 figures too, but now the team that's right underneath the players of Team X Park, this is where things are starting to spice up even more, because the wall of death starts to close in. It's going to force these teams to duke it out against each other if they do want to find a comfortable spot inside the circle, but both those players end up missing a lot of shots, and this is where the opponents do get a massive advantage in the fight.
Well, the advantage is there right now, but will this help them secure the win? Oh no, a massive blunder from the other side. And X-Pac, they make sure that the opposition is gonna pay for it. DOS, a team that has been their target for the previous 3 minutes. Now finally, can X-Pac put them out of their misery, or will DOS return the favor? And I guess it's gonna be the lads from MD who just show up out of nowhere, finish off X-Pac, and are looking to secure a lot of finish points in the game.
Oh my god!
Take a look at this, they have 8 already, and after X-Pac, they're gonna take the spark from Spark.
Yeah, it seems like they were definitely on the receiving end, but now Dragon is taking a bit too much damage with that DBS, but eventually a really good maneuver from that man, and Dragon managed to shut down the man that was pushing up way too up close and personal. The next circle chip comes into play too. It's actually a no man's land.
A phenomenal run by Team MD in this game. 9 eliminations secure, but with Reflex down, Dragon is going to be the last player surviving for his team. Top 5, it's already there. Can they make it to the top 3 and secure the points, I guess? Yes! That nade! Phenomenal! An easy finish secured, and now he looks forward towards the lad of Spark. It was quite close, and it's gonna be good as well, as Sasuke is finished off. The second one should finish the job.
Boom! What a nade that was! Dragon! This man is indeed the Dragon, just unleashing himself against the opponents. Just flames out from his mouth, and Dragon is devouring anyone that stands against him. The competition is getting nullified as Dragon, he gets his eyes locked onto that player. And now DOS is going to be another team that might just fall down. IT Furious too, Rajput slowly and steadily being the snake inside the circle, closing in because the Wall of Death too is forcing him to do so. And Dragon actually gets engulfed inside the play zone, inside the blue zone itself. So if he wants to make it in, he needs to move out in the open, and that's what he does, moves out in the open, and there's no chance for him to fight back. And DOS, they do a great job in neutralizing that threat, but finally the push happens. IT Furious pushing up against the last man from DOS, and Dice gets dealt with. IT Furious is going to be the one to get the chicken dinner in the last game of Sanhok for that group.
And to secure that finish in style as well, Rajput made a run for it inside the blue zone to secure that final finish, and the winner chicken dinner as well. I'm literally at the edge of my seat after this match.
I was too, but then I just once again postured myself as soon as I heard it's coming back to you guys, because dude, trust me, that end fight was just so hype. Dragon, the single man, being able to dominate the competition in the final moments. He's like one-man army.
Yeah, he was indeed. He took down, I think he was responsible for finishing off 3 teams in that final few moments, and there was a clutch play as well. He was the last player surviving for his entire squad, and it was his responsibility to secure the points if possible. And I think after a run like this in all 3 games, MD might have toppled over X-Pac for that number 1 spot.
Look, they were looking quite confident in all the 3 games. They were also quite consistent too in all the 3 games. A lot of question marks indeed, Johnny, but you never know how things are going to be unfolded, because as we all know, after the 3rd game is when we are able to see the overall standings, because even the prediction is quite cruel. They like to keep that suspense going for the entire group matches.
I mean, they're not as cruel as you make them out to be, because we will see the overall rankings, the stats for this game, what is going to happen to these teams, but all of that and more, ladies and gentlemen, is after this short break. So you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम चकलम भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में है ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty now, because that last game of Sanhok got so intense, he had to catch his breath. So Salty's going to be my man for the next matchup. And how are you doing? Was the intensity now good enough for you?
Bro, I feel like this is one of the most intense games. And to be honest, this has been one of the most cutthroat groups of this entire scene so far. But top 3. Who's going to be making it inside?
Also, this has been the most cutthroat group yet. Today's just day 2. This is just the third group that we witnessed. And I mean, I can't wait to see what the other lads, I mean, especially considering we are going to start off with the next group soon, are going to bring to the table. But before that, highlights of the previous game. Let's have a look at those and see the action unfold again for the second time. It has happened before, but a refresher for what happened on Sanhok.
Absolutely, Team Stunner Gang. They were up in the faces of this other team. And how beautifully, right? Wave Gaming, we've seen them struggle so far. But, of course, they did try to put up a fight, but once again, an early exit.
Yeah. And I expected Xpark to actually change their drop, but I mean, that was wrong of me. It's an experienced team. They have that confidence, like no matter who shows up, we can take that fight. And especially considering the first 2 games were amazing from their side. They did not really have a lot to lose in this game as well. Then there was this situation with wrong word, which was kind of awkward for them. They were stuck out in the open. They got destroyed. Over here, we do see Frequency Esports kind of in a teasing situation among themselves. The communication goes off between the players, and one lad gets knocked out outside the compound. They do recover quite easily as well. Stunner Gang, although as you mentioned, I mean, this team was, they did adapt quite nicely to the disadvantage that was there for them.
They certainly did, right? I mean, but at the end of it all, they had to get enough points to actually qualify.
Yeah.
But, I mean, to be honest, the amount of performance and the amount of points that were accumulated by Xpark as well as Team MD and Frequency Esports as well in some circumstances, I feel like making it to the top 3, it's going to be an extremely hard task. And look at this, Team MD just unleashing themselves, 8 finishes already, and they racked up a couple of more.
Team Spark made a desperate attempt to go for that push behind that rock. And they did not anticipate that Dragon, just one player from the corner of that shack, was going to deny them that position all alone. This move from Rajput was brilliant. Had the other lad just paid a little bit more attention to his sound cues, he would have realized he was shooting in the wrong direction. And it was a DBS against an AKM. I know the DBS out damages the AKM, but you have to hit that one first shot if you manage to connect it on the head of the opposition. That changes everything.
You know, to be honest, up until a couple of times earlier, maybe the AKM was the god of close combat. And then, of course, DBS just came in, completely switched up the game. But I still remember, Necro was roasting me quite a lot for choosing INTX Furious. This time, I think he's been proved wrong.
Yes,
at least for a little bit.
Yeah, at least for a little while. I mean, we'll have to change that verdict once we have the overall rankings in front of us. But that is what it will all come down to. 3 matches for these teams are done. Now we have to look forward to how many points have they actually secured. And I think apart from Team Xpark and MD, we're going to have to wait to see what that third team will be. And who will it be? In fact, who do you think is going to be on the third position?
I think Frequency Esports, just because of the fact that they've been consistent throughout, but then, of course, with so many teams actually trying to jab at them, trying to throw in that knockout punch, the third place is like extremely dicey at this point. First two, just like you said, it's done and dusted.
You know what's difficult? The conversation we were having in the morning before game 1 began. We were assuming, all right, top 96, if you want to be there, make it to the 4th position. In this group, the team on the 5th spot might actually stand a better chance than the teams that came before them. Because this group was extremely competitive. And we do have squads like Generation X, Gen X. I'm actually worried about them. I don't know if they're going to be in the top 3 instantly. They're going to be sitting on the 4th position, waiting for the overall leaderboard to be built up by the end of the round 1. And that is when they might make it to round 2, and that question mark is something that everyone is going to be worried about.
That question mark is so dreadful, isn't it? I mean, you've done your performance and you're waiting for the overall report card to come out. You wait for every single group and you're just praying to God that yes, for sure we could not make it to the top 3, but hopefully that our group did enough. So the 4th position team actually makes it through. And just like you said, Generation X, Miramar was really good for them. If they don't actually make it through from this point on, it'll be a heartbreak.
And it is going to be extremely difficult to realize what has happened to you, because you know you did well, but you don't know you've qualified. So it's like, huh? Am I happy? Am I sad? What am I supposed to feel like? But I guess we will know what the emotions for the teams are going to be like, because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving forward to the stats next. And after that, we're going to have the rankings of this game, starting off, of course, with the Rebel of the match, which also means the MVP of the previous game, which is going to be Dragon from MD. 8 finishes, and I believe 2 of them were just nades.
Absolutely. I mean, what a phenomenal play it has been, and what a phenomenal day. This entire team has had 8 finishes, is something that you can't scoff at. And of course, the rest of the team is also there to try and line up after him, not just bank on his finishes, but also contribute to it. But of course, top 5 Rebels, which also equals to the top 5 players of the game. You've got Godza's Ultron OG. Now, finally, Godza could actually get a little bit of recognition for themselves. 5 finishes, decent job, but I don't think it was enough.
I mean, even from Dawes as well, I think, as you mentioned, I mean, it's going to be enough. God's 5 finishes, it's a good individual performance, but I think they were lacking a little bit of placement points in the previous matches. And that is going to come bite them in the overall rankings. But let's have a look at the rankings right now. And this is going to be the scoreboard just for the map of Sanhok. We have INT Furious finishing with 25 points, MD with 22, Dawes with 20, and Godza is going to be there with a measly 12 points. Salty, that's not enough.
That's certainly not enough, and to be honest, this is probably the first time in the BGIS we've seen 3 teams cross the 20-point margin. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is extremely cutthroat, and for teams like maybe Frequency Esports, who just could get 8 points, Generation X could only get 1 point. the kind of safe haven which they had built up in the overall standings, I feel like now that is being challenged.
This group is going to have the highest cutoff ever, I believe. Because by my calculations, and I'm not that bad at maths to be honest, I'm not great either, but I'm decent. And by my calculations, I think we have a lot of teams over 30-point marker. We have a lot of teams, I think at least 2 teams beyond 40.
We'll need to find out. I mean, we obviously will find that out when the overall standings come up. But it seems like INTX Furious with 25 points. I just hope that in the first 2 games they acquired enough points that they actually make the cut. But just like you said, the cutoff is going to be extremely massive. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to transition into the overall scoreline, it is going to be Team MD who actually come on top. Generation X 41, the cutoff is so massive. INTX Furious in the 4th spot, 37 points.
33 points isn't enough to get you into the top 5 in this particular group. That is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Frequency Esports on the 5th with 34 and INT Furious with 37 points on the 4th position. Generation X, they barely make it through, 41 points to their name, and it is those extra finishes that help them cross the threshold. But remember what I was talking about. Team MD, look at what they have done. They were consistent. X-Spark, they took their foot off the pedal right at the end of Sanhok, and well, Team MD, they surpassed them. 62 points secured in 3 games, but again, we have seen Team Insane before. Still, a very competitive group, not one-sided at all.
Not one-sided, and to be honest, it just breaks my heart that INTX Furious, they had a chicken dinner to work with, but consistency from Team ND, just like you said, it was enough to outshine the competition. The second page, of course, not really that surprising, to be honest. They've just had disappointment throughout the day, throughout the game itself. And look at that massive difference. This is what I was expecting. When the top teams, they start banking upon those points, they start accumulating those massive numbers, the teams at the lower part of the table, they are going to be facing the drought of it. And that is how the points difference is built up. And just like you mentioned, the 6th position team with 33 points, it seems like they are competing against the top 3 teams of the last 2 groups.
Exactly, they are competing against the top 3 teams of the previous groups. I mean, apart from teams like Team Insane that we saw, because that was a special once in a millennia performance that they put on the table, to be honest. But apart from that, I think for teams like INT Furious, what this group has showcased, and all the teams in the top 6 have done that, is do not leave that chicken dinner performance for the last game of your group. Don't wait till Sanhok to pop off. Do it on Erangel, do it on Miramar, secure the qualification points as early as possible. But it's done.
It's done.
Previous group is done. Now we move on to the next one.
We definitely move on to the next group. It's going to be group number 42. And ladies and gentlemen, one big name, of course, which stands out from the rest is going to be Newman Gaming. But speaking of the underdogs, we have a lot of good names and a lot of good logos. You were mentioning about this Lag Esports, probably one of the best logos that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it just goes so well with their name. That is something that I instantly noticed. Team Falcons have a pretty, well, that's a pretty amazing looking Falcon over there as well. And Team Alex, I think they just put Alex as their logo. I assume that's Alex. A lad named Alex.
We've got a mad scientist esports as well. I want to find out what sort of experiments they are going to pull on the Battlegrounds itself, because it's all about the innovative gameplay. That is something which we were expecting. Innovative gameplays, innovative play styles, and hopefully that actually takes you through. And underdogs, they have showcased that they do come up with surprises.
Also, after the fiasco of Group 39 before them, I would like to bring the attention to the fact that the top 96 leaderboard, that is still there. And because these 3 teams have done so well for themselves, that means the other 3 other teams that are about to perform either today or tomorrow or the day after, they're going to have to step up quite a lot if they want to make sure, if they fail to make it into the top 3, at least the top 96 spot is still there. And I'm just talking about the groups on broadcast. I realize that, but still, there are a lot of other groups as well. We're going to have to see what the point differences are like that.
And we have no idea what is happening out there. It's an absolute wild, wild west, ladies and gentlemen. But hoping that even the teams who are not making it inside the top 3, they are just banking on, just like you said, like maybe Sanhok is not the best way to get yourself that big chicken, but if the first 2 maps fail, do not be shy of trying to go all out, because that top 96, it's like a second chance. It's like a second shot at birth.
Exactly. And if you fail to make it through, the journey is over before it even started, because this is just round 1. We have all the way till the grand finals. And before that, there's round 2, round 3, round 4. There's losers bracket as well. There's the semi-finals after that. And then, of course, is the ultimate prize, the grand finals, the stage that you all have been waiting for. But it's way ahead in our journey. For now, though, I mean, let's start talking about the next group, Group 42, that's in front of us right now. You did mention Newman Gaming is the biggest name inside of this lobby right now. And Newman, I believe, just like Xpark, they might be looking to steamroll over the competition.
They certainly will, right? And their general play style is also pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
I am expecting a good performance out of them. But to be honest, if the undergods step up, it's not that difficult to actually outshine Newman Gaming. To be honest, in certain situations, Newman Gaming do falter, and that is when they are being pressed aggressively right at the start.
They know how to use the aggression to their advantage when they are the ones initiating the fight. Problem occurs when it's the other team pushing towards them. The defensive compound play is something that has been a challenge in the recent days, but they have had time to work upon them. And of course, being a well-known team in a lobby like this comes with its advantage in the fact that you have experience to adapt to certain unorthodox situations that might be unorthodox for newer teams, but you have dealt with them in the past. But the disadvantage is the fact everyone knows you. Everyone knows your name. They know where you drop. They know who's the first man running into a fight. They know who's the man in the backlines providing the cover fire. And they know exactly what they have to do to pick your team apart one by one. Why? Because they have seen the other pro teams do it.
Exactly. But you know what, Johnny? Knowing something is different. Executing it inside such a high-pressure situation is also something. And I'm hoping that there is going to be an MD Esports coming out of this group as well, who is going to completely outshine. No chicken dinners, but still the consistency.
I don't just want an MD. I want a Generation X frequency Esports. I want all of the previous performances to reoccur in this match as well, because that was very intense. I mean, even though the games might have had a slower pace in comparison to day number 1, what we saw on broadcast, but still, the intensity of that overall ranking was making sure that everyone was just focused on every single team. And we were also, during game number 4, we figured out, all right, we have these 4 teams to look forward to. By the time we made it to Sanhok, instead of 4, there were now 6 games, 6 teams to look forward to. And that just meant that you knew it was going to be an intense battle in the end. And I want the same deliverance from this group.
You know what? A very interesting fact is that our very close friend Maisie on the Hindi desk said that maybe after the second game, the top 3 is decided. I mean, he was possibly very, very wrong, because Sanhok just completely shattered that overall standings. And to be honest, I feel like something of that sort should happen here as well. The underdog teams who are coming up, just transition yourself under gods. Just go to that Super Saiyan mode and try and take down the top dogs. Try and take down the teams who is at the very top. Make the overall standings as complicated as it can be up until the very end. Because, you know, as gamers, we always know that as long as you have that last breath, you should never give up.
Exactly. I mean, it's not over until it's over. And that sort of mindset can keep you going forward inside of this match. Even if you're the last player standing for your team, you can secure some placement points, a few additional finishes towards the end if you run out your first aids or med kits. And that can be beneficial to your squad as well. And it is going to be of the utmost importance to fight for every single point, because points are important. Not just here. If you fail to make it in the top 3, again, top 96 leaderboard. That is still there.
And to be honest, you know, speaking about this top 96 leaderboard, it's such an uncharted territory, because we have never seen this in action previously, right? And now we don't know how many tiebreakers there are going to happen. We don't know what is going to be the situation, who is going to have more placement points, who is going to have more finish points, because that overall scorecard is not displayed anywhere. And all you can do as a team is like try and get every single point, just like you mentioned.
Exactly. And for now, I think that is it. You can perform your best inside of the 3 games that you have in round 1, and then hope for the best in the variant. If you finish in the top 3, good for you. Congratulations on moving to round 2. If you fail to make it into the top 3 and are on that 4th, on the 5th position, well, keep your fingers crossed and pray. Pray that you make it into that top 96 bracket and you get an opportunity to play in the round 2. But for now, with game number 1 about to begin on the map of Erangel, I can't wait to see if we actually do have and Team MD in this group. We do have a frequency. Esports. Is someone going to perform like Gen X? I think these names are going to establish themselves in the future. I think they have a bright future ahead.
Hopefully they have a bright future ahead. But once again, like, you know, at the start of every single group, it's like a massive reset.
Yeah.
Once again, we are in the land of the unknown because nobody knows these teams. Once again, they come in with unknown gameplay, unknown play styles, unknown players, hopefully unknown superstars.
Hey, but see, since we've been talking about the previous group so much, let's have a look at the stats of the individual performances from the previous group and see what the individuals were able to bring to the table. I mean, we still haven't gotten over what just happened with Group 39, and there it is. Look at that. Team MD, Luffy, 12 finishes, Dragon with 12, and then we have the most experienced player in the lobby, Sanhok, with 10 eliminations. He got outperformed in that one.
Absolutely outperformed, outshined, and in fact not just by one but two players of the same squad, Team MD, Luffy and Dragon, and closely followed by Generation X, Flick with 10 finishes and Rajput with 9 finishes. Now this goes to show that mechanically every single individual is so equal.
Yeah. And that is why I said, I mean, if you are not focused in even against these newer teams, you are basically digging yourself a very difficult situation. In terms of skill level, as you mentioned, everyone is extremely close. It's like there is no difference between the individual players. It's just decision making in difficult situations. That is what separates these pro teams from the new upcomers. Because, I mean, to be fair, the undergods haven't really had that extended experience of dealing with tough situations and making those difficult decisions in the heat of the moment, in between fights. I was watching the matches from yesterday's, the Team Insane's performance, and it looked like every single moment that they were running towards was planned out. It wasn't. It was just the fact that they know how to keep themselves calm and composed in the heat of the battle. And that is what is important as well. In a game like Sanhok, in a game like Miramar, when you're getting shot at from every single direction, you have to be calm.
You have to be calm, and it comes as a result of experience. To be honest, in my opinion, it seems like as long as you're aware of the situation which has happened, you face that situation multiple times. These teams, the experienced teams, in spite of the fact that they come in from the in-game qualifiers, they've played in the Tier 1 lobbies time and time again, and they've faced every situation. And the more you face those same situations, you know that, all right, we're at a mass disadvantage, the other team is pushing in, or probably we're the ones who are supposed to push. We know exactly how to get it done. The underdogs don't know that. But like I always said, this is what the platform does. Just gives them that exposure, gives them that experience.
Exactly. I mean, small little things like realizing, all right, in a squad house, last player surviving, where's he going to go? Either the rooftop or the panic room. Just nade the panic room, run to the roof, finish him off. He's going to be taken out in either one of these places. And that sort of remembering all of those moments that you've experienced in the past, well, we are going to see if these new teams can do that in this first game of theirs. Because Salty, Erangel, game number 1 for Group 42 is about to go live. Are you ready to drop these lads on the map?
I am ready. Aye, Captain. It seems like the flight path, it's going to be something similar that we witnessed in the first game itself. Quite too easy northern fringes. Starts off from the right-hand side of Hospital and ends towards Stauber. Now, this flight path, it's certainly going to be a problem for all the teams who want to drop towards military base or towards Novo.
Since you brought up military base, you know what upsets me? I think from yesterday till now, we have seen a grand total of 2 teams head towards that military base. And that is not enough. It's a high priority location in the game. Teams are a little bit cautious because military base, again, you do expect a lot of challenges. First of all, if you get drop clash, it becomes extremely difficult to survive with all 4 players. And the next challenge, if you have a zone anywhere on the main island, on the northern side of the map, crossing the military bridge or the Nova Proy bridge, you always expect to be gate kept.
You always expect to be gate kept, to be honest. And that is one of the reasons why I feel like teams have tried to stay away from it, just like you mentioned. But it seems like there might be teams this time around who might take that intermediate drop, maybe go towards the military base. It also kind of depends on the circle. And the circle trends on Erangel have been towards the north.
Yeah. The last few days, yeah, especially towards that northeastern side of the map. And again, an eastern circle. This is, again, as you mentioned, quite similar to the one we had in the first Erangel of the day. Shelter Prison is going to be the center area. We do see Newman on the map, along with the players of NRG, who feels like, yeah, Puchinki is a massive list. Wow, did not even see that. Along with Northern Georgia, actually.
It seems like Team C5, they are going to be in a cluster, just like you mentioned. But towards Saberni, we have 2 teams. Team TA versus, it seems like team number 8. Do they have the weaponry to take this fight early on? Eagle just found a weaponry for himself. Is going to get his hands on an M16 as well. But no shots being established, no contact being established as of now, and no shots being fired. It's just that moment of tension, that Cold War that is starting to brew up, Johnny.
Yeah. Information is going to be required, but even before the information, you're going to need those weapons to be ready to be unloaded into the opposition. Both teams up against each other. Alliance official, they have the weapons. I do see a lot of AKMs on these players. All right, Side X has decided to switch the secondary from another AKM over to the shotgun, making sure that he has something prepped for the close ranges.
The S12K, to be honest, has been the unsung hero. We talk a lot about the DBS, but we also have to remember that this weapon, S12K, sometimes is extremely lethal. But speaking of lethal, this man, Savitar, I call him the clutch master himself, sometimes brings back situations from the dead for this team, Newman.
Oh, for sure. Still being patient. Both the lads, but Seta, alright, he does not want to deal with the lads of Newman. He's looking to back off. Has gained a little bit of distance between himself and Savita from the side of Newman Gaming. Finds Uaz is looking to make a getaway from this position. And of course, this is out in the open. It's going to be a difficult position to be in for both these teams, be it Newman Gaming or Fear Esports.
Yeah, but we still have to keep an eye on those clusters that we witnessed. One towards Siverny and one towards Pachinki. It seems like the Pachinki one has sort of diluted. I can only see Team Lag in that situation. Not really sure if there is somebody else in close proximity. But Siverny, it's still a massive cluster. But it seems like Team Alex, they are trying to find that exit strategy out of that situation.
And I believe it was Tamil Nation that dropped in Pachinki along with the players of Lag Esports. And after that, I think realizing, all right, this might not be a good start for us, at least in the early stage of the match. They have completely abandoned that city, moved out. They were looking to play from Milta, Shelter and Farm, but even there, they find an early cluster waiting for them. And now the players of TN, you see them moving up north onto the map, just a little bit north of that Shelter area. But on Shelter, we have the squad of Falcons.
Yeah, for sure. But Johnny, something which is extremely surprising is the fact that these teams, they're so disciplined. Every single team started moving on to their rotations and started embarking on their vehicles just from the stage 1 itself. All of them are coming into that central part of the circle, which gets me thinking, how many early battles are we going to witness?
Quite a few, I guess, because there's not a lot of cover available, and as you mentioned, there's a massive cluster building up towards the center of the zone, and we expect more teams to close in, because there are a few names moving down south from the northern areas of the map, and if all of them look to head towards Shelter, Prison, even that Milta city, it's not going to be enough space for, well, not anyone, to, if I'm being honest, but again, switching focus to the lads of Falcon, it seems like they have found a safe haven for themselves inside the zone, and this is quite a decent position to be in.
Falcon Jimmy, or Jimmy Falcon, will find out if that person is going to be successful. This time, though, in the realm of BGMI, but it seems like Avi is taking those spot shots, and he's actually taking down Exter.
Well, with the M16 as well, the burst, the tabs, all working out perfectly for him, but after the knock, can he secure the finish for his team? And yes, he will. The first finish of the game, in fact, in the hands of Avi from Newman Gaming.
No surprises there, of course. Newman Gaming, they were always supposed to get these early finishes. But look at this. Savita just wants to dissect this man into two halves, just trying to intercept the rotation. Where are you going to try and run away from me? You're not going to be able to do that. I just hope that Savita has advanced weaponry so that he can contest against three of the players. But instantly decides to back off.
Well, so unfortunately for Savitar, he had the wrong weapon equipped. So as soon as he got out of the vehicle, he had the shotgun on him. And that's not really what you use to spray down vehicles. Even he knows it. He switched it up, but by then the opposition had gotten away. Had it been the DP, the first weapon in his hands, he definitely would have just secured at least one knock and finished right then and there for his team. But hey, no sympathy. They are looking to secure a spot quite close to the center of the zone, but it feels like they are moving towards the players of Newman Gaming.
moving close to the players of Newman Gaming. Of course, they are at the periphery of the map itself. But for now, I think it's going to be an intermediate station for them, just to hold for a couple of more circles. No teams nearby. Newman Gaming has also rotated away from this team, and it seems like they are not going to be challenged. Hoping that No Sympathy can actually live up to their name in the further stages of the circle.
Or maybe if they get taken out, then the opposition is going to show them No Sympathy. It depends how the fights are going to go for them. So far, taking things slow. As you mentioned, they're playing from that eastern edge of the main island, just north of Lipovka, where the players of Newman Gaming are. And talking about the other teams, we have the squad joining us all the way from Georgopol. In fact, an extreme late rotation for that team.
This
LX.
stark contrast between these teams, right? Some of them rotate so early, meanwhile some of them rotate extremely late. It's the second circle and they still, it's the first circle, ending stage of the first circle, and some of them are still taking blue zone damage. Look at that, Team DK still towards that quarry region. Meanwhile, the rest of them are already trying to gamble on which compound the final circle is going to end up in. I think it's going to be ending up somewhere near Shelter. We haven't seen that Shelter final circle for quite a lot.
Either it can have a central shift, but it's going to be more fun if it has a southern shift, either towards Milta City, or, I mean, please, I'm just going to pray for it at this point. A bridge circle. Final bridge circle. No rep, no bridge. I'm going to take it.
There's a team called No Sympathy. But you, as a commentator, Johnny, you're supposed to have sympathy on these teams. You can't be that
I want to have
cruel.
fun, man. Ooh, look at that. The Aston Martin. Looks so good.
Pretty expensive, though.
Anki got it, apparently, already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just saw the reel in the morning. This man just landed. He has lucky hands, though.
Yeah, Maisie's not happy with it.
He was burning.
Yeah, literally.
Quite literally, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, we're talking about a reel. But look at the circle, though. A little bit towards the northern shift.
Yeah.
Maybe your hopes and dreams, Johnny, will be crushed this time. Maybe next time you'll see a bridge circle.
They are crushed entirely. The bridge is not even there. But still, I mean, Milta City is also another fun position to end the game in. And, of course, it's in control of the players of C5 Esports. They have quite a decent position, but the thing is, they are not alone there. There's another squad with them, so they don't really have the freedom they're looking for. But look at this. No Sympathy. And, well, no one's going to show them sympathy with a name like this as well. First knock instantly converted into a finish by the players of NRG.
Team NRG just looking strong, just holding their ground extremely well. Cypher and others, they're just waiting for reinforcements to arrive so that he can actually connect those extra finishes. They know, as a matter of fact, that he could have potentially left that player knocked in, hoping that his teammates or his friends would try and come and revive, but that's not going to happen anymore, I feel like.
Well, it is not going to happen for sure, but yet we are going to be hopeful that at least a few placement points are going to be there for this team. And that is what Pradhan is going to be hoping for, but look at the loadout. No first aids, no energy drinks, no painkillers, no medkits.
No helmet.
No helmet.
Just a cap. That's it.
Yeah.
This man, of course, needs, just like you said, a lot of utility to actually proceed in this game, to be honest, because otherwise if he gets spotted, one shot and he'll be done and dusted. But look at this, Demon Killer Esports, that's not the right place to crash your vehicle. There's multiple players trying to take you down, but of course Dr. IGL will try and provide him enough support fire, cover fire being established so that this team can finally station themselves inside this compound. But just like I said, with so many teams rotating nearby, there will be these mid-game skirmishes.
Yeah, for sure, and a lot of them as well, because the early game was extremely slow. I mean, look at that. We still have 16 teams, 60 players alive in this match. Mid-game chaos, it's going to be extremely difficult to deal with, but now Raptor knocked out by the players of C5. Should be an easy finish for them to secure on the radar. We do see them taking shots on the rest of his teammates as well, but it's going to be GDL 1-5 secures the finish for his team.
I think he wants to name himself Godel15. I mean, it's a Gen Z thing, Johnny. They try and replace the vowels with an X in the name. But right now, C5 Esports, it seems like they are in the midst of battle. There's team number 15 who is trying to rotate right across. And it seems like they have escaped their crosses and their sprays. Gordle 15. So far, they're still trying to get those knocks confirmed. But Cobra OP barely surviving. Spray connecting. But no way the knock was stolen away from him.
Wanted the point so badly. Ran out in the open for those. Was only able to gather one, but now they have given away their position to the opposition. So now the competition knows where they need to knock. Although, Mad Scientist Esports, you were asking what experiments are we going to see from their side. I believe we might just have an answer to that in a few short moments.
At least for now, they are rotating right across the shorelines. And they want to take that the longer rotation path maybe towards the northeastern part of the circle. But look at this, if they actually carry that forward, they will be chased down by number 1 FLC. They'll also face multiple teams in the process, Team Fear as well as Team TNA. Amid the skirmish, it seems like Team FLC, they are going to consume one of the players from Mad Scientist. So maybe with one of the scientists down, the experiments will have to be toned down a little bit.
Well, let's see. It's not going to be easy to move forward in this match, especially considering they are just running in between two teams. But Team Falcons, they have a pretty decent spot for themselves. We saw them a few moments ago. Looking to play as comfortably as possible, Team Falcons. But now Newman Gaming, priority team in this particular lobby, as they are one of the biggest names in the scene as well.
Oh.
Although they just have one elimination this far.
So far they do, but it seems like Team Lag, they're gonna snap in Joy as well as Issue. They're gonna open fire, but it seems like retaliation is perfect. Trades happening left, right, and center, and Issue will try and confirm every single team. Lag Esports, they have consumed the lads from the other team. Beautiful stuff. The coordination was perfect.
Yeah, it was perfect indeed. The push from the two players in tandem. The first man secured the opening for his team, and even though he went down, he made sure that the other person was in a compromised position, allowing Lag Esports to secure those two eliminations to their name and secure the early points as well. But now, this shelter spot, remember the conversation we were having in the early stages. It is extremely difficult to exit the shelter position if you are surrounded from multiple directions. Well, would you look at the radar for a second?
Yeah, 3 teams in close proximity. It seems like it's a triple threat, but of course, they have to identify the threat to nullify it. NRG Cyanide still trying to understand if Lag Esports is on the top or are they underground at this point.
It's going to be quite a difficult decision for them to make, and quite a difficult way to figure out how they want to take the fight, move forward with it, especially considering they're down to the last 2 players. Look at this. Ahmed was taken out from the distance, so he's went forward. Tried his level best, that lad from the side of NRG. It wasn't enough to help his team survive.
I'm pretty sure Ahmed is just being flamed by his teammates right now.
Oh, yeah.
He's being like, who asked you to peek? You peeked, and now both of us are down. It's because of you, man. But look at this Team Falcons. They're hot on the tails of team number 13. And Jimmy is still trying to get his first knock for himself.
Oh, Jimmy, he might have overextended now. A little too much for comfort. He's going to be forced to back off. Takes the UAS with him.
Oh.
Up against the lads from Spartan X. And Spartan X, they are quite low. They have to heal up as quickly as possible. Utility, again, being lobbed upon the players of Spartan X. Fight happening just on top of prison.
Just on top of prison. It's an artillery warfare. And Jimmy is just trying to do his part, but no early knock has been established so far. But the only fear is going to be the fact that Fear Esports is also in the back lines, and it means Spartan X, they're in a sandwich situation, Johnny.
I mean, that is going to be a troublesome situation if Fear X actually moves in for the third party, but we did see the players of C5 making a push, making a run out in the open, and they are going to be punished for that as well. Spartan X, they're looking to secure a few points. Spartan X, in fact, wants to go for a fight, and the nade secures them an opening knock as well, bringing the numbers down to a 3v3. But will that be enough to win this entire situation and move forward with 4 points? Simple answer is going to be a no. If you ignore your flank, you're going to be taken out, and it's not going to be a troublesome situation from here for Team Falcons to actually finish this off.
Gabru just trying to revive his teammate. Meanwhile, Sanatan as well as Jimmy just trying to keep up the ante. The nade just actually passes much further than it was supposed to be in. And it seems like they are not going to stop. There's no breaks in their tracks. Shawaz, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the only hope because the rest of his team, they're softened up quite a bit. Still trying to hold them back, but the US, it's going to rescue Team Falcon, and they know their priorities straight. They want to chase for the zone instead of chasing for those finishes. And it seems like Spot Next, they've got similar job in hand.
Well, they do have a similar job in hand, but look at this! Falcons, this is an absolute disaster for them. Running out into the open, running through, in fact, the players of Fear Esports. But will they make it through? Will they reach their destination in one piece? It is going to be quite difficult for them as Shaitani has taken a lot of damage and is going to be knocked to his feet. Another man from the side of Falcons is going to be taken out, and this is what happens if you go for an open rotation. You won't survive at all.
Out of the fire, into the frying pan, Team Falcons. They had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Out in the open, just like you mentioned, they knew that they were taking shots from every single direction. They had to take cover. But that broken vehicle was not enough cover for them, and now Gabru is the only one who is still standing. Danex, oh my goodness, the vehicles. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, but Shavaz is still there. Going for a revive on his teammate. They will have to be extremely careful. Shots connecting on that rock right next to his head. He's positioned themselves perfectly in the gap between the boulders. But look at this. Team LX Shadow, he's for the hunt, out on the hunt with his teammates. And they know for a fact that there's a lad hiding inside that smoke, going for a revive. But they are not, they don't have a vision till yet. I don't think it's going to be a lot of hope for Demon Killer Esports. It's just one or two last players remaining, and these two individuals are also quite exposed. They take down Killua, so Demon Killer Esports, well, they are looking to fall back, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, two of them knocked out, one pair surviving, and that's only going to be Mim. He knows that he wouldn't be able to save his fallen comrades right now. And the only thing which he can do is to try and preserve his own life.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what he's doing with the couple of spokes that have been laid out across. But it seems like Team Lag, if I'm not mistaken, Team LX, in fact, they're the ones who are continuously chasing him down. He's trying to chase him down. Meanwhile, we have that map mini feed on our screens. And the circle, it's notorious, Johnny.
Yeah. But let's see. Another hard shift towards the northwestern side of the map. And this one is favoring, well, the lads from TA, DK is there right on the edge, but they don't really have the numbers to survive. NRG, I believe, is a team in an advantageous situation, since they do have the numbers to play in the endgame scenario, but this is another team we've been talking about, Newman Gaming. They do see the opposition right in front of them in the form of Mad Scientist Esports, shots being fired, but none of them connect. Savitar is trying his level best to secure the finishes, gets distracted by the players of Falcons. Last lad remaining from the side of Falcons, and I don't think he is going anywhere after this.
I mean, Johnny, I think you just have to correct your words over there. He's not distracted. He's just choosing his courses to buff in front of him, and every single team is just falling one by one. Even Alberto is going to get eaten up alive, and it's Newman Rex from the distance, I feel. Lag Esports were also on the menu, and it seems like Newman, they're starting to build up the ante. Elsewhere, it's Team LX who is still starting to push up, and one nade itself, Alberto it is, who is going to eat them alive. LX, they're still pushing forward, and what a brilliant move it's been.
Well, it was a brilliant move. Lag Esports eliminated from this matchup, but now we do have the players of Alliance Official taking the fight against Team LX. Alliance, they don't really have the numbers to make this work in their favor. Shadow from the side of LX, he does not want to give them a breathing opportunity to reset, to secure the knock. Smoke's being lobbed to block the vision. Alliance Official, they're going to have to fight this one blind.
Fight this one blind. No visual confirmation. the only thing which they can do is to try and use their sound cues to their advantage. I think there is a little bit of a peek from Shadow, which is going to give away his position, but numbers advantage certainly on Team LX, but it has been neutralized. It's the trade-off, and Hybrid just wants to use his buggy. He doesn't even want to come back, and Alpha right now is the only player who is still surviving. LX, they have to come out of this situation unhurt, and they want to revive Kalua at this point. Smoke's being deployed. Oh no, wait! The nade! The nade, Johnny!
What a phenomenal nade! 3 players knocked, just 1 man left standing, and Alpha. It wasn't an Alpha move over there. That was just a god-tier performance. Now, with this last player left standing, John Wick, well, will he finally have his freedom over here? And I guess he does, at least from Alpha for the next few moments.
My goodness, let me just catch my breath after that. Team LX, they survived the situation. They can still revive their 2 fallen comrades, but just like you said, it was a god-tier nade from Alpha. Could have eaten up the whole squad alive.
Yeah.
Team NRG elsewhere, they're still trying to fight for that little pocket of space, but another nade just eats up Cyanide, and now Cypher on a sliver of HP needs to take down 2 players from Team Warrior Squad.
But I think with Newman taking down one of the players from the side of Warrior Squad, both these squads need to realize that there is threat lurking behind them, close to them, that they haven't even dreamt about. And Newman is looking for those big numbers on the board again. All 4 players surviving. They have 12 eliminations already in this matchup. And Savita, he knows exactly where the next 4 points are coming from. There's Warrior Squad in one direction that they are looking to finish off in the next few moments. Dusty, be careful. 1 step more to the back, and that was just him burning in the Molotov. But Molotov is now gone. He has a little more room to work with.
Possibly not right now, especially in a pinch situation. The blue zone approaching them. Of course, then there was the nade. The opposition's just too much to handle, and they're going to succumb to their injuries. Newman Gaming, they are on a floor right now, and it seems like John Wick, he has his target set. Wants to go in for that long rotate, but it seems like Clutch God will try and chase him down. It's Rex who actually finds that finish, and Newman Gaming, 18 finishes for them, but they will be looking for a lot more.
In the last 1 minute, they have picked up 6 eliminations, 6 to 7 eliminations, and are in the top 3 already. 18 is the number of eliminations Newman Gaming has right now, but will they finish this match with the chicken dinner? I think this is a simple question. The answer is yes, because they are dominating the center. They are controlling the zone. Look at how they are moving. They're taking towards the edge. They want to gatekeep this matchup. They want to finish this game before stage 7 is even there. 21 eliminations secured. Will it be 22? Will they get the final finish as well?
Of course they will, right? Look at that. Chasing with the vehicle. Savitar has no fear at all. He's going to lose his life. That's fine. Playzone takes him out. They could not get the 22nd. Johnny possibly just cursed them, but they're not going to be sad. Newman Gaming, what a chicken, what a bang of a performance.
And I like this though. You should never charge on a lad that's prone out like that. I mean, I understand they had nothing to lose basically, so it's all good. But still, 21 points, 15-31 point game. Incredible. We expected this from Newman, but I also have to say Fury Esports, I like the way they were moving on the map. They looked quite solid in the early stages. Unfortunately for them, they ran into a few unforgivable fights, and because of that, they were taken out early. But I am quite hopeful Fury is going to do well for themselves on Miramar.
Well, we'll have to find out. It's just time that actually is going to tell us which other team is going to perform on this group itself. But to be honest, Newman Gaming, the kind of performance that they've shown, this time they've instilled fear amongst the opposition.
Yeah, and another team I think that can instill that fear is the squad of DK, because they were taking those fights proactively. So who knows, maybe Miramar, they can turn things around.
Maybe Miramar, they can turn things around, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, a lot of numbers to be crunched, a lot of things to be talked about on the other side of this very short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा. अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकिन तकड़म डम कपू उड़ा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम चकलम भागा दौड़ दम दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC. And don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and you are watching BGIS 2023. My name is Salty, and with me right now, Mr. Necro is back on the panel. But what a game we have had on the map of Erangel.
Hey, you know what? Newman Gaming dominating that? I expected that. But you know, I saw Alpha, that nade from that guy. It was insane. That single nade fighting 3 knockouts, I would say that was absolute insanity. Even the 4th guy, if it was close enough, that guy would have been taken care of as well.
Could have been the cherry on top of the cake. He tried to confirm the finishes with his M7, but instead he should have just gone for that final play. He should have had that faith in himself. But that's fine. He almost got very close, but a little too far away. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the highlights and witness the action unfold in front of our screens once again. And it seems like it's been a Newman road roller.
Indeed, it has been. Newman Gaming, in general, being the known team, this is what the meta is being sort of like inside the round 1. The known teams are just dominating the competition, but these teams weren't able to perform like this in the grind itself. So this in itself just showcases that, yeah, it's understandable. The known teams are dominating the floor, but as they're going to keep on moving forward in the competition, they're not going to be able to dominate with the same force as they're dominating over here.
Possibly, to be honest. But, of course, there were a lot of underdogs who actually showed up true potential. Team LX as well as Team Lag are going to be 2 of the teams that I'm going to be looking forward to. The team play was absolutely scintillating. When they move in tandem with their vehicles, they are almost unbeatable.
Indeed they are. And then in the final moments, this nade too. It was such a good one. Alliance Esports, this team was just wreaking havoc inside the lobby, Salty.
They certainly were, right? But it's just about converting that into numbers, and it seems like that is exactly where they kind of faltered a little bit. Alpha, what a nade. John Wick was the only one, right? And he survived by a sliver of HP.
Yeah.
But the man gave him time to patch himself up, and that costed him his real life.
Indeed it did. John Wick been able to sort of just patch himself up, gave his team a little bit more extra bit of moments inside the game, but at the end of the day, still it was quite tough for that solo man survivor to move on forward and keep on surviving in the game, especially when you're gonna have a team like Newman Gaming who's on a massive tear. Look at these final few moments too. Newman Gaming not even respecting anyone inside the lobby, straight up just pouncing on the opportunities, getting their visuals on the teams that were in the front. Definitely, I gotta say one thing, is that Eagle Eyes.
They certainly are, right? I mean, this team was on a massive manhunt. And to be honest, in this situation, we all know Savitar. We all know what his tendencies are like, right? I mean, sometimes he does tend to overextend, but it was fine. I mean, we all knew it was the fag end of the game, and the game was already in their pockets. It's just about the fact that Johnny mentioned that Newman might finish with 22 finishes. They could only end up with 21.
Hey, but it's still an nuclear game, right? Newman Gaming been able to get 21 finishes at the same time, at 15 placement points on top of that. That is a banger of a performance. And considering that was just the first game, already a good kickstart for Newman Gaming. But other teams, for example, Johnny was mentioning this team as well, DK. I thought their performance was pretty remarkable as well. Maybe in the upcoming games, we might see a little bit more leap from their side.
You know, there's been a lot of teams, the underdog teams, it takes them a little bit more time to try and settle it inside of the competition. We've seen majority of the groups, the top teams, they always take the first chicken, because they're always warmed up. They've played these situations time and time again. But for the underdog teams who are yet to show their true potential, I find that the second map is where they show the true colors.
True, that is true. Second map is where they start to get a little bit more complacent, a little bit more comfortable inside the game. But sometimes that can be also digging their own graves too, because we've seen so many teams getting desperate for those elimination points, and while doing so, they end up digging their own grave.
Absolutely. And just like Johnny said, right, you always have to press the accelerator at the right time. You cannot let it slide away till the third map, because by then, almost all hopes and dreams are going to be over. But I want to know from you, Necro, I mean, do you think there is going to be a similar cutoff in this group as well, like we saw in the first one?
I think so. Newman Gaming is pretty much going to be dominating once again, but we're just waiting for that second spot. Which team will be able to get the second spot for themselves in the overall standing? Just like in the first one too, right? X-Park actually finishing on the second spot. MD was the one in that previous group who got the first spot secured. I did not see that coming at all.
Exactly, when they had no chicken dinners for themselves, right? They had zero chicken dinners, but the consistency is what led them through. And this time as well, we are looking for that consistency, always ensuring yourself you get those finishes, get those placement points, and maybe you might be able to topple that banger of a performance from Newman Gaming as well. Newman Gaming, I highly doubt that Miramar is going to be the same way for them, but knowing this team, you know, they are unpredictable. They might come up with a nuclear performance like this one, or might actually get eliminated early on as well.
And not just that, even Alliance has to be another team to watch out for, right? Alliance being able to survive in that late game scenario. Of course, Alpha's nade, that's going to just add a cherry on top of the cake when it comes to the performance. Not being able to get the elimination points, it's completely a different story. It's completely fine. But as you mentioned, the confidence, the ego lift that's going to give that player, it's definitely going to be unleashing a little bit of stress that was already there on that team.
Alliance Esports, their movement is brilliant. The way they actually find the rotation paths inside of the final circle is absolutely brilliant. It's just about converting those situations. And to be honest, with the pressure that Alex was putting in, it's sort of a little tough or a little bit cruel on part of Alliance as well to try and survive completely out in the open. It's very difficult, and it was almost impossible. But the fact that Alpha almost took it to the T, it feels like it was a giga-banger performance from their side.
In general, it indeed was. But at the end of the day, the known teams, they're just dominating the floor. They're just wiping the floor off like it's not even a problem. And once again, Newman Gaming, it's not one of those teams that likes to rotate inside the circle that late. But this time, they're pretty much doing the same thing as well. Every single known team inside the competition, inside the round one of the BGIS, they're looking way too confident. Now, that can also be a good thing for them, but this is also bad news for all the teams that are trying to make it in, these undergods that I'm talking about.
You know, first-time exposure, it's always supposed to be a little bit tough. And for the underdog teams to face the pinnacle of Tier 1 BGMI, it will be a shocker for you. But of course, failures is what we learn from, ladies and gentlemen. And I feel like this is what they're going to learn from as well. Like we were discussing, mechanically, everyone is on a similar footing. It's just been that communication and the movement inside of the circle, how to position yourself, how to position those 4 players that you have, how to survive in every single situation. All of those experience, it's going to matter.
And not just that, add on problem-solving skills as well. This is why the known teams are always a step ahead. They've got really good problem-solving skills. Even if they find themselves a little bit in a pickly spot, they're going to be completely comfortable with that. They know how to get out of that spot.
Yep.
They have been in there in that same spot over and over again. This is why we call experience. And this is what we call experienced team being able to just overcome all the fears. And that's why they're able to do so most of the times.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll also have to look at the player who was the rebel of the last game. The rebel of the match is going to be Savitar with 7 finishes. No surprise there, is it?
Yeah, no surprises without a doubt. 7 finishes from Savitar. Even that nade that we saw from the side of Savitar himself, he tossed that nade, got those 2 players down, and that was a complete squad wipe. So Savitar, in general, this man's got the golden hand in the previous game, but the entirety of Newman Gaming left out 1 player's not there, but 3 players are over here in the top 5 players itself, as we've got even Johnny from the side of Lag.
Johnny, ladies and gentlemen, is different, and our Super Johnny is always different. Our Super Johnny probably would not come in the top 5 rebels, but hopefully might actually come in the top 5 casters of the country. But coming back to the game itself, you mentioned 1 player from Newman missing out on the top 5, but to be honest, when 3 players just rack up 18 finishes, what more do you need?
I mean, you're pretty much going to be comfortable anyways, dude. Newman Gaming, they've managed to get, like, what, 21 finishes? Like, that is just a delight to watch, a treat to watch. But as I mentioned, for the other team, if you're going to be on the receiving end, it just blows for you. But you know what, as we move on forward and take a look at the match scoreboard, Newman Gaming, they got 21 finishes, and in total, they're going to get 36 points. And this is what I call a nuclear performance. Team Alex right underneath them with 12 positioning points, but only 2 finish points, and that's why they've got 14. But look at the difference between the first and the second spot.
Exactly, and this is what surprises me, right? Because in the first game, we constantly saw that the underdog teams were racking up the finish numbers, and finish numbers give you an exact picture of how good the team is in terms of taking those fights. Lag Esports, look at them, on the 6th spot, they have 7 finish points, but only 0 position points. They certainly did not live up to their expectations in terms of placements, but the kind of gunpowder that they have, hopefully on the map of Miramar, they will be able to utilize it. But just like you mentioned, the gap is massive, and possibly Newman Gaming with the map of Miramar will try to settle themselves in the number 1 spot. The 2 spots which are remain, that is where the competition lies.
That is true. Even Team Falcons, I'm not going to lie. I've seen this team in action in the past once. And Team Falcon, I had a lot of expectations from this team too. But not being able to perform, a big issue from them, Salty. In general, all the latter half of the board, they are going to be having a lot of struggle when it comes to upcoming game. Now, for the teams that are on the first page, though, maybe the pressure can start subsiding.
Pressure subsiding? I don't think so. Top 3 finish in 3 games? That is a lot of pressure, my man, especially at a stage like the BGIS. Just like you mentioned, the second page, they will have to come up with a nuclear performance right now, because otherwise, they might actually have their dreams crushed. But the ones on the first page, they're still going to be fighting on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the matchup on our screen yet again. And once again, give me a prediction apart from Newman Gaming, Necro. And not Falcon as well.
Hey, you know what? You know what? I'm going to go with Team Alex then. They had quite a phenomenal previous game, and I think so they've got a solid chance at hitting back the strike once again. So I think so Team Alex, they definitely do have a really good chance in the game of Miramar, which will be upcoming, because as I always like to say, it's easy to navigate but tough to sustain. That means you can navigate your way inside the circle quite easily because you've got the terrains, and you can also position yourself quite easily, but it's tough to sustain that position.
Tough to sustain. You know, my prediction is going to be Lag Esports. One of the reasons why, because I'll come back to your sentence once again. This team knows how to sustain. This team knows how to survive the pressure situations. And maybe if they find that good position inside the circle on the map of Miramar, or possibly if the BGMI gods bless them with open arms, maybe they get a big chicken.
I mean, just to let you guys know, whichever team Salty's been rooting for, they've been getting eliminated instantly. So, Lag Esports is the team Salty's went for in the game of Miramar. Salty, any second thoughts on that?
No second thoughts, because, wait, let's just double click on what you just said. I mentioned INTX Furious, they got a chicken in the 3rd map.
3rd map, but you mentioned them in the 2nd game. Did you see what happened with them in the 2nd game, Salty?
So, my prediction has a little bit of a lag in it. So, maybe Lag Esports, they are going to actually live up to their expectations.
Hey, you know what? I mean, I went with Team Alex. I have complete faith in that man, Alex. Name sounds pretty cool to me, and I hope Alex is just going to be going berserk inside the game, too. But you know what? these are a couple of teams that were able to perform. On the latter half of the board, though, still so many teams. Now, they are going to be desperate to get those elimination points. They've got only 2 more lifelines in their hands, and they need to make the most out of those.
Like I said, that region is like untapped potential. If they find that right sweet spot early on in the game, that's going to give them enough confidence boost to try and catapult themselves. Like I've always said, it's about that one good fight. It's about that one good position or that one good circle. Once you get that for yourself, it just completely boosts your confidence to a level where your gameplay completely shifts.
Hey, what about Alliance, though? What are your thoughts on that?
I think this team is pretty good. You know, they come out of pressure situations. Alpha is obviously going to be in front of our eyesight because of course, the nade itself. I think this man truly deserves the title of the Golden Hand. But on Miramar, I think that artillery warfare, the gameplay which they have where the nades and utilities are spot on, that is something which is going to help them quite a lot.
Hey, let's see, man. Whichever team gets the high ground in the map of Miramar, they will indeed just have a really big advantage whatsoever. Because we've seen so many of these teams just getting that high ground advantage yesterday, too. Enigma Gaming was a prime example of that. In that game of Miramar, they desperately needed to win that game. And as soon as Enigma Gaming, they got their hands on that high ground, they won that game, too.
Of course, right? That is what the case with Miramar always is, right? You try and get yourself that hands on the high ground advantage. Now, sometimes I feel it's a do or die situation, Necro, because you know what? Sometimes when the circle shifts out and you're at the very top, there is no exit strategy. But if you get the high ground advantage and also have the exit strategy for yourself, you always know that the circle might betray you at any point in time and you're prepared for it. That is exactly the sweet spot.
And today's circle's been betraying a lot of teams. That's a good point that you brought up. The first game, we saw one of the most unique circles inside the game. That compound is one of those compounds that is quite abandoned by the circle when it comes to that. But then we finally saw that circle right there. And then right next to that in the game of Miramar, it was hard shift after hard shift after hard shift. It's getting so tough for these teams to actually get settled down inside the game because they're just never having a moment where the pressure's not going to be on top of them.
You know, diamonds truly shine when there's a lot of pressure applied on it. And I feel like we are in the search of those diamonds. And it feels like the BGMI gods are also applying that little bit of pressure from their side. Of course, there is that pressure from the top tier teams, pressure from the circle itself. I feel like the teams who are coming out of the situation truly will deserve the title of the undergods, will truly rise up to the occasion, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the map of Miramar.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second game of the day for this group as the Blame Flat Pat's going to be in front of us, too. Starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards El Pozo or the Ruined side. Now, as we all know, Salty, for a lot of the teams, this game is going to be their lifeline, especially for the teams that were on the latter half of the board in the first game. If they do get a gigabanger of a performance, there's a chance they can propel themselves in the top 3. But once again, if the inconsistency follows up, then they will be in the bottom whatsoever.
It's not a question of if, they will have to do something about it, and that means just dropping down and being aggressive from the get-go itself. And it seems like a lot of teams, they have already ejected themselves, trying to eye for that southern part of the circle itself. Now, we have majorly seen majority of the circles try to favor either of El Pozo or Los Leones. Which side are you expecting a circle to form on the map of Miramar?
That's my question, too. I mean, how am I supposed to just predict? But you know what? If I am just going to be closing my eyes and just tell you where the circle might just form up, I want to see an Oasis circle. It's been years since I've seen that circle.
Ages.
Too. Yeah, exactly. Ages, years. I mean, come on. Same thing. But you know what? It's been such a long time since we've seen that Oasis circle, and I want to see that water fights.
Everybody wants to see that water fight on the map of deserts, but it seems like there's going to be a southern circle. Now, these circles are extremely interesting. But you know what? What's more interesting? There's that cluster towards Los Leones. We've got 2 or 3 teams in extremely close proximity, and it seems like they might open fire any moment.
3 teams in that closer proximity. Team Energy is in the front lines, and Newman Savitar as well started to get a couple of elimination, and the elimination feed's already starting to pop up. Newman Gaming, they're not going to back out from this fight. Savitar's got his hands on that shotgun, and he's of course looking to put the nail in the coffin for the enemy team. It's not stopping anytime soon. It's just shoving that shotgun through in the opponent's mouths, and eventually 3 players fall down from Team Alex. That was my pick. What's going on? Oh no, this time I'm the one who cursed him.
It's a 2v1 situation. The last player still surviving, but one player from Newman, he's been softened up quite a lot. Clutch God, and that is it. The final nail in the coffin, and Necro. Just eat up your words, man.
No way.
Well, I mean, at least for your help, it was Newman who actually landed with them, so there was nothing that Team Alex could actually do.
Maybe they could have fought back. better. That's one thing they could have done. But, well, I guess unlucko, man. Newman Gaming being able to just come out on top in that fight. And in general, Newman Gaming at this point in time, they know we've secured, what, like 34 points, 34, 35 points in the first game. We've got nothing to lose. We all have already started things off with a great boost inside the overall standings inside the points table. So it's complete fine even if we get eliminated or even if we take an early hit inside the games. And that's why they just made that non-stop push happen against Team Alex. Savitar being able to get his hands on 2 or 3 eliminations almost. That was just insane. Team Alex, they crumbled down. They cracked under that pressure when the players of Newman Gaming were hitting hard against them.
Yeah, credits to them as well. I mean, it was almost a 1v1 where the last player from Newman Gaming, Clutch God, he was also softened up to about 40% HP. Now, that is an incredible feat in itself. But, of course, in the world of BGIS, that alone is not enough to give you points itself. You need to convert them into finishes. You need to convert that into good position inside the final circle. And Team Alex failed in that regard. And Newman Gaming, they retain all of their players.
They indeed do. And not just that, even Lag Esports, we saw them towards the Picado side. They're looking quite comfortable. Picado being one of the hot drops. At least there's no competition for the players of Lag Esports. So you're lucky. Your pick's going to be staying alive for a little bit more.
No, I'm not just lucky. I am based out of facts. I am a scientist. Okay. All right? And, you know, majority of the times my picks have always performed, for sure, after a particular lag.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm not going to focus on that much. But we've got John Wick in front of us. This guy, let's see, I mean, if he's actually going to be standing true to his name or not, because we know how John Wick is.
Yeah, for sure. Like, John Wick might just be a one-man army in the movie, but this time around, he also was the last player remaining in the map of Erangel as well, right? He tried to take that extremely bold decision of using his Lambo for that long rotation, but it did not work out, especially when you're under Newman's crosshair. But this time around, maybe his bold decision-making can actually help the team.
It can, but still, big questions, though. And now, finally, the players elect, they make a push happen against the opponents. This push can be quite risky as well, and the man's holding a nade in his hand. Oh! The nade actually just bounces in the front, finds a connection too. Johnny knocked out, but even a little bit of return fires there against the opponent. Another nade tossed in the front lines, but eventually the opponents, they do a fantastic job in taking down the man who was in up close and personal proximity. Because now just focuses on the rest of the players in the front, and they're not really able to get the confirmations down.
One player down for Lag Esports, but at least they have the cover to actually revive him. For Sparta next, though, it's basically an alarm. It's a warning sign that they have to exit from this fight, because otherwise they might actually get consumed. The man advantage on the side of Lag Esports, and it seems like Sparta next, that they're already shaky.
Indeed they are. But you cannot be shaky in situations where you're getting pounced on by the opponents. Symbol. With the high ground, he definitely does have a chance to get all the vital information. But he's going to be taking his time. He knows that the opponents are somewhere in that general vicinity. Considering he does not even have a lot of utilities to back him up, that can be a massive problem.
Another problem will be the fact that his position has been marked, and he's been constantly marked by the AK from the flank coming in from Lag Esports. And look at this smokes, lovely usage of utility to try and deny the lines of sight. They know that there is somebody at the vantage point. They will try and utilize the nades to maybe push him out of his position, and that is it. That is exactly the intention. The intention was not to knock him down, but at least to push him out from that situation so that Lag Esports can infiltrate the compound, and they have successfully done it.
I mean, they've already got the man's advantage. Might as well try to capitalize on it. That's what they're trying to do. One of the men from the side of Spartans. I would like to say one thing, though. The positioning inside the fight from Spartan, they're doing a great job in holding all those angles possible. But still, if one single breaching point's been found by the players of Lag, this can give them such a big advantage inside the fight. And look at Lag Esports. They've already climbed on top of the stadium. And Johnny, he's of course going to be able to hear all the sound cues that are being given away by the opponents.
I'm not sure if Spartanics are going to predict this. Johnny might actually find a loophole in this whole defense system that has been built up. And it's not just Johnny. Another comrade has actually joined him as well. And this time, it's man advantage to his extremes. Lag Esports, they want to attack them from top as well as bottom.
But both these teams need to understand they're wasting a lot of time inside this fight. Lag Esports having the high ground, having a little bit of more control inside this entire vicinity. Things are looking quite good. And Johnny on the top, just waiting for at least one player to reveal his position and his intentions. And as soon as that happens, instant charge will be seen.
I love these Cold War situations. I love the tension in the air. It seems like everybody is just waiting for the opposition to make the first mistake, and Spartan X are extremely calm and collected. They're not giving in to the pressure.
They should not. There's no way you can crack under the pressure at this point in time inside the game. Bold FTW. He's heard a couple of footsteps around him. Wants to make some moves, but still exactly isn't sure where the foe's position. As we do take a look at the replay, though, this is how things really unfolded. That nade was quite good from the opponent. Was able to find Johnny instantly, but then Srikanth, with that return nade onto his opponent, found that knock, and then instantly just switching that focus onto the enemies in the front lines. I like the presence of mind from Lag Esports.
This is the map awareness which is always important. The map awareness that is going to give you the advantage in situations like these, because now you have the added advantage of information. Lag Esports still trying to invade into Spartan X and their defenses, but it seems like Spartan X are not giving them an inch of space. Only utilities will be able to flush them out, but it seems like Lag Esports, they've already utilized their nades.
As I mentioned, still the early phase of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Problems will be there. These two teams do not really have a lot of utilities secured, do not really have a lot of loot. And considering they're just completely committing inside this fight itself, it's just wasting a lot of time. This time they could have used it to try and accumulate more loot, position themselves inside a better position inside the circle itself. But no, instead, they're just committing everything they have in this fight itself.
This Necro has turned into an ego battle at this point. And Lag Esports want to win this. They're not exiting from this region anytime soon. They're just waiting to find that early opening. And I love the fact that Bolt FTW is separated from the rest of his team, because this man is going to be the key for Lag Esports and their do-or-die situation. If, of course, their front lines come crashing down, Bolt FTW and his unexpected positioning will be the key to revive Lag Esports and bring them back up alive.
Never know how things will unfold. But as we've got C5 Esports, and even they have found quite a decent compound inside the circle. Actually, almost smack in the smack center, too. So C5 Esports, they're looking quite comfortable. Finally, Lag Esports, they've lost out on their patience. Now they're looking to press the charge a little bit more. Some are down line. They know exactly where the opponents are positioned, too. And Johnny's going to be the first man to charge on forward. He's looking to find the foes. He's looking to find that glimmer. As soon as he spots that, maybe the first knockout will hit the deck. Either it's going to be the players of Lag who gets knocked out, or either it's going to be the opponents falling down against them. Bold FTW starting to close in slowly and steadily, a step at a time. This is how they're trying to approach the fight.
Yeah, they certainly are, right? But I love the utility usage coming in from Spartan X. Molotovs as well as smokes to try and deny the lines of sight. They want to create choke points. And right now, look at this. Every single entry point has been properly marked. Tanix just holding the lower ground. His position was unpredictable. It's a chicken warfare. But Lag Esports and Johnny, the reign supreme. But instant trade coming in. It's Zishu WTF. He's the one who is in charge of trying to get Symbol as well. And now backup has arrived, Necro.
Indeed, the backup's arrived. And in the end, it's going to be the players of Lag Esports to come out on top in that fight. Zishu is going to be the man to put the final nail in the coffin as well. Lag Esports, perfect execution. The patience working out. But have they wasted too much time inside the fight? Because already the opponents did not really have a lot of loot anyway. So Lag Esports, they're not going to gain a lot of loot from taking down the opponents.
Like I said, it was a mental battle for them. And the mentality of the team right now will be on the high. They have completely engulfed a squad. But it seems like Newman Gaming from the backlines, they've spotted them. And now their position might be at risk.
Their team wanting to take the advantage of the action that was brewing up in the front, because Newman Gaming probably knows that the team in the front have probably been softened up.
They certainly have been softened up. The replay once again shows what exactly went through, right? Johnny was the one who actually got the first knock for himself. But instant trade coming in, numbers advantage on Lag Esports, and that was basically it. That was the only reason why The other team, Spot Next, could not sustain the pressure, but it seems like Newman Gaming, they're going to play the same ball game against Lag Esports right now. They've lost on to a couple of players, and this is going to hurt them.
It will indeed. As we did see the next circle shift too coming on the board. And the teams that are right in the smack centers, once again, it's going to be C5 in a really good spot. But at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to the conversion. How well you're going to be able to convert that position into your favor. Newman Gaming 2 starting to close on up on that central position. Once you do get that high ground accumulated, once you do get your hands on that high ground, that's when you will be in the prime position.
There are a lot more takers for this high ground right now. If I look at the map right now, it's Fear, it's C5, Newman, as well as some other team. Look at this. Savita will try and deny Bope. And look at this. The explosion and the knock coming through. Dusky is not going to survive, and Savita is going to find another finish for himself. Newman, already they have racked up 6 finishes. This team is looking rock solid.
What a perfect spray that was. And then another fight erupting in front of us. C5 getting challenged for this compound. They were holding since the start. And now C5 being forced out of the comfort zone, but they're still finding themselves in the advantage spot. So that's really good news. Eventually, the opponents will be dealt with by the players of C5. So they've done a great job, but still, there is one foe lying around. This last man can be either the extinguisher or will be extinguished himself. Smile's going to be the man, but he's not really going to be smiling a lot considering he's the only last man left alive from the team. And the nade will seal the deal whatsoever.
Deal seal. C5 Esports, they've cleared up Depression Esports. All of their players were just engulfed in this particular fight. Beautiful, beautiful usage. And the way they position themselves, players coming in from top, players charging in from the staircase as well. Their positioning was absolutely scintillating. And I mentioned this to you, there are a lot more takers for this high ground. It's not just Newman. C5 also want to get that, but at least they have the compounds for themselves. They have that hard cover, but it seems like Newman Gaming, they will try and extend their map control. And for that, they are right now targeting Mad Scientist Esports.
MS in the front lines. And this is how that nade came into play. What a perfect nade that was, too. Just finding that perfect gap in the window. And the man saw his death approaching him. But he couldn't do anything because the nade was cooked up to perfection. It was primed to perfection. Newman Gaming in front of us, one of those teams that is being just road rolling all the teams. That just stands against them.
There's a very old myth which says that before death, just moments before death, you meet your Grim Reaper. And I feel like Smile just met his Grim Reaper over there. That slow motion shot just showed us that he basically witnessed his own life flashed in front of his eyes for a couple of seconds. The nade was just so well cooked, he could not react to it. But Alliance officials, another team which we are looking forward to. At least for them, they are in a good position. They don't have to battle the circle, but right now they are completely betrayed by the circle itself. The circle moving towards the central part where so many teams already are there. It seems like there is going to be a tough battle for real estate inside.
Might just be. Especially the teams that are inside Chumacera. Those teams need to move in. Even DK is going to be right there. Alliance officials, one of these teams. My eyes are going to be pinned on. Because in the previous game, Alliance was doing quite a phenomenal job.
Nice.
Almost taking down the opponent in the front. Carrillo doing a fantastic job in taking those pop shots against the opponent, but still not enough. Newman Gaming, Clutch God pushes on up, finds that perfect connection with the DBS and shuts down that man. But still the competition's alive in the front lines. The Lag Esports is going to be the one on the receiving line. One last man to go, and still Newman Gaming, it doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon. Shriekon's position compromised, and that shot off the shotgun to his face will seal the deal.
Oh my god, Savitar! This man is an absolute criminal! The bait coming in from Clutch God, using that vehicle, and then Savitar found that clear line of sight. This man just unleashed his magazine from that S12K. He doesn't even have the DBS. He just knows that, alright, even the S12K will be worth it. In Lag Esports, you can't really blame them. It's the brilliance. Team Newman Gaming, they are ever present. They are ever ready to take this fight, and they don't care if the circle supports them or not. They will always create that space. But right now, it's another fight which is happening. Mad Scientist Esports, they're under fire.
Mad Scientist getting pounced on by the team in the front. Utilities will be exchanged initially. Prince tossing out the return nade in the front lines, but still no knockouts found. Now, both these teams at this point in time, they're just waiting to find that opening in the initial few moments of this fight. For Mad Scientists, They're quite comfortable inside the houses. They've also got one man separated out a little bit in the back who might just be eyeing out around them. But considering the foes are way too up close and personal, it's going to be a little bit tough to deal with that threat. Now even another team pouncing on top of the team of the front. Moving up so close, pulls out the DBS, and Glitch is looking to get the first knockout. Utility's tossed. Molotov is definitely going to be causing a lot of problems. DBS closed on in, but actually the reaction was way too quick off the opponents. Carrillo gets knocked out, but still there are a couple of players in the front lines who are still alive. Alpha 2 is trying his best to fight back inside the fight. Things are a little bit too tough, and let's see who comes out on top.
The numbers advantage on Team TNR. It seems like that actually worked, and now it seems like it's a 1v1. Sidex is going to survive. He's going to shoot them down, and that means the entire team, Team Alliance officials, they are going to live to fight another day. But look at this mad scientist. Their experiments are finally working, and it's just Mahadev who is still standing strong, and Cobra and Prince want to wrap him around from two different directions. But Mahadev and his movement has been really good. Been successful in deterring the attack which is coming towards him, but Mad Scientist Esports, they have the numbers advantage in their favor, Necro.
Speak about the numbers advantage. Look at them. Ooh. They pushed up right to the faces, and Cobra. Oh, this man just inflicts that venom onto his opponents, and he shuts them down. What a way, Mad Scientist. Indeed, these guys are quite mad. They're experimenting inside the game like it's nothing, not even a problem for them.
Not even a problem. But speaking of problems, it seems like majority of the teams, they will be thrown a massive curveball from the hard shift. It completely favors Fear Esports and Team DK, as well as Falcon, who are on the southern edge of the circle. But all the teams coming in from the western periphery, be it C5, Newman, as well as MS, all of these teams will have to battle for that little pocket of space. And look at that high ground. I'm pretty sure a lot of teams will take shelter underneath that hill, and a lot of fights is going to occur over there.
Indeed they will. Newman Gaming clutch card in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. One of the players that was missing in the previous top 5 players from the side of Newman Gaming. Maybe now inside this game he can make a spot for himself in the top 5 Rebels, but as we've got Newman Gaming as well in the receiving lines, they need to make it inside the circle. These late rotations in the final moments of the circle is actually working out for these known teams.
Late rotations hopefully will work out once again for them, but just like I mentioned, they will have to breach past multiple teams to enter that pocket of space inside that circle. They at least have 3 vehicles to actually work with, and Savitar will try and scout out the nearby locations. At least there is no team nearby, but speaking of teams nearby, it seems like Team Alliance officials, they have charged on Team DK. Carhalo quite close to Papa, and it seems like the Molotov and the nade equip, it's going to be the early contact.
Carrillo's in the front line, Sidex is right at the back, just backing up Carrillo like that. And considering one of the men's in the front, DBS pulled out. Gangster might just be able to shut the man down, but no, in the end, he whiffed a couple of shots with the DBS, and that's why he was not able to get that successful knockout against the opponent, but it's completely fine. DK, they've got each other's backs. The man in the back lines is, of course, doing so much damage against the opponents whatsoever, pulls out the shotgun once again, but for now, Alliance, they're able to stay alive because Carrillo, he just went prone behind that little cover. Molotov tossed. Carrillo forced out of his comfort zone.
Forced out of his comfort zone, will try and reposition himself inside this fight. At least confirm a couple of points for himself before he actually proceeds for the next ones. Papa is still surviving in spite of being the early contact established in this fight itself. But look at this, Alliance official, they're strong, they're going hard, and it seems like they have completely engulfed Team DK. They have been wiped off, but speaking of being wiped off, it seems like Team LX as well, they're under fire. Savitar coming in from the flank, he's been knocked out, but Clutch got from the back lines, might just be able to save his fallen comrade.
Yeah, that could have happened, but still Savitar is way too out in the open and also far away from his own teammates. Shots taken from Awi in the front. Considering the opponents do have the high ground, it's going to be an uphill battle for the likes of Newman Gaming. Might just be tough to deal with them. But even Newman Gaming, they need to get Savitar back upon his feet. Savitar's the man who likes to play in the front, who likes to take the risk in his hands. But this time, while he tried to do so, he got knocked out. It's completely fine, though. Rex has got his back secured.
Yeah, Smokes trying to deny the vision. And the resurrection is going to come through Newman Gaming. They once again reset for further fights, once again have the numbers advantage, retaining every single pair for the end game itself. But look at this, Fury Esports, how many players do they have? That is going to be the question. It seems like Falcon, they've lost a couple.
only Noob is the one who is still standing.
Indeed he is. Mad Scientist Esports. Look at that utility toss that came into play. Alberto is now starting to lose out on his patience. He wants to get up close and personal. He's trying to find that initial peak, that initial glimmer of the enemy. And as soon as that happens, the push will be made. A full commit will be seen from Mad Scientist Esports, but eventually a third party too. Third team wanting to take advantage inside this action. Alberto gets knocked out. Mad Scientist now out and over. The table's been flipped against him. But Gaming though, they're doing such a great job in dealing with the threat that's in the front, and they've already almost managed to neutralize this too.
Everyone is in danger right now. It's an absolute bloodbath and the teams are unleashing themselves. Look at Prince. He gets 2, he gets 3. This man is a mad lad and Mad Scientist for sure. They are living up to their expectations. But just like you said, there is so many teams in the back lines from the distance. It's Rex. He actually finds the third party and Mad Scientist, they have been eliminated.
So many actions happening at the same time. This is awesome. Newman Gaming 2. Oh, they're losing out on Rex now. Newman Gaming, they're taking a lot of hits left, right, and center. These are the punches that Newman Gaming are not able to dodge sometimes, but it's complete fun. Even if though you are taking a little bit of shots against yourself, as long as you're able to recover from that situation, everything's going to be fine. Look at this push that Prince made. Single-handedly got 3 players out from the game with that single magazine.
From the hipfire as well, this man did not even switch on to his scope. This man just hipfired 3 guys out of existence. What a skill over there. But speaking of skill, it's Newman Gaming who is still on the onslaught and their foot is still stationed on that accelerator pedal. Only 3 teams and 7 players remain. And from the distance, this man whom you were appreciating a lot, Necro Carleo, it's still on the front foot.
Yeah, indeed he is. Alliance official going for the med strat now. Carrillo has got 8 first hits in his hands. And this man's going to be wasting a lot of time for the opponents because it's going to be tough to find the guy at the end of the day. Newman Gaming, and it's going to be another team in the front lines. Top 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. NRG versus Newman Gaming. Let's find out which one's going to be the one to get the deal sealed.
It's a 2v1 situation. And of course, I'm pretty sure that Carleo is just basically hoping that NRG get wiped off by Savitar, who already has 9 finishes to his name. This man is an absolute mad lad. Nades being tossed and he still has 2 to his arsenal. But he still wants to find that first connection. Meanwhile, Carleo and his first hits, they still carry forward.
Exactly, and there we go. First knockout found against NRG. And as that knockout came into play, now this is going to be opening a massive window of opportunities for Newman Gaming to pounce on top and also aggress and take down their opponents. Now Newman Gaming starting to assert their dominance. Look at their heroic entries in the last moment, and that's what they do. Final nail in the coffin to secure that chicken dinner, even inside the second game, back to back. Now they have a chance to also get that hat trick in the hand.
Possibly. I mean, everybody is waiting for that hat-trick, ladies and gentlemen. Newman Gaming just showing what they always do and just carrying forward that momentum from Erangel to Miramar. No mercy being shown at all.
Exactly, and that is what we expect from a team like Newman Gaming. But you know what? I feel like another team definitely deserves all the applauses. Has to be Alliance. They did such a great job. Carrillo was the man who was assaulting in the front lines, even in the front, how he was playing right behind his teammates as well. I like that communication that came into play from the side of Alliance. Carrillo was creating so much pace in the front, while the teammates in the back were giving him such a great backup.
Absolutely. Not just Alliance officials, but also Mad Scientists have been absolutely brilliant. The Prince, the guy, my man, he was absolutely brilliant, taking down 3 players with the hip fire. But ladies and gentlemen, a lot of number crunching remains. As we come back after this very short break, don't go anywhere.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकी तकड़म भगड़ी डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, शक्ति खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after that short break, and you guys saw that beautiful video, right,
Yeah.
Johnny? You saw that as well. Don't
Yeah.
tell me. You saw that too, right?
I did, man.
Such a great one, right?
I
the
mean-
Indian faction been added on to that game?
Yeah, it has been. It's already there now, and it's all for you guys to check it out. Road to Valor, ladies and gentlemen, an exciting new title from Crafton. But right now, this is BGMI India Series, and that is what we're going to focus on. That game of Miramar was quite exciting, and now, just like Team Insane a day prior, yesterday, now Newman find themselves with a hat-trick opportunity.
I'm going to tell you one thing, and these known teams, they're just outsmarting the upcoming teams. It's just straight up. I'm going to say they're outplaying them, they're outsmarting them, and the only advantage these known teams have over these undergods is the tactical advantage.
Exactly. The decision-making process, it feels like, is a lot easier for them, especially when things get extremely intense. Like this first fight of the game, drop clashes can be extremely annoying, but with the way Newman was able to handle this, yeah, they dropped a few players, but they did not lose them completely. They were able to recover with a 4-man roster.
And then the team that I picked up, they got eliminated off the bat.
That's
That was
on
a
you,
little-
bro.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate. Lag Esports, though, actually been able to come out on top inside this fight. That was quite insane. Johnny, I don't understand how this man is still alive, but that was a big mess up from the opponent.
Everyone called Johnny is like extremely good at gaming. That's it.
Okay, but Salty mentioned that you're not that good.
He's just jealous.
Okay. Alright, no problem. But you know what? I mean, focusing back on inside the game too. Newman Gaming in general, on a tear. Known teams. It's tough to sort of not focus on these teams, right? Because they're just able to take out all the competition. They're able to nullify everyone that stands against them. But as I mentioned, Johnny, in general, the only way these known teams are able to dominate the competition is that they're outsmarting them. They're out-team playing them. By that, I mean their team play is just better.
Exactly. The level of communication that they have achieved over the multitude of matches that they played in their history has sort of helped them just make sure that everything that goes through in those comms is extremely clear. Players understand what the teammate is trying to tell them, and they know how to react to it in a timely manner. Newman, like, look at them. They racked up so many finishes in the mid stages of the game itself, and it made sure that in the end game stages, in the final few zones of the game, they did not really have to overexert themselves to secure the win.
Exactly. I mean, in the end, too, I really thought that Newman Gaming could have been a big problem.
Yeah.
But the way they dealt with that situation patiently, they just try to get their hands on the elimination points that they easily could. Instead, if they wanted, they could have forced a fight against the team that was already holding the high ground.
But look at this fight with Fear in particular. This sort of showcases the miscommunication that was there from the other side. Newman started to take the first shots of the Ridge on Fear's players. The first knock was secured, but Fear did not react until Newman was basically on the top of that Ridge. And in the end, I mean, if this is the sort of difference that's going to be there, then I think it is going to be quite easy for Newman to secure the hat-trick as well.
Not just for Newman, all the known teams in general that might just be upcoming too in the future lines.
X-Park finished second.
X-Park finished second. But I think so X-Park, somewhere down the line, they knew that they don't really need a performance at the third
That's
game
the only
anyways.
thing.
Yeah, so X-Park maybe just got laid back a little bit, or maybe they genuinely just got different.
No, I think it was just, as you mentioned, the first point. They were a little bit laid back on that third game. I want Newman to not pull off the same mistake, be focused, secure the hat-trick. I mean, we're looking for those pop-up performances. But one team that you were talking about in particular towards the end, the post-game conversation, Alliance, yeah, I'm actually quite impressed with how they have improved from Erangel to Miramar. It feels like if they actually do manage to control themselves, not just run into fights willy-nilly, they can actually do better.
They can just try to be consistent in the upcoming game.
Yeah.
That's all they need to do. Because even in the first game, Alliance, they had quite a remarkable start. Inside the second game, a really consistent finish as well. And then inside the third one, there's a chance they can move on forward and even be more consistent in the front line. But you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game. One thing is for sure, has to be someone from the side of Newman. Without a doubt.
That's not even going to be a question. I mean, the whole team was firing on all cylinders. They were looking absolutely incredible. And, well, it is going to be Savitar from Newman, this time with 9 eliminations to his name.
Exactly. 9 finishes. Savitar, as I mentioned, he's one of those players that likes to play in the front lines too. And he mentioned, right, sometimes the pushes can be a little bit good, sometimes the pushes can be a little bit bad. But at the end of the day, an entry fragger's role is to take an entry inside the fight. And if he does find that entry, that's a big advantage given to his teammates. And Newman Gaming Clutch Card was actually missing out from the previous game inside the top 5 Rebels. This time he's found himself in there.
I mean, this team has a stacked lineup. Everyone knows it. And I think the only thing I'm upset about from the side of Newman is, like, why aren't all the 4 players? Yeah, but I think these 3 lads have done a good enough job. Rex with his 7 finishes, Clutch God with 6 on his name, and then we have that lad from Alliance. In fact, 2 players from the side of Alliance with 7 eliminations on the both of them combined. I want to see what the total tally for this team is going to look like, but we'll have the match rankings on our screens right now.
Exactly, the match scoreboard in front of us, and Newman Gaming getting 39 points. In that game, they got 24 finishes. That is more than a nuclear performance. That is, I don't even know. I would call that a godly performance from Newman Gaming. And then Alliance official with 19 points.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, all Alliance needs to do is move on consistent, even in the upcoming game of Sanhok. They cannot be complacent. They cannot be overconfident. Because as you know, Johnny, I keep on mentioning this, there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence.
Exactly, but we have to focus on one thing. Remember what happened when Insane had big games yesterday. It created a vacuum of points, resulting in an extremely chaotic qualification barrier. And I think that exact situation is going to arise in this particular group as well. Unlike group 39, that was there before them, before group 42, where we saw 4 different teams, in fact 5 different names, even with 33 points on the team on the 6th position. They weren't really able to make it through because they were on the 6th position. There was extremely high qualification marker. That's not going to happen this time. I think the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 30-35 points. So there is an opportunity for Alliance, for the other teams as well. Win this game, show up with those big numbers, and it's going to be yours.
We cannot forget how Mad Scientist performed too in that previous game. I mean, especially Prince from that side. He managed to get 3 players down and dusted. He made sure they were going to bite the dust with 1 single magazine, 1 complete clip. He was able to knock down 3 players. But you know what? As we do take a look at the matchup, it's in front of us.
And Mad Scientist was consistent on Erangel as well. I mean, they had a decent run on Erangel. That's all I want to add to this. So we'll keep our eyes on Mad Scientist, Team Alliance in that last game. DK Esports as well. They were focused on that aggression in the previous map of Erangel, but Miramar did not really work out that great for them.
It indeed did not. But you know what? I mean, a lot of the teams that we personally had expectations from, especially Team Falcons as well.
I thought you were going to say Team Alex.
I mean, Team Alex too, yeah, but that previous game. You know what? I do not want to curse them. Sometimes I do understand caster curse is a thing that does not exist. It's just something that's all in our mind, but you cannot really ignore whenever we go with the team, that most of the times they get instantly eliminated too.
I think we have to see which one of you is more consistent with the caster's curse, so you or Salty.
I mean, Salty's one in the previous game, it was not that good, you know? Like, his team was able to perform for a really long time. Yeah, I pretty much just beat Salty in that one. But, you know, you never know how things can be unfolding in front of us. And that's why I'm not going to be making it predictions. But you want to?
I was just going to ask you if you want to pick Newman for Sanhok.
You know what? Yeah, I'll go with Newman Gaming and the
That is actually a pretty good experiment for us to run ourselves, whether you are actually the one cursing the teams. And also talking about experiments, I think I'm going to pick Mad Scientist.
Ooh, I mean, that's a pretty solid pick. You know, Mad Scientist, as we all know, even they have been doing pretty good when it comes to the firepower. They've got a really good balance of firepower, good rotation, good positioning inside the circle. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate in the end the circle sort of shifted away from them, so they were not really able to do much in the final few moments. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the finish points that you're able to accumulate.
Total points, I would say. Because finish points, yes, they are important, but for Mad Scientists, they have to focus a little bit on those placement side of things. Survival is where they are lacking. We know aggression has been working out for them so far, but in this last game, it also means it is their last opportunity to do whatever it takes to secure the top 3. That is my advice to everyone. Secure the top 3. Do not leave your qualification for that top 96 of the overall rankings, because you never know what's going to happen over there. I mean, what happened in the previous group should be an inkling. There are a lot of other groups that are happening off broadcast. We have no idea of what the scores are looking like over there, but that will make that calculation process even tougher for everyone, for us, for the players, for the teams, everyone.
Not just that, that means inside the round too, there's going to be so many wildcard entries. There's so many unknown entries. We wouldn't have even seen these teams perform inside the stage one itself, because as you mentioned, a lot of the games are happening off broadcast as well.
But it is going to be exciting to see what is going to happen when we eventually get to round 2, because teams, it feels like, are still testing the waters, especially against the biggest names of the lobby. Because as we notice in the fights against Newman Gaming, whenever teams do realize who they are up against, they instantly slow their pace down. You might have noticed in the drop clash collision against Team Alex as well in this matchup, they were fighting a little bit chaotic. There was the coordination in that early situation was lacking, because even with what happened with Newman, there was moments of individual brilliance because of which that fight was converted. Otherwise, it would have gone either way.
Hey, you know what? I mean, in general, it's understandable that Newman Gaming is a known team, but Alliance, they're actually able to perform quite well too. It just feels like whenever you see Alliance in front of us, it feels like it's a known team. It knows how to play around inside these type of lobbies. They have been in these type of situations too. In general, it just feels like they've got so much experience to showcase.
Exactly. I mean, they are looking, their fundamentals look extremely good. Survival instincts, positioning, rotation play is on point. Aggression as well. They managed to balance it. Quite nicely, figuring out when they need to commit and when they need to back off. Backing off is an important aspect of running in team fights, and Alliance so far have done it perfectly. But can they do it 3 times in a row? Sanhok is a tricky map to decide when to fight and when to back off, because there's so much chaos. It's easy to get third-partied.
Hey, that's the problem. That's a big mystery. We do not know. But you know, as you brought up, like every single aspect from this team, I would like to one more thing. Team synergy, the communication. It seems like it's on point. And as you mentioned, even about the good fights and the bad fights, they know which is a good fight. They know which is a bad fight. And that's the reason why they've been so consistently able to place themselves somewhere in the late game stages.
Exactly. And as we talk about Newman, then Alliance, third place, I have to say Mad Scientist is going to be there. Because Mad Scientists also have looked quite clean so far. If they can improve upon their positional play and just turn down the aggression when things get a little too overheated for them, I think Mad Scientists, they can have a big game. But are our words going to turn to reality? Is that actually going to happen on this game number 3? We'll find that out, won't we, Necro?
Exactly, but as we've got the plane hitting the skies once again, and the plane flight path starting all the way from Cow to down south Camp Charlie, this is where things are going to get spiced up. It's the game of Sanhok, much more compact and much more smaller map compared to all the other maps that are currently inside the competitive group. And as we've got the planes, our teams as well, just taking an exit from the plane, this is where things might just be spiced up. I'm looking for a drop collision inside this group too.
And I think it has already happened as look towards Cow. Newman, they have taken an early exit from that plane, but they are not alone. The lads from Alliance are along with them, and it's going to be an early fight between two of the teams that we have had the post-game discussion about.
Let's see which one's going to be able to outshine the competition this time, outshine the opponents this time. Carrillo's going to be the man who's got his all hands already on the DBS, so this is not a good news for Savitar whatsoever. And Savitar is going to make the push happen with the UMP. You better not rush inside the compound because Carrillo is way too lucky to get his hands on that DBS in the up close and personal situation. And as soon as Savitar is going to lose out on his patience, as soon as he makes that push happen against Carrillo, the problems are going to start to knock his doors.
But Carrillo, he hears the footsteps. All of a sudden, he felt there weren't just one. There were two players in that position because Savitar, he had called for backup, forcing Carrillo to back off and hide behind this tree. But now, Newman Esports, Newman Gaming, they are out on the hunt. And Avi and Savitar, they are looking for this individual.
They indeed are. And Carrillo just making sure his position's not going to be compromised. Even from Newman Gaming, the backup, the cavalry's going to arrive. Carrillo strikes. He finds the first knockout. What a perfect knock that was, too. Just domes that opponent down, but eventually the return knockout as well from the side of Newman Gaming is going to be on the board.
Clutch God, he's looking to get a few more, and Newman Gaming, they are coming out on top in this early game fight. Yet again, it feels like a drop clash against Newman is an instant sentence back to the lobby. And now, Team Alliance, they might have just bitten off more than they can chew. Newman, though, before they can push forward, a quick revive onto Rex is going to be there. And after that, maybe we might see them just push forward for that squad wipe on towards Team Alliance.
But Johnny, this is not a good fight for Team Alliance.
For sure.
This is a pretty bad fight for them. Because Newman Gaming, they've got nothing to lose. They've already qualified inside the overall point standing. They're going to be inside the top 3 whatsoever. But this is the fight for A7, for Alliance. And A7 Carrillo, well, moves on forward, gets eliminated by Ovi. He's got a 6x on top of his AKM. This is not something that you normally see.
It's going to be difficult to control the spray at the distance. But I think Newman Gaming, they realize that they won't necessarily have to do that. The scope was open just to keep pushing, but Alliance official, look at this, stuck between the rock and a hard place. And yes, they have been eliminated completely from this game.
Well, they say caster curse is real, and I think so. Now I'm starting to believe in it because we were glorifying so much this team. We're glorifying this team so much, Johnny, Alliance official. And off the bat, they get eliminated. You know what?
Yeah.
We should stop talking about a particular team.
True. Oh, man. But still, it was a fun fight to witness, right? Two of the best teams that we've been talking about going out against each other. And we did mention, I mean, Newman, they have the experience. They know how to handle this chaos and turn things around in their favor. But look at this Warriors squad now. They are on towards that Paradise Resort position. They are looking to exit the Paradise Resort, in fact. But it's not going to be easy for them as they have been spotted out. And it is an early fight that they have found themselves into.
Ooh, that was so close. The man barely survived on a sliver of HP, Johnny. As we did speak about Alliance too, just getting eliminated from the game like that. Yeah, indeed, that fight was a date with destiny to witness.
Oh, yeah.
But now, Warrior Squad in front of us. And Buffalo finds the first knockout. It does a really good job in that too. But Newman Gaming, they're looking to take another fight. Not stop. These guys do not want any stop between the fights.
Yeah, they are going at it with everything that they have. And Warrior Squad, Bablu, I mean, he thought he had the edge against the opposition. Did not realize that the third party was coming in from the rear. And Newman Gaming now looking to secure more eliminations in this game. I think will wipe out both these teams, Warrior Squad and Tamil Nation.
And not just that, another fight happening in front of us. Lag Esports going all at it inside this one. DK, they've got a little bit more players in the front lines. Considering one of the players on the side of Lag is actually closed on up a lot. And eventually he's also going to be caught off guard. But Papa, he misses out on all the shots this time. It's not really the Papa when it comes to the aim because he's lost out a lot of shots. And eventually also loses out on his life. DK, they take an early exit from the game too. A lot of these teams, they're taking big hits and big faults.
A drop shot to drop the opposition off the map entirely. But that is not it. Within the first few minutes of the game, Necro, we are seeing 3 squad wipes. This Sanhok is the most aggressive match of the entire day today.
Indeed it is. are the most aggressive game of this entire group. This group so far, it has been much more organized. Team know how to sort of calibrate around. They know how to sort of move around. But this time inside the game of Sanhok, so many unorthodox approach happened. And I think so one of the biggest hands in this type of unorthodox approach has to be Newman Gaming too. Look at this team. They're just not even stopping. They're disrespecting every single team. And wherever they hear the sounds, they're just straight up going at it.
I want to see how many finishes Newman has at this point, because I believe they're responsible for wiping out 2 squads completely, 5 eliminations. There's 1 squad and 1 individual pick that they have gotten for themselves, but now they find themselves in Paradise Resort, and we know who's waiting for them on the other side. It's the lad from Tamil Nation, but even in this one, Newman are the team starting things off. They have secured 2 knocks, and I think the next team to take an exit from their hands, yes sir, it will be Tamil Nation.
Wow. Newman Gaming, the non-stop aggression working out for them. This team's on a dare, just devouring anyone that stands against them.
It's the first stage. They have 8 finishes.
They're looking to set a record, Johnny. They're looking to set a benchmark. And also maybe they can be the inspiration for the underdog teams that are looking to perform inside the BGIS in the upcoming groups.
Oh yeah. And that actually is going to be quite scary, because imagine if tomorrow everyone just shows up with the mindset they want to put up numbers just like Newman Esports, Newman Gaming, and it will be, well, that's going to make the matches more fun.
It will indeed.
I hope it happens.
But you know, the matches, they're not too fun for Depression Esports.
Yeah, true.
They're not doing too good inside the game, so that name's actually going to be standing through them.
For sure. I mean, the first games did not work out, even in this game of Sanhok, waiting to see what's going to happen. How things are going to take turn for them, but towards another team that is no sympathy. They are up against the lads of Fear. No sympathy. They have control of boot camp so far, but it's not going to be easy if they get a little too distracted. Leave the rares open. Look at this, DK. Lag Esports, I'm quite impressed with how they won this fight, especially that drop shot in the end. Oof.
I mean, the action in general, it just unfolded out of nowhere. It was like a surprise on our faces, just thrown. And then Newman Gaming too, just going all at it. Wherever they heard gun sounds, Newman Gaming was the first one to engage inside the fight, or maybe the third parties too that came in forward from Newman Gaming.
I have a feeling that bootcamp might actually be the next location on their radar.
I would love to see that. It'll be a delight to watch. A date with Destiny.
True.
But to be honest, as I mentioned, a date with Destiny indeed to watch the players Newman Gaming just going all at it inside this game of Sanhok. This is the type of aggression that I'm a big fan of. But most of the time, it gets really tough to execute that inside the pro lobbies. Depression Esports lost out in the first, man. This is not a good news.
This is definitely not looking good for the side of Depression Esports, as from the distance is where Spartan X have managed to secure the knock. So Depression Esports, they might be able to get a revive in on that player, but it's not going to be an easy one.
Getting that revive's not going to be a problem at all, Johnny, because Symbol is way too far away. But even the players of Depression, they're way too far away from that comrade.
You have to climb that hill.
Yeah, they have to. He's still alive, though, and he's actually quite healthy, too, when it comes to the knockout HP, but he's slowly and steadily going to bleed up. So they need to be quick on their feet. No sympathy. They're not going to be showing any sympathy whatsoever against their opponents.
Oh, look at this.
That headshot.
I was just wondering, how is Alone in this position? Why is he knocked out here? This is an awkward spot, but MSG, that spray was brilliant, and of course, that headshot connecting made sure that Alone did not really have enough HP to sustain any more damage. But that opportunity, that knock allowed No Sympathy to close in the distance. The TBS, is it going to connect so far? I don't think so, but they do make sure that they corner the opposition behind that door and secure another knock for themselves. No Sympathy looking to push forward with more aggression. They know they have this fight under control. And Fear Esports, they can't really do much about it, especially considering they have 2 players knocked out.
Yeah, not just that alone. He does not even have a helmet. So this is where these guys are pretty much unprotected, and that's going to be it. No Sympathy, easily just stroll and surf against the opponents that were in the front. And Johnny, the only reason why Alone got knocked out with that one single bullet with the M4, it was because he did not have any helmet.
I mean, pinned out in the triple warehouses for so long, Fear Esports. No wonder they did not have a lot of loot available to them. And no sympathy. Just putting up additional pressure along with that. I think definitely did utilize the position that was set up for them to the best of what they could have done with it. But this was very awkward. I'm going to be honest about this because you see a man running with a DBS towards the opposition out in the open. Plus, he has his teammate backing him up, right?
Wow.
It looks like an easy knock, but that man from Fear Esports survived for longer than he should have.
Yeah, that was a 3-piece from that player too.
Oh, yeah.
And now here we go. Newman Gaming, they heard all that commotion, and these guys are already here.
What did I say?
Towards the side of boot camp. Newman Gaming, all they need to do is just those sound cues off the gunfires. And then later on, they just blindly push against their opponents because now they're just so confident that they know no matter what fight they take, they will win eventually.
So here's the thing, with how they dropped on the game, I think the game plan for Sanhok is just to be a wave that sweeps all the other teams along with it.
Yeah.
They started off from Khao, took the first fight in Tatmok, moved to Paradise Resort, all high priority locations for teams to start the game from. What is the next closest spot? Bootcamp. After Bootcamp, they might either go to Query or towards Painan, but they don't know this. We know Painan is empty, so they won't find anything there. But at least Bootcamp, I think they are going to look for the fight over there, try to pick the challenge against No Sympathy. It won't be easy, but it's Newman Gaming. They don't care.
I think so Newman Gaming should change their name to Cleanup Crew. That'll be a really good one. That'll stand true to their name too. And you know what? Newman Gaming for now, as they've joined the Cleanup Crew, they're looking really good and comfortable inside the lobbies too, but Rex could have been cleaned up himself, but eventually he's able to get back to safety instantly, puts that mob away.
Heard a shot connect on that buggy. So Clutchguard, he needs to be extremely careful if they again decide to reapproach bootcamp position. And I think even after that first knock, Newman Gaming might have realized, alright, we are overexerting ourselves. We might not be able to take these many fights back to back. Let's slow down a little bit, look for a reset, and then try and play for the late game stages. Let's see if that is actually the call, because I don't think so. Clutchguard, he's checking the bootcamp areas.
Oh, wow.
The slam is going to happen soon, and Newman, they're about to take their... Is this the third or the fourth fight of the game? Fourth.
This is the fourth fight of their game. And Newman Gaming already just making those approaches. They're just making those pounces. Not even scared of the opponent, not even scared to approach whatsoever. Straight up just blindly pushing inside these buildings. And somewhere down line, their sound sense as well is just so good that Newman Gaming do not even need to think twice. They just exactly know, just off of the foot cues where the opponents are positioned. And look at this, TB is pulled out for the close, but eventually the opponents are doing a great job in fighting back. Ovi shoves that barrel right in his opponent's throat of that DBS, but the backup too is going to be arriving instantly. Newman Gaming, they put an end to the fairy tale of No Sympathy.
Is it over? Is No Sympathy out? And yes, it is. You were correct. The fairy tale that they were hoping is going to work out in their favor. Unfortunately, it does not. Because this time, the monster was the lads. In fact, there were 4 monsters in this game. All 4 players from the side of Newman Gaming. And even though No Sympathy are able to walk away, I believe, with 5 eliminations in total, I doubt they have enough points to make it through to round 2.
They're probably not going to be having Johnny. For a lot of these teams, the qualification was on the line. And Newman Gaming, they're over here just cleaning out those teams. All the teams that were desperate, Newman Gaming, they're like, okay, we've got our arms open. If you can't beat us, go ahead.
I think, yeah, and of course, they are charging forward with those arms wide open as well. So they aren't really allowing the opportunity for the opposition to avoid them in any way, shape, or form. But Depression Esports now feels like quite too close against the players of NRG, too close for comfort. It's going to be Ram leading the charge for his team. 500 meters to go before they enter the safe zone, where the blue zone won't really be able to do anything to them. For a few short moments.
Team NRG moving up. Slowly and steadily. This approach is definitely quite nice, considering NRG is one of those teams that was actually doing quite a great job in the previous game too, Johnny. They were in the top 2 situation in the game of Miramar. And I would like to also call them the energy they're getting inside the games. That's quite nice.
NRG's energy is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, can they feed off that energy and take the fight against Depression Esports? That is the question that I've been asking myself for like the last 30 seconds. Because Depression Esports did take a few shots on the players of NRG, but NRG instantly changed their rotation pathway, moved away from them, and are looking for a straight entry inside the circle.
Speak about a straight entry. Depression was in front of us too. And look at NRG. They're just moving up. They've got AM10 in the front lines who's leading the pack. And then the rest of the team is moving away, or moving with them from the back lines. There's a decent bit of distance as well between the man in the front and between the rest of the team. And the only reason this is happening is because AM10 is probably the scout of the team.
And the scout's responsibility is to make sure that wherever the team is going, that position is completely clear. There is no other squad or even an individual occupying that spot. They aren't running into a trap, basically. But talking about traps, it feels like the biggest trap in this game is Newman Gaming. And this is a trap that moves around the map as well. And they are looking to gatekeep the teams moving in from the shoreline, but now focusing on Lag Esports, another name that has been impressive throughout the day, and they're picking up a few more fights in this matchup. Right now in a collision against the lads of Spartan X, Lag Esports, they are coming out on top.
Yeah, Lag Esports, they're able to find these couple of openings, and this is where they're getting the advantage too inside their hands. Johnny is the man who's always rushing up close and personal against the opponents. He's always pushing up so close and getting those confirmations down. But now as Lag Esports, they've also managed to get their eyes locked onto another player from that same team. Sleeves is hiding behind that vehicle because he knows the vehicle's almost smoking up. A couple of more bullets and the vehicle might just blow.
You have to be extremely careful about that as well. And he can't even fall back, because if he falls back, it's a slope facing down. He's going to be exposed to the opposition. But look at this. I mean, how long are you going to look at this? This is just brutal on everyone else. 14 eliminations already racked up. And we are just in stage 4.
Newman Gaming being the Alpha Titan inside the lobby.
That scientist. No.
Well, that's what's going to happen. But you know what? The two teams that are currently the Alpha Titans inside the lobby have to be Lag Esports and Newman Gaming.
Yeah.
These guys are doing a great job just stomping on the competition, and they're not feared of anyone, but especially Newman Gaming. They're not even afraid to take these fights, and now another fight in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Team Alex finally been able to stay alive for such a late game inside the Game 2 order. Finds the first knockout with the DBS of close and personal, and now pulls out the M4 in the close line because he almost ran out of bullets with the DBS, but it's complete fine. Marco's got his teams back.
Well, Narcos, he has secured the knock and converted into finish as well. Sees the opposition out in the open, tries to connect the spray, but whiffs it. My goodness! He's going to blame himself quite a lot if his team gets eliminated right now, but luckily for them, they are looking quite solid, and this, alright, redemption. Redemption is secured for Narcos.
Hey, it has been secured, but it also felt like there's a third party coming into play.
Yeah.
And hopefully they do not get pounced down by that third party. That third party is in the name of NRG.
I don't think NRG is looking for fights. I think they're just going to rotate away from these compounds and try and find a better way inside the zone. But that is not going to happen, because if we look at the radar, they are just running towards Newman Gaming.
Indeed they are. And Newman Gaming, as we all know, they're just waiting for the opportunities. As soon as they hear any type of sound cues, any type of guns just going all out, they will make that push happen. They're just waiting for the elimination feed to pop up. As soon as they see that first elimination hit the deck, Newman Gaming will just pounce on top of the opportunity. And right now, Rex is going to be sitting out in the open, and that actually works against him too. Team Energy, a really good capitalization onto that. Two Alpha Titans clashing against each other. Let's find out which one will be the one to come out on top.
NRG, they have started things off in a very brilliant manner, securing the opening knock and deterring the players of Newman of pushing even further. But now, what is going to happen? Because even NRG is being chased right now by the players of Team Alex, who a few moments ago did in fact successfully finish off the lads from Depression Esports. But from the distance, Clutch God has actually dished out quite a lot of damage onto the players of NRG looking to secure a knock. It's not going to happen. The distance is a little too much, and also the trees are blocking his vision.
Indeed it is. LB, the constant spray, the barrage of bullets. Finally, it's tough. He was just trying to load the magazines against the opponent. And Zenitsu still out in the open. He spots that man. Couple of bullets connected, and that's going to be it. This man has some pinpoint accuracy.
Oh, Newman Gaming, they have found the opening, turning the fight into a 2v2, but they are a little bit far away from the competition, the players of NRG. Look at them, the HP bars, they are so low, but Clutch God, he turns around, focuses on covering the back for his teammate, and well, this slam for Avi, it does not work out, but he takes down 3 players from NRG along with himself. But while Avi was busy with dealing with the players of NRG, I believe Newman, they're down to their last individual. It's just Clutch God left between the exit for this team. And well, I think just them just chilling while the game comes to an end because they have a lot of points.
Yeah, they've already got all the points that they needed. Still, 6 teams alive and 21 players in total. Team Alex is also one of those. And Team Alex looking to name this chicken dinner for themselves. It's Alex067 who's moving up forward. And eventually even NRG, they're not in that comfortable of a spot. They were also being engulfed by the blue zone. And Cyanid, he needs to make it in.
Avi just completely ruined the fun for NRG. He took out the fun from this game for this team. They were looking to survive. They had 2 revives done. Just the last lad was left. And as soon as he came back up, he just slammed the buggy in such a way that it blew up right in their faces. And I don't think NRG is going to be surviving in this game for a long time from here on out. But switching focus, ladies and gentlemen, Team Falcons, they have 4 eliminations and it feels like they can gatekeep the zone for as long as they please.
Yeah, indeed they can. And Team Falcons, they're just pinning down that last man from Energy. They're not letting him go at all. And eventually the last man from Energy try to make something happen, but that's going to be it. Goku will seal the deal. Team Falcons, they're able to survive till the late game situation. One of those teams that had a lot of expectations from, but they're finally able to deliver onto those expectations.
I mean, in this match, Team Falcons, they are looking quite solid. But Necro, the question is this a little too late? Because the performance on Erangel was a middle pack run. Miramar as well. Now on Sanhok is when this team has finally started to pop off. But another thing, and that is the fact that even Falcons aren't inside the circle right now. There's just one team in the zone, and that is this, Team LX.
But for Falcon to make it in, it's not going to be that big of a challenge. They've already got a hard compound to play with. All they need to do is lay down a couple of smokes, and Shadow pops out the player. Gets down for the pinpoint accuracy, for the pinpoint precision, and he finds that knockout as well. But then instant retaliation, too, follows up from the opponents.
I knew that was going to happen. He took his time to prone down completely, aim at the lad, and then take those shots. But we know the reaction from the teammate who was a little bit further ahead was going to be instantaneous as well. But still, Team LX, they have the advantage in their favor. And now I think Hybrid, if he can stop the players from Falcon from entering the zone, this has to be the chicken dinner for LX.
Indeed, it has to be an LX. Hybrid taking so many shots against himself. Falcons, as they're starting to move inside the circle, they're here to make sure that they're going to be the ones that are alpha inside the lobby. They're moving up slowly and steadily. They're trying to get that high ground control in their hands, but Team LX is the one who's got it pinned down.
For now, at least for now. They have them pinned down, but it is a King of the Hill fight in which Falcons are the only team with a man advantage in their favor, and they have that hill all to themselves. But John Wick out of nowhere, one after the other, goes on to secure, I believe, 2 knocks back to back, and Falcons, in fact, 3 knocks. He has secured Falcons down to that last player, and this man just pulled off an incredible moment for his team, a 1v3 to end the run of Falcons in this game, and to make sure that LX, they're going to walk away with a win.
Oh, that was such a big miss. Such a big whiff from the opponent's Falcons. And Falcons, they're definitely going to be regretting all the bullets that they missed. The last man from Falcon. And now Team LX, they've got another lifeline inside the game. They could have been eliminated a while ago by the players of Falcon because they had the man Noper. But with this lifeline, I'm pretty sure Team LX will be looking forward to name the chicken dinner too. And there we go. The first knockout almost found. But this man's got no other option than to move outside of the blue and also take so much damage against himself. Another spot's going to come into play. John Wick, all he needs to do is find one single connection, but he's whipping out on all the bullets once again.
Well, the man who is supposed to take down the Baba Yaga himself has gone down. It's down to a final 1v1. Hybrid against Narcos. Narcos out in the open. Hybrid with the Thompson is taking those shots. The second weapon is the DBS. The range a little too much to work with. But Team Alex, they are looking quite solid for this win. Eagle pushing forward, but the nade ends it all. And Team Alex finally have the win of this game of Sanhok. Dekra, are you finally happy with this team?
Listen, man, I made Team Alex as my prediction in the previous game, but now the third game is where they end up winning. This is a little unfortunate for them, but have they really made it inside the top 3? That's my big question.
I think so.
Hey, look, we still don't know, man.
True.
It was way too close. It was way too close. Yeah, it's understandable. In the end, even Alliance got eliminated off the bat, so that sort of made a little bit of space maybe for Alex inside the top 3, but you never know how the things are going to be unfolding inside the overall standings.
True, because now that is the only thing we're waiting for. With the amount of finishes that Newman has accomplishted, even Team Alex, all the teams performing so well, I think it is going to be a very critical moment for that cutoff for us to be like witnessing what the cutoff is like, but let's see what happens, man. Overall rankings are going to be intense now.
Yeah, indeed. The game of Sanhok itself was quite intense. The action was impeccable. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's time for us to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चक्के खत्म कर दो।
Well, Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that aggressive game of Sanhok and Johnny. Aggressive should be an understatement for that game because Newman Gaming, they were on a tear like usual.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out which teams are going to be a part of that top 3 making it through to round 2. Are you able to run the numbers, man?
Nah, man, look, I've heard that there's someone calculating the stats as well in the back end, so we're going to let him do that. You know what?
Yeah.
Let's work smart, not hard.
True. But, I mean, it was an incredible game of Sanhok, to be very honest. Especially, I mean, if we talk about how towards the end we saw the finish being snatched away completely from what we felt like were going to be the top contenders and was supposed to be an easy win for Team LX, but they also messed it up. They botched it quite hard.
Indeed, they did. But you know what? A lot of the teams in general, they messed up quite big. And I would like to say Alliance Official, they started things up. They should be the MVP in messing things up.
I mean, the biggest mistake in this game that you could have made was just to be close to Newman.
Yeah.
Be close enough for them to even hear your gunshots. That was a mistake in itself because we saw them just run anywhere they were hearing that gunfire. They were just instantly, all right, we need to go there. They would just run towards that direction, try and take the fight. And majority of the times, they were securing those points as well.
Exactly. And Johnny, usually Paradise Resort is one of the most prohibited areas too, right?
Yeah.
And Newman Gaming, they did not care. They just straight up pushed in whatsoever. Then later on too, they started to just march their way inside boot camp. And they also eliminated the team that was also having the holdover boot camp, which was No Sympathy.
Yeah, but No Sympathy, I think they could have done a little bit better. They had the advantage. Look at this. They gained the edge in this fight. And it was an incredible moment from their side as well. What they did not expect was the fact they left one of their players in that single warehouse. And that player's job was just to make sure that if Newman Gaming came for a push, they weren't going to be there with 100% HP. He failed to do that. And the man who made it all possible was Rex from the side of Newman, actually.
Yeah, that man was actually the playmaker for that entire team. No Sympathy. But considering he revealed his position, Newman Gaming knew exactly how to deal with him. One single nade toss came into play, and that man was out of the picture.
But this is the conversation from the start to the mid stages of the game. As we transition to the late game stages, it was Team Alex. They had a slow start, but slowly and steadily they built up the momentum, and towards the end, managing to convert that uphill battle in a 2v1 was incredible. This was one of my favorite moments in the game. Are we just an absolute kamikaze pilot? But a kamikaze driver this time around, just slamming the puck into the opposing side.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I felt like I was watching a superhero movie right there. Newman Gaming, they were just the superheroes inside the lobby, and they were just facing against all the normal humans. But at the end of the day, as I mentioned, even Team Alex, they were sort of like the Alpha Titans inside the lobby.
Since Salty was educating me about the way Gen Z uses replacements for certain vowels, I think there's a meme, there's an old boomer meme called Leroy Jenkins. We just basically pulled off one of Leroy Jenkins' moments. But in the end, I think I was very impressed with John Wick's individual performance as well.
Oh, yeah.
He was the reason that LX did not finish on the third, but in fact on the second position. And they finished second with quite a decent number of eliminations as well. But Team Alex, absolutely phenomenal. Because up until the mid-game stages, they were there with 0 elimination. Then they started off with an awkward fight where the DBS did not work out for them. They lost 2 players, but still they found a way to recover. And they ended the game with 12 eliminations and the chicken dinner. That's 27 points right there.
Team Alex, they definitely did have a nuclear performance, and they desperately needed that too. And definitely now, as they've got that, it's tough to say if they've made it inside the top 3 or not, Johnny, because there were a lot of teams that are in contention. Maybe they're in a tie. You never know.
I can't think, man. I can't calculate the points. First 2 games, I mean, Alex was struggling pretty bad. Erangel did not work out for them. Miramar as well, the early exit. But now on Sanhok, they have finally showcased us what they are made of. But then again, as I said towards the end of the game, is this too little, too late?
Johnny, look, I cannot even blame you. Newman Gaming was just stealing all the limelight whatsoever. It's really tough to calculate all these points and focus on those points and remember numbers. I'm really bad with numbers, man. Trust me, I was way too bad when it comes to maths in my school.
Yeah, I will trust you on that. But for now, I think we're going to be waiting for the stats of this game. We've been talking about the teams for quite a long time. Who do you think is going to be the MVP of this game?
It's tough to tell, you know what? But let's just move on forward and take a look at the MVP to find out. we're going to be able to see the MVP in a couple of seconds, and it has to be someone from the Newman Gaming. I think so. Even though they were not able to stay alive till the late game, has to be someone. No! Actually, it's going to be from Team Alex. It's Narcos XT with 7 finishes. Finally, a change. And I think so that too because I predicted Team Newman Gaming.
Yes, you are the reason. Hence proved you have been cursing the players so far throughout the first 2 days. But, I mean, to be very honest, Narcos did make sure that his team survived. But, hey, they might not be there as the MVP. But ClutchGuard got quite close. 7 eliminations on him, 7 eliminations on Narcos, 7 finishes on these 2 players. But Savitar is there as well with 4 to his name. Lag Esports, Johnny, this man has been quite consistent.
Hey, you know, Clutch God and Narcos, both these guys just tying up on the eliminations, that just only proves that Clutch God was a little bit more clinical. Less damage, more elimination points, that just means he was not really able to miss a lot of shots.
True. And I think ClutchGuard, since every time his team runs into the a firefight, a gunfight, he's not the initial aggressor. He's supposed to be the man going in third or extremely last on the 4th position running into that fight. Majority of the times he's watching their teams back, but he was doing a pretty phenomenal job in this game. But ladies and gentlemen, rankings of the previous match on our screens.
Newman Gaming only getting 2 placement points, but still on the 2nd spot in the match scoreboard. This is just insane to me. And then on the 3rd spot, it's going to be the players of Falcon, who actually were there in the late game situation, but then that situation was destroyed, annihilated by Team Alex.
I'm quite worried about Mad Scientist and Alliance on the 2nd page of the leaderboard, actually. 13th position from Mad Scientist. Alliance dead last with no points to their name. But of course, I mean, as you mentioned, Team Alex, a brilliant game from them. Newman Gaming, of course, it was a massive behemoth of a run that they have. Then we have Team Falcons. Falcons actually had quite an interesting position because Falcons, I thought they were supposed to win this game. They had all 4 players. They had taken control of that hill. But I think what they did not account for was just a man with like a lot of determination and a pretty solid will, John Wick.
Yeah, John Wick, Baba Yaga, as you mentioned. That's what they call him in the movie too, and he was actually able to do quite good inside the game. You mentioned he's supposed to be a one-man army. He stood up against an entire army of Falcons, and he shut them down. But you know what? It's time to reveal the curtains. It's time to open the curtains, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to reveal the overall scoreboard. The top 3 teams are in front of us. Team Alex, and even Newman Gaming. Alex and Alex.
Well, but look at this. Alex and Alex, as you mentioned, they might have made it through, but look at the drastic difference. And this is what I've been talking about. If there is a vacuum of points created by just one team, the qualification is going to be extremely chaotic. 93 points for Newman Gaming, while we have Team Alex on the 2nd with 41. And Team LX 33. Then we have NRG and Falcons, 27 points to these 2 teams. And I think NRG they're going to wish they were a little bit more aggressive in the previous few matches. They could have made it through, just 6 points shy of that qualification marker. And even if we talk about that top 96 qualification bracket that we have been talking about, 27 points, I don't think that's going to be enough.
Johnny, NRG, I feel a little bad for them. They were trying their best. They seem like a really solid team when it comes to the tactical standpoint of the game. But yeah, not being able to qualify. Alliance officials too. As I mentioned, that game of Sanhok was desperately needed underneath their belt, and they failed to perform. They got instantly eliminated off the bat by Newman Gaming.
Exactly, and even as we move to the 2nd page of the rankings, we have Mad Scientists not really having a run that they were hoping to have in all 3 matches. No sympathy as well. The inconsistency that was there put on display as they finished the day on that 11th position. But I think for these teams from the 9th to 16th position, it is all over their run. It's done.
DK at the bottom. You said you were going to be rooting for DK. And, well, Johnny, it seems like both of us in general are just cursed.
Yeah. Can't really do anything about it though, right?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to lie. Today's day was quite fun. It was an insanely fun day. And I hope even the day 3 is going to be even more fun. Because as I mentioned, as the days are going to keep on passing by, the competition will get even more fiercer.
And I think one more thing, as you mentioned, Newman Gaming might have set up a benchmark of how consistent the big names need to be. Because now, after Insane, we have Newman. And I think the other big names are also going to step up in their games. But what about the undergods? They are supposed to rise up to the challenge. I mean, it's all written all up behind us. It's there on the screen. And I'm hoping to see tomorrow, just like it happened in Group 39, an undergod team finish the overall ranking on the first position.
That's what I was about to mention as well. I want to see an underdog team just dominating the entire competition on a tear. I've seen enough known teams just dominate, but now I want to see a diamond in the entire coal.
Yeah, diamond in the rough. We are looking for that, and we are going to find it for sure. But the expectations, I think, with every single day, as you mentioned, with every single game that happens, with every single group that we go through, the expectations for the next one keep going higher and higher. But what will happen? Only time will tell.
Exactly, only time will tell. But ladies and gentlemen, also make sure to follow all our socials, Crafton India Esports, be it Twitter, Instagram, whatever you guys like to use. Just make sure to go ahead and follow all our socials. Johnny, any last words from your side for today's day?
I think it was just an exciting day. Just a lovely thank you to the viewers that were joining us for the broadcast. I hope you guys had fun as much as we had, especially in this last game. It was entertaining.
Exactly. Indeed, the action definitely unfolded in quite an interesting fashion. The first group that we saw, even a team that was in there, they were dominating quite well enough.
Yeah.
And then later on, Newman came in with 93 total points in the overall standings. As you mentioned, they've definitely set a massive benchmark, but we've still got one team who will be looking to hit that third digit. And as I mentioned, now we just want to see, maybe inside the day 3, we might just see an underdog team. An underdog team just maybe just showcasing themselves at the top in the echelon in the overall standings. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from us today. It's going to be me, Necro, and Johnny signing off. See you guys tomorrow.